stay. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Here at the Hard Rock, I don't play that. I rarely come here to play that.
All right, guys, good luck.
It's going to be 90 minutes?
Yes, sir.
It's crazy, right?
It's amazing.
No, it's bad.
Oh, I love it. Oh, okay.
I do love it. It's just,
I like it the long level.
Yeah, a little warmer under the lights.
I learned playing turbo, so like when I started playing deep stack, I would just lose my stack in like the first half of the day, probably. Or couldn't get it. I don't know. It's gonna be
Freezing here under one of those beds.
I was prepared for it to be freezing.
Yeah.
That's it, was freezing.
I like the woodland.
WPT World Championship. And here he is. Daryl, how you
doing?
Here I am. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me here. This is fun. I know a lot of these people pretty well, so that makes it even more interesting and fun for me. So,
yeah, Daryl, the South Florida scene is a good one. The poker is always great down here in South Florida, and you're going to know a few of these players down here. But in addition to that, they're, it's a unique final 16. We have Chad Epislage, who's actually not on the feature table at this time, but he's starting out there with the biggest stack. And what can you tell us about Chad?
Oh my God.
Oh man, where would I begin? Chad and I are really good friends of many years. We stayed together in Vegas this summer. We hang out in poker context and in goofing around context. Great guy, super authentic human being. Great poker player, obviously a mixed specialist these days. That's where he's kind of most known, but clearly still very talented at No Limit, very much attuned to a lot of the live stuff that comes into play in these types of tournaments. Not as much of a GTO-oriented guy, but clearly he understands the theoretics of the game as well. Just a really well-balanced player, great guy, couldn't be rooting for him more.
That's cool. And we see Ninad Medic at this final table. Serb, as he was once known, I think he still probably goes by that name, a very great player, has been around for a long time. What do you know about him?
Yeah, I know Serb fairly well also. He is definitely still referred to as that. He plays mostly cash games nowadays. If anyone looked at his Hendon, they'd be wondering if he quit poker or just sucks, but neither are true. He plays tournaments here when these come up and, the World Series main event, but otherwise he's a family man. He plays some private games around South Florida, does quite well, I would imagine. He's a really solid player. I think he mostly plays PLO, as many of us kind of have shifted of late. So, yeah, also a super nice guy. I have nothing but good things to say about him.
Awesome. And, Hindi has, who I'm new to, she plays a lot around town, but she has had the chip lead at times during this tournament. Do you know anything about her?
Yeah, I've known Hindi for years also, long-time tournament staple down here. She's from Orlando, comes down for all the Hard Rock tournaments. She plays all the Moneymaker tours, all the HPT. She's kind of that consummate mid-stakes grinder. Has a lot of results and final tables in that like 1 to 2,000 buy-in range. Definitely someone who I think a lot of people would underestimate because she's sharp, she's not afraid, she's very experienced, and while she doesn't have the most impressive resume results-wise, she's very experienced and she knows the game. So on the lookout for her to do well also.
All right, Joel here with Ace King. An interesting story about Joel. He's moving all in right now. Ace King of clubs. Joel actually left on day 2 for 4 hours.
No way.
To go to his granddaughter's birthday. He said he wouldn't miss it. He was trying to go broke before so he wouldn't miss the birthday party, but he built up a big stack, and then he came back 4 hours later, and here he is.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so heartwarming.
Yeah.
And it's good to know that people prioritize things correctly in those situations like that. I've played with him quite a bit here as well. He's a local who plays often. Really nice guy.
I'm like, what? We're going to see it soon, too.
Williams with
I didn't have
the
ace queen,
second
I did
position
not,
here.
but I might
This
have.
is his
I probably
biggest
would.
cash
I think I would.
already
I
so
didn't
far.
have it,
So
but-
Don't lie now.
I don't
No, I would
know
fold
much about
against
him, but he's in a very good
So you play
position.
only
But Indy,
kings and ace king?
92 big blinds here
Professional.
in a dominating chip position at this table. Again, we have two tables
right.
today.
Tight is
This is
right.
not the final table. First place in this event, 605,100, which does include that seat for the WPT World Championship, where they can win millions more. So a lot to play for here, in addition to getting their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. And here we go again, ace king versus eights, and we're going to have a situation here where we're going to get a call, I'd imagine. Jacob all in with eights up against ace king.
Yep. Stoyan, who's an incredibly experienced and skilled player. I expect him to just call here. I think he would do that with his entire range that he would continue with. And, yep, he does call.
And then a nod with ace, deuce of clubs. Does let it go.
Yeah, everybody's got to give this call a lot of respect, and I don't think Stoyan has to worry about anybody flatting behind. Nobody has a stack deep enough to call 500 and play post flop, except for maybe Hindi in the big blind. And if she does, he'll be in position with a great hand. So,
And Hindi is going to make the call here with this ace queen of diamonds.
yep, no reason to go crazy in her spot. She definitely wants to avoid doubling Stoyan up as one of the tougher players at her table. Just take a flop and see how it goes.
Heads up on the side. This is like a dining table.
Dude.
And we will go to that flop. 1 diamond, 9-3 on the flop. Eights are in the lead for Jacob. You'll see there the triangle means he's all in.
And Stoyan's going to, I assume I'm saying his name right, is going to have Hindi beat here a lot, and Hindi's going to have a lot of hands with 6 outs, plus potential backdoor equity, so he's going to want to bet small here and try to fold out whatever equity Hindi might have with hands that are behind currently.
275.
Does make it 275.
Hindi's going to peel. This makes a lot of sense. She's getting a great price. Could have the best hand. Has a good backdoor draw.
Oh, and there it is, a queen on the turn. She takes the lead here in this spot, continues to check. Do you like that check there?
Yeah, in these spots with ICM at play, players need to be very careful. And Hindi, with her stack, wants to kind of protect the stack that she has, so she has even more incentive to kind of play these spots carefully. And yeah, there's just no reason for her to bet. Stoyan would fold worse, and this is about the only hand better or worse than hers that he would continue with. But I think she plays better as a check.
And you hear that sound in the background. That is the Protection Poker action clock that we use here. Players on today have 20 seconds pre-flop, 30 post-flop, and I think that this is a great addition to the game. We've been using them on the World Poker Tour for over 6 years now, and it definitely where it comes into play quite often, especially here as we get down deeper into the tournament. Players are allowed up to 20, and there she makes the 3 queens on the river here. That doesn't change things for Stoyan, but for Hindi, you see the check mark, and Jacob's going to be heading to the exits here.
Yeah, it's too bad because he made a joke. I was watching some of the play before we started, and he made a joke that I could talk crap about him if I wanted to, but it looks like I'm not going to have the opportunity.
Too bad. So do you like that lead there, or would you have checked it again?
Yeah, at that point, I don't expect Stoyan to really bet anything.
Your flat just scared me.
So she just has to bet small and hope to get some crying calls. I think it's just going to go bet fold almost every time, but she has to bet small there.
Okay, well she does, and she does take the spot. She increases her chip lead at this table, and we're going to lose Jacob here. A good week for him. It's taken home, I think, around $35,000.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe he had a score in a previous event as well. I've never seen him around, but I get the impression he's a solid regular.
We shared the buffet last night, Jacob and I, and
Oh,
he's a nice guy. And he, the new buffet, it's back.
He had 8.
I saw
Buffet's
that.
back since COVID.
I saw that. Buffet is back.
Here at Seminole Hard Rock.
Yeah.
They do a fantastic job here. Some of the greatest restaurants, you know, on the poker circuit,
morning, but
for sure.
afternoon.
Yeah,
People
I would agree.
love Kuro. We had that players party the other night. They had food from Council Oak. It was a great night as well.
Yeah, I was curious about that because Kuro did such a good job, and Japanese cuisine is really geared towards hors d'oeuvres and like family-style dining. I was curious what they served from Council Oak.
They had some
at the
sliders,
steakhouse.
which were very good. The Wagyu sliders. They had some shrimp cocktail, which is also good.
Nice.
Some other things that I did not try myself, but it was very good. The music was great. Wasn't too loud. It was. They put my hockey game on so I could watch that at the bar. They had a good crowd.
Nice. I
Over
think that's
150 people showed up for that. So.
Oh, great. Yeah. I think that's a better bar for it too. That
It is a
space
better location. That's absolutely true, and I think that you know, people miss Kuro, but at the same time, Council Oak is tough to beat.
Yeah.
Matthew now here with Ace Queen of Spades.
Very nice hand at his stack depth. He's thrilled to see it. Matthew doesn't have a lot of notable results, but he gives me the impression he's an experienced player, so I wonder if he's more of an online guy. Maybe he plays cash. He seems like he's got some hustle in him. So, yep, easy raise here. Some people would be inclined to just open jam with his hand, but it's such a good hand. He is more than happy to get some action, so I think a small raise is best.
Because this table's like wide.
Jason, another guy that I've played with, we went deep together at the Lodge earlier this year. Was really solid. He's good friends with Andrew Upstekchenko, however the hell you say that.
Ostapchenko, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Their buddy Andrew's a great player, obviously, so I imagine Jason and him talk a lot of ball.
I'll help
and
you.
If Jason runs his stack up,
Here's
he
a
could
goal.
definitely be a threat.
Yeah, Andrew won our Rising Star event at the Bay 1-1 earlier this year, leading up to the Shooting Star, which we just had. Happy to have it back.
Yeah,
on
that's
the World
right.
Poker Tour.
Yeah, that's always been a great event, so it's nice to see its return.
Nod now here with King 7 under the gun. Tony and I talk a lot about hands like this, suited King 6s, King 7s. Do you like those hands?
I make a lot of adjustments to my opening ranges based on table dynamics, stacks, players. I think most good players do. Theoretically speaking, that's a type of hand you could open there. But Nanad has a pretty good table, and he also has a shorter stack. So I think I like him erring on the side of caution and waiting for some more profitable situations.
All right, Handy's looking to get involved here. 9-6 offsuit.
Love that. Hindi knows she has a bit of a tighter image, and especially as a lady, I think she can get away with a lot more things in her spot, and especially with the chips to back it up.
And she does take it down with that 9-6 offsuit. Has to be feeling good about that. And there you see what the final 9 will be. We will combine at the final 9. We started with 16 today.
Yep.
I believe we're down to 14 at this point.
Yeah, cruising along. As these stages usually go, there ends up being quite a few really short stacks, and if they don't double up, then it whittles down pretty quickly.
Yes, Daryl, we're going to play to the final 6 today, and I'm expecting to be about a 6-7 hour day. And we'll see how it goes.
Cool. Yeah, you never know, right? It could be
who
3
knows
hours, could be 10.
Yeah, who knows what Chad's doing on the other table. I'm
Yeah.
sure he's bullying some people around.
Yeah, he was taking care of business. I talked to him earlier. He was up to like 15 or 16 million already. He's cruising right along. His is the tougher table, I would say, of the two, but he doesn't have too much to worry about with his stack.
These tournaments in South Florida are amazing. You always get a good mix of locals and players you've never seen before, and just local businessmen and the like. It seems like every time we go deep in these tournaments, there's people that I haven't seen before. So that's a good thing, I think, for the industry, and a good thing for South Florida poker, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's more to do with their marketing or just the growth of the game in general, but it does draw a lot of new players every year, and I've been playing here 20 years myself, and I see a lot of the same people from 20 years ago, which
I
is
didn't know you were that old.
Yeah, I'm 20. Started when I was 0. No, turning 40 in February. Yeah.
Holy cow, Daryl Fish is 40. It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Now lets that go. Hindi with 10 deuce. She also gets a walk here with a 10 deuce.
Always a nice feeling to get a walk at this stage of a tournament.
So you're looking to stay out of the way of the chip leader if you're at this table there, Daryl?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to approach that. Obviously, the most simple and clearer approach would be to stay out of the chip leader's way and let them kind of do their thing. But if you're okay with taking on a little bit more variance, you can sometimes capitalize on the chip leader's aggression and opening more often. And you can, depending on your seat especially, if you're directly to the left of the chip leader, you can actually take big advantage of that if you're willing to take some chances. And especially if you have enough chips to 3-bet fold, you can get away with really putting them in a blender. And if Hindi's opening 9-6 offsuit, if Jason had, say, 25 big blinds, he could be 3-betting her super liberally, and really she can't do much about it. So it depends on your seat a little bit and your exact stack depth, but I tend to look for opportunities to take advantage of people when they are opening like 80% of hands.
William raises to 200,000 with ace-8 of diamonds. Matthew in the big blind with 100,000 to call and decides to let that go. And so William, he wins this pot, his first pot here on day number 2, or day number, excuse me,
3, I
3.
believe. It's been a long week. It's
Actually,
okay.
it's 4.
Oh, shit.
It's day 4. It's day 4.
Yeah.
It is day 4.
It's someday.
Yeah. And again, this is William's biggest cash ever. He's a financial advisor, so he'll need to figure out what he does with all this money that he makes in this tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in people's track records in this thing, which speaks to what you were mentioning. You'll have guys here that only have 40,000 in earnings over years, and then a few people with millions. So it's quite interesting when those worlds collide.
Joel now with ace-king. He calls the 100,000 under the gun.
Very interesting. Not conventional at all. Especially if you don't have the perception that you limp on a regular basis, then it's going to be perceived as very strong when you do so. So people aren't going to really attack you, and ace-king is not, ace-king offsuit especially, not the best hand to just let people see the flop for free or cheap with. So I don't love this play, but occasionally it can work out really well. If someone else flops top pair along with you, obviously it's a great spot. But now, like, the big blind gets to see a flop with ace-8 deuce offsuit, and we're not a massive favorite, so it's a little bit risky.
I'm not a fan of the under the gun limps.
No, not in general. I think you need to have a pretty developed strategy around it and have your ranges down to make it work. There are players out there who do that sort of thing really effectively, but I don't imagine Joel has his ranges necessarily worked out. So I think he was just hoping to limp shove on someone, but it's just not going to get attacked often enough.
It's going to work out here.
It did work out, yeah.
Air hockey.
And he shows the ace-king again. What do you think about showing those cards?
I mean, there's nothing to gain. He's having a good time. I'm not going to hate on him for having fun out there, but he's not helping himself by giving away that information.
It's a good reputation.
Showing that he's a limp with ace-king. Under the gun.
Yeah, if anything, it just reinforces the perception that his limps are going to be super strong. If he had a hand like 9-10 suited, I think that would be more reasonable to show than representing a more mixed limping approach. But again, Joel's having a great time, so who am I to say? I'm sitting here in the booth.
Yeah. Hindi now
Like
king
that air
4
hockey
of
thing,
diamonds.
A little surprised to see her fold there with her stack and the way things are going so far. I think she could get away with opening that hand very easily.
Poker basketball and try to get.
Now we're
no ventilation.
commentating today. We have a feature table. Are you, as a player, going to be having somebody watch this?
Honestly, they should get like a bigger
30 minutes later, what's going on? And they're not allowed to have phones at the table, but are you going to be talking to people on the breaks and saying, what did this person have in this spot, or what what are they doing?
Yeah, generally, if I have a friend who's available, I would rather have more information than not, and especially in a spot playing for big money, I would hope to have that available. And I usually have friends at home. My girlfriend's watching this right now, so someone like her who doesn't even really know the game could still tell me like what someone had in a spot. And even if you know the players really well, even if you have a good feel, it never hurts to have more info. So yeah, I think that's one of the big things that's come up with streams being part of the game, is people do have someone scouting back home, and every bit of intel is useful.
All right, William raised to 275. Joel now making the call of 6-3 of diamonds. We'll go to the flop, heads up. And it is a ace, 4, 5. A straight draw. William checks. Joel checking behind. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a no for me. I would just bet there he's not going to get abused. William doesn't seem like a super trappy or tricky player to be check raise bluffing too much. So I just want to bet small, clear out stuff like Jack 10. And if William did check call with a bigger hand, well, okay, we still have a lot of equity.
All right,
now it goes bet call instead, and now Joel's on the defense, and it's going to be a lot harder for him to win the hand.
He could win this hand, though. There is a way.
Yeah, I mean, he looks to be pretty king heavy here, actually. But William is looking like he's going to bet anyways. I think William really shouldn't bet here, because Joel has so many king X, and he's obviously not folding those. I really hope Joel bets if check 2, because that would be tragic if he doesn't. He has his worst possible hand right now, literally. And he obviously isn't going to win any showdowns, so he's got to put something out there. There we go. Come on, Joel. You got this.
It's a big bet there.
Yeah, unnecessarily large.
Yes.
This is a spot where William has squadouche, as we see, or he has a hand that actually can call pretty easily, like a king X, like an ace X. He's not going to have a lot of 4 or 5X combos, so not the best sizing, but he gets the job done.
He's going to let it go. Actually turned out really good there for Joel.
Yeah, he trapped an extra bet out of it. Nice work, Joel.
Not the way I would play it. I would have won that pot on the flop. But Joel, go for it. 110 big blinds for Hindi.
That's so nice.
Yeah, it is really nice, especially when you see those other stack sizes. 31 big blinds, second biggest stack. 3 million for Joel, and 16 for the rest. Basically 16 and 18 big blinds. If you're Hindi in this spot, you are just loving it.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm ramming and jamming. I'm going to be opening super wide, possibly any 2. I think Stoyan is the only one who would really do much to exploit her, and he doesn't have the stack to do so. These guys are all really handcuffed ICM-wise, and I think at least a few of them are aware of those dynamics, and even the guys who don't really know ICM kind of understand that stuff these days. So I think Hindi can get away with murder here if she chooses to.
Just like the last hand with the king 4, she would have had the best hand anyway, but
yeah,
I mean, that was a spot where she could have really pushed it around.
Yeah, Hindi, you wanted me to be honest. I would have opened that king 4, but I still love you, and you're overall playing pretty great, I gotta say. But she should be opening a bit more liberally, I would say, with her stack. Yeah, these condensed stacks are really a pain in the ass for everyone besides Hindi. They all need to be playing very carefully. I don't know the exact pay jumps right now, but I'm sure it's getting to be somewhat significant, and nobody wants to miss out on another 10 or 20,000. Absolutely.
Stoyan now here with 10-9. And it just seems like everybody's just trying to stay out of the way of the chip leader here. A lot of hands that I've seen played at certain final tables are getting folded in this spot.
Yeah, I imagine both tables have a similar dynamic right now, with Chad as a large chip leader at the other table. I'm sure he has got his foot on the gas more than Hindi does, but the condensed nature of the rest of the stacks makes it super fun to have a stack like Hindi or Chad has. Even here, Joel limps. Yeah, that's too tight. That's way too tight. We got to at least. Oh, okay. There was an error in the graphic. Joel did raise. I don't hate Hindy's fold now.
Yeah, Joel's image has been pretty tight. Again, they're not seeing what we're seeing back here.
Yeah, but he's definitely not on the loose side. He is full of shit. He is not calling up with ace deuce, but it can't hurt to sell that image.
And again, he's showing those cards. You don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, poker is a game of information, right? And the more we can deny our opponents of information, the better. And the more we can gain information for ourselves, the better. So showing cards, unless you have an advanced psychological dynamic going on, you might tilt someone in the right spot. These things do come up. I definitely have shown hands with some devious intentions behind doing so, but Joel's just having fun.
You stand here for the 90 minutes? The whole night?
And Joel yesterday was having fun. He had a big rail, people behind him.
Love that. It's nice to see genuine excitement. You know, the game gets pretty serious, and it's good to see some levity, see some genuine emotions out there. I always love when I hear people screaming from across the room.
Yeah.
You know, people will look over with judgment and condemnation, and I'm just like, what do you want? You don't want this to be fun for people?
Joel calls 100K again. He's limped in, and now Hindy with ace 10. Oh, excuse me.
Not quite. You were a little ahead of the
play
there. Joel's opening.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the way the graphics pan, it's a little tricky timing-wise, but Hindy on the button with ace 10 looks like she's going to just call. Oh, she 3-bet. Nice. Love it. That's what I would recommend in her spot for sure. Puts Joel in a major bind. She went very small, which I think versus a player like Joel is totally fine.
500.
I think he's not going to play back.
No, you're raising.
And he's going to probably overfold the hands that should peel to this sizing. I'm sure he's just going to let this one go.
He was just complaining about being 90 minutes. Maybe he's going to be more aggressive.
Maybe he's got another granddaughter's birthday party to attend today.
Yeah, what would it take for you to leave with the big stack on day 2?
It's interesting you ask. I went deep in the opener last week, and I originally wasn't planning to play it. I was here for one of the Omaha tournaments. I busted. I didn't have much to do. The cash games were too busy. So I said, you know, screw it. I'll shoot a bullet. I ended up bagging one of the big stacks and not realizing at the time that I had a doctor's appointment on Monday. I had a dinner with a friend from out of town on Monday. And had I thought of those things, I wouldn't have played the tournament and put my plans at risk. I fortunately did play the tournament. Monday came, and I had to decide, do I reschedule my doctor's appointment? Do I cancel dinner? And I was going to go to my doctor's appointment and show up late to the tournament. Ultimately, I decided that was going to put way too much jeopardy at my chances of winning. So I rescheduled my appointment. I canceled on my buddy and ended up getting third. So
he doesn't want her to leave. He's like, you're full
yeah, but I
90
really
minutes.
was in a pickle because it was an important doctor's appointment. And, you know, sometimes life has other priorities besides poker. But for a family's birthday party, I think I would have to tell them I'll see you next year.
Not for Joel.
Yeah, I love that.
Apparently Joel has his priorities correctly in check.
Yeah, and I don't think he plays professionally either, so I imagine it's not life or death for him, how he ends up doing in this tournament.
Yeah, here he has a yacht and a private jet, so
He's doing all right.
he'll be all right. All right, Hindy raises to 225, and now Jason is going to shove all in here with ace-king of diamonds.
Yep. This spot obviously plays itself. Jason would be shoving much wider than ace-king suited, so he's very happy to have such a good hand. It's a bit tricky for Hindy. It's not a lot to call. I still would like to see her fold. Jason's going to have her dominated almost every time. He's going to have a pair over fives or a better ace. Occasionally a king-queen suited, king-jack suited, but I think versus his range we're doing pretty poorly and want to kind of keep him short. So I would have folded here if I were Hindy, but let's see how it works out for her.
3-5.
3-5.
She already said she's calling here?
Yeah, she already called.
Okay, she already did call. All right.
Yeah, Jason's not a player you want to just double up and have a little more combat coming from your left, which it looks like that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, king on the flop here.
Don't make him sweat.
Oh, baby sweat.
Straight draw.
Sweat.
6 would be a straight for Hindi.
As they say, it's never easy.
Ooh. And the 5 on the river. Just pairs are not enough. We got double up for Jason. And you say you like the call there from Hindi, or you just
no?
I
don't.
Okay.
She needs to be careful in terms of doubling up the shorter stacks, especially an experienced player like Jason. But either way, she just needs to keep her situation intact of being able to abuse the rest of the players, and also ace-5 off is just not.
I'm not double checking it
when
so
we're playing an all-in spot.
I mean, I counted it, but
have good equity versus anything.
Yeah,
It's slightly ahead of a couple of hands. Otherwise, it's pretty far behind. So, yeah, I would have let that one go. Would have called with something like ace-10 or maybe ace-9 suited or better.
Still over 100 big blinds for Hindi.
Yeah.
But now Jason Hickey has moved up a little bit, and he is 30 big blinds. So you know Jason?
Yeah, like I said, I know him a little bit. We played together in a tournament at the Lodge earlier this year in Austin. He's a local there. Friends with Andrew Obstabatenko. And I imagine Jason's got a pretty good breadth of knowledge. He is on the more solid and conservative side. I think that bodes well in these types of tournaments, but I would love to see him abuse Hindi in some spots here now that he's got some chips.
All right, William now king, queen of diamonds.
Such a sexy hand.
225, yes. Love to see it. Joel folds his queen 5. Hindi now ace-3. Joel's asking if he wants, the dealer wants the time extensions. He says he's not going to use them.
Dude, king queen suited has become truly a bit of a premier hand these days in the sort of metagame we exist in. It used to be a trap hand because ace king and ace queen were so much more prevalent, and now people play so wild.
And serve here now with 10s. What do you think? Shove here?
Yeah, this is an easy all-in. William's not the player you would love most to be reshoving on because he's not opening too liberally, but still 10s is a great hand with 15 big blinds. So. And William, I think, is the type who, rightfully so, will let a hand like king-queen suited go. He might even fold a hand like ace-jack. So we get to deny a lot of equity, and we get called by 9s, 8s, maybe 7s. So, yeah, no-brainer for serve.
So let me ask you, you're coming into a day 4 here.
Yeah, day
2
4.
tables left. And are you going to look at the table, like check Panama results, do those type of things to see who you're playing with?
That's a good question and a conversation I have with some buddies pretty often. I do tend to look mostly to get an idea of what a player's average buy-in is more than anything. I think that is more telling than if they've had XYZ results. You know, tournaments have a lot of luck and variance. Someone can have $1 million in earnings, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're a great player. And vice versa, someone very good who is more behind the scenes. You know, if Nanad didn't have his results from years ago, you might not think much of him. He's a phenomenal player, as it turns out, and mostly plays cash. So I think players can get a little bit in a little bit of mental trouble by giving too much value to those pieces of information.
He made the call here.
He did call. It's pretty close. I think I would have folded just because it puts his stack in a really bad spot if he loses, and Nanad is not shoving the hands that we dominate. So it's tricky, but I think I would have folded here if I were William.
Imagine everybody at the table here is really rooting for a king or a queen.
Definitely.
Oh, and look at that flop. 2 diamonds and a 7.
Oh, I mean,
he has opening straight draw and the lead with the 10s.
Yeah.
Turn card is an 8.
Big sweat for Nanad.
Her card is a 7. 10s are going to hold up. Nanad Medic doubles up. Now, he took a really rough one last night in a massive pot.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Ace-king versus ace-king.
Oh,
and
no.
he lost the hand. Yeah.
Not like that.
To a 1-card flush, and it was rough. He had a really pained look on his face. Usually, I know him to be very stoic and not show too much emotion, but he was not happy with that one last night. But lucky here to hold up after that flop, and happy to see that.
Yeah, he's fought back well, it looks, and no matter how stoic someone might be, there are still things that might get you a little bit, and that being one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we had a picture of his face. It would have been a good meme.
Yeah,
sure.
those are good captures. Yeah.
This is an amateur hour.
Still a big.
And nobody at the table likes to see him get some chips. I know that.
For sure.
I bet she's
By
not
far the
smiling
most
inside.
experienced, apart from Stoyan, the most successful
That's okay.
tournament player by a wide margin. So having direct position on Stoyan also just puts Nanad in a great situation here.
1,500,000 are the blinds. The 100,000 big blind ante still in play here. Joel here folds queen 4. Hindi with 7-3. She lets that go. And now that a couple players have doubled up, if you're Hindi, are you now thinking, all right, now I got to settle in, settle down? What's your thoughts? Are you still going to be pushing?
I'd still be on the gas if I were her. And at least until the table dynamic feels like it's changed significantly and people are starting to loosen up and push back and exploit her. I'm big on table dynamics and the feel of how things are flowing, and you can kind of feel that out as it goes. And if people are not resisting, you just got to lean into that as a chip leader. And again, Stoyan has no stack to mess around with. Nanad would be the only one I'd expect to start exploiting her. So here we see a big confrontation. Not in love with Nanad's play here, actually. Pretty surprised. I don't expect Stoyan to be stealing.
He did not move all in. He 3-bet it to
effectively putting Stoyan all in.
Yeah.
I don't expect Stoyan to be opening here with steals very much at all. I expect him to be playing pretty snug, open shoving his weaker hands, and only open raising a few select raise fold combos in addition to great hands like jacks. And Nanad's hand doesn't play all that well against Stoyan's value range. We also blocked some of the hands Stoyan would be raise folding. We would much rather have like no high cards as Nanad, because then we unblock some of the king jack type of hands that Stoyan could be opening with and then folding.
Now you see he needs
very fun flop.
He needs a jack here.
Wow.
Oh my God, it comes.
Unreal.
That is unbelievable. Nanad now turns a straight.
Sick.
A king on the river. But the 10 is going to be good enough to make. That's great. And we're going to have an elimination. Nanad Medic.
Great. Oh, okay.
Big turn of events here for Nanad. And also that is especially timely to knock out such a really dangerous player as Stoyan. Sometimes, you know, the not great plays do great things in the end. And I think a lot of guys like Nanad who don't play tournaments as often are not necessarily tuned into some of the short stack play dynamics are more likely to make that type of play. And here we see it worked out.
Wow. So we're down to 6 players at this table. Not quite sure how many are left in the tournament, but again, we will be combining at 9. So at that stage, we will know. But at this point,
So you know her a little bit.
there's at least
Collusion.
13 left, maybe 12.
Now Nanad has real working chips, and I think he's going to do some things with them.
Tell me about all the cards.
Also has the best seat by far, direct position on the chip leader and the other experienced player.
I thought you might be trying to make a move. Like
guys on his left don't have
or something.
Stacks to work with, and they're also quite tight, so he can do damage with this stack.
If you're not suited, you might find a fold. But
Yeah,
the suited,
a little bit extra. Yeah.
So you're
like
Chad
that.
on the other table. Are you concerned what's going on at the other table,
were
or are you
almost,
just
relevant.
worried about what's in
Thought
front
about
of you?
No, definitely keeping an eye on
Next
it.
time.
You know, those of us who come from an online background, if we're deep in a big tournament online, it'd be very common to pull up the other tables and just keep an eye. You might see a showdown that's telling, or just have an idea of what the ICM dynamics are looking like, which as the chip leader is super important to keep tabs on. As long as there's some really short stacks like William has here especially, we want to keep our foot on the gas.
I just like to see it. I just like to see a countdown.
I do this to Tony all the time, but I'm a first-time watcher on this show, and I'm the amateur player. What do you mean by ICM?
Great question. Sometimes I forget to try to articulate things that I might know better than others. ICM stands for Independent Chip Modeling. It is a system, a mathematical system, let's say, of determining the value of each individual chip in a tournament. This information is not very relevant earlier in the tournament when there is not prize money at stake, but once you get deep and the cash starts coming, every chip has an inherent dollar value associated with it, and the chips we gain are worth less than the chips we lose. That's a really important sort of fundamental way to frame things. So when you have a really short stack, it's really, you know, essential to be careful with it. And when you have a big stack, you know, obviously you can mess around more.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And when there's pay jumps, you really want to be cognizant of those pay jumps because, passing on a otherwise close spot can often result in real money value if another player busts out, if someone at the other table does some damage. So it's really the approach to tournament play in these stages should be entirely dictated by ICM dynamics.
Here, I'm selling
and
mine
knowing
for like 50
at least
each.
to some extent what the stacks are worth in
Why
real
do you get
money.
those free now?
And when it comes to deal making, that is the model that is
better
used
deal
to
now.
see what
You haven't
each
used
stack
one
is
yet, or
worth.
No.
And it's really important to study that
you have
stuff.
15?
If anybody out
guess
there
so,
wants to get better at tournaments, I would say start
He's a
there
math guy.
because your decisions when money is actually at stake is
have
where
to
most
5
of your
times
value comes.
3.
The rest of your decisions early on are pure chip EV.
No, I have 10 and I use some. so I
And here
just
we
assume it's
see
like,
all in from William,
Three
clearly
times
standard
five.
with ace 10 suited.
Yeah, 15.
What do you know?
Looks like that's going to get right through.
When do you start thinking about ICM? What stage of the tournament?
When you're approaching the money bubble, that's when it starts to become a factor. Obviously, direct bubbling is a huge disaster. When you're one player from getting more than one buy-in back, you really have to play super tight in that spot if you're adhering to optimal tournament strategy. It puts a lot of players in a real bind. That's why you'll often see players slide into the money with a very short stack because it's just simply the right thing to do.
Don't even.
Sometimes you have to
I
fold
already know.
premium hands even, like jacks,
I get
queens,
tens or better, I play.
even kings and ace king suited. These
suited
hands
cards. I like suited.
get put
Oh,
in a
those are good
really
too, yeah.
tricky
Like
situation
7,
when there's those
3
dynamics
spades.
present.
just-
And that's, if I study
90s.
anything in tournaments
I would
anymore,
never.
it's how to get better at understanding
I call that
ICM.
bluff.
And at final
I mean, you
tables,
might.
it's essential because each
Not
player that busts represents a real jump in prize money. So you have to really be careful as a shorter stack, and that's why it's so advantageous to be a chip leader because you get to take advantage of that inherent disadvantage that the shorter stacks have.
All right, now Joel here with ace queen. We know he's playing this, but for how much is the question? And it's just a limp, I believe.
Limpski. Very, very not in love with that play.
Drink you. You guys cover beers at the final table, or do I have to pay for them?
From the button, too.
I'll take a
Do you have
dollar.
Yeah, it's
Do you have
just
any
you're going to let
NA
the
like
small and big
Heineken
blind
Zero?
play with equity for next to nothing. We have a hand that wants to just take down the blinds and be happy about it.
Oh, yeah?
Now you
Just
see
travel
that
with it.
Hindi flops 2 pair here.
Never leave home without
Yeah,
it.
a bit of danger for Joel. He
When I was
has
a kid, our
equity
dog's name
with
was
the queen
Shaliva.
of diamonds,
Really?
gut shot,
Okay.
2 overcards.
My mom picked it.
Lucky for him, he doesn't play it fast, but now we're going to see somebody
or
go in, I
Shaliva?
think. If not now, then on the river, I think at least one bet will.
And you
and
call
Queen
them
on the
anything
turn
shorter,
here
everybody's
does
like,
make a straight with the
no-
jack. Players have that. And yeah, now
Everybody come
Jason's
over
going
and go, "What
to
is
try and take
Yeah,
advantage
exactly,
of that.
Yeah.
To appear that he has a jack, you bet's 150.
He's going to run into at least one caller. Probably both.
My one buddy
Wow.
called him Schlajivo.
And Joel has raised to 475.
Oh, okay. I thought Hindi just folded to a small bet. Interesting choice by Joel. Definitely not the obvious play.
You ever been?
Not going to really
yeah, a couple
accomplish
times,
much
yeah.
typically,
Yeah, I
but
got
here
the-
it actually
Belgrade,
did
No,
its
Gatsko?
job tremendously well. It folded out the best hand. And Jason, I don't think was going to continue anyway. And he did have a gut shot to a higher straight. So
years ago, and I met over 200
Joel
cousins
may
I've
have
met
some
before.
secret sauce here that I'm not aware of.
Our family tree was like.
And Hindy's fold,
40
you'd like
feet
just get rid of
long
that. She
down
has
a
2
wall
pair.
or
Yeah, I mean, Joel has, or theoretically has, a lot of Jack X and not a lot of bluffs. So I don't know what Hindi is really supposed to do. If she had a live read, I would have liked to see her take a little more time. I think that's really important in live poker. I'm
Where Nikola Jokic is.
not a slow player, but I'm pretty methodical in deep stages, and you never know what you might pick up on someone. Hindy's very experienced playing live, so I'd expect her to have pretty good instincts. Matthew, I think, gonna just... Okay, he just opens. Could go either way with this. I would lean towards open shoving, 6-handed. Eights is not a hand we want someone to flat us with. It doesn't play particularly well post-flop. It's really tough to know if you're ahead, so would have leaned towards shoving, especially with Nanad in the big blind, especially with Nanad having a really good hand like 2 jacks. This might actually work out well for Matthew. But if Nanad had, say, a queen jack offsuit, you know, he gets to peel here with great equity versus having to fold to an all-in. Here, I think we're just going to, see a reshove. And it's ugly for Matthew. I mean, Nanad is shoving some hands that we're ahead of with 2-8s. And now I think he's handcuffed to a fold.
I mean, yeah, Nanad, he just saw Nanad play King 10, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty different situation, positionally speaking. But it does beg the question, is Nanad capable of shoving a hand like Jack 10 or pocket 6s even here?
And Matthew does let it go.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling, having to fold 2-8s on that stack. But here it ended up being a great escape.
Love to see Nanad getting a beer here on the early in the day.
Yeah, he likes to have fun. We've played together in some of the private games down here, and he's a consummate professional, but he likes to have a good time. He plays along and isn't one to just sit there, be quiet and stoic all the time. He's a really fun guy, great personality.
This one?
Just enjoys playing the game.
The good one?
I imagine he can handle his beer too. He strikes me, the Eastern European blood, along with just being a bigger guy. I'm sure
pretty imposing guy, actually.
Yeah, which is funny because he's a total teddy bear.
He is. It's funny.
Yeah,
I've known him for a long time myself. And,
a long time grinder on the World Poker Tour scene. His win at Foxwoods, I believe, was many moons ago, but a big victory at the time, something like 1.7 million, I believe.
Excuse me, sir.
Probably
I'll get one. I'll get you back. I just left it in my car.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, easy spot for Nanad to shove. I think any 2 here is pretty reasonable.
No, it's okay. I get it.
And Matthew hates to see it.
Yeah, he knows that Nanad is shoving extremely wide, if not any 2, and he's going to be forced to fold a lot of hands that would fare well against Nanad's range, just simply due to the ICM dynamics.
You can buy a condom.
Queen 6 offsuit, not quite good enough to consider, but a hand like King 6 offsuit would be ahead of a lot and still kind of have to fold.
And as you said earlier, Hindi, not taking any time. Matthew here taking his time.
Yeah,
you like to see that.
I think it's just, there's no downside in taking a beat and taking a breath and evaluating things, making sure. There's a fine line between that and tanking obnoxiously, which we've obviously seen many people do over the years. But can't fault someone for thinking about it for a minute with 600,000 up top. I'd imagine Nanad is also sweating these pay jumps less than a lot of the other players, so that helps him be a little more fearless in the spots where he needs to just rip it in there. And Joel is just so cool. He reminds me a little bit of like a Sammy Farha with better composure.
Yeah. Like I said, he had a big rail yesterday. One of your favors was on his rail, Eric Afriat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my best friend. I will plead the 5th. But it's nice when people have a rail.
2.6.
And, have support. Feels good when your friends are rooting you on. I was fortunate to have a couple friends go deep in the World Series main event a couple years ago, and we had a big rail, and it was a lot of fun.
Some of those rails get pretty raucous.
Oh, we were the most raucous. We were raucous from day like 5 or 6. Jeff Platt was having a lot of fun with us. It was, makes for good TV, makes for a good atmosphere. You want to see your friend do well. We have a little spot here coming up.
Jason flops top pair aces with his 8-6 of hearts.
Jason opened the cutoff. William defended. When you're on William's stack, you can actually defend extremely wide because you can effectively get it in on flops where you flop any relatively decent equity, because as the shortest stack, you don't have as much to protect. If William had something more like 15 to 20 big blinds, he has to be quite a bit more cautious. But with 8 to 10 bigs, you're kind of looking for a spot because everybody else is waiting for you. You can't wait for anyone else to bust. So I like William's defend. He just didn't flop anything to speak of.
I do like the pace of play here at a lot of tables. We end up running into people, taking the full amount of time. Again, they have 20 seconds pre-flop, 30 post-flop with our action clocks from Protecting Poker. But this table seems to be playing quite quickly, which I love to see, especially in the
line.
commentator
Yeah,
booth.
thank you so much.
Yeah, everybody's in rhythm, and there's nothing wrong with taking your time in a spot that it's called for. And I had this come up the other day. I'm relatively quick with my decisions, and I was in a big river spot, took my time, maybe a minute and a half, and one of the slowest players at the table called the clock on me, and I just found that to be pretty ridiculous, and we kind of got into it a little bit about it. The guy was not very nice at all, and was not happy to be called out as a hypocrite. But if someone clearly has a decision, I think it should be respected, and I will never call the clock on one if it's clear that they're in a spot. But some people, it's obvious that they're just wasting time and showboating, and those people need to be put on a clock.
All right, Nanad here with King 6. Makes a raise and takes it down. And
Love
again, Tony and I talk about King 6 all the time. I don't get it. I still don't get it. I don't understand why that King 6 suited is such a good hand. But
well, it's not.
All you
that
nerds figured it out somehow.
Yeah, well, a computer figured it out, actually. I don't think any human actually figured that out.
Okay.
A computer figured it out, and humans just copied that.
Okay.
If you look at some of the solver ranges, which I'm not that type of player, but I have looked at a chart or two just to have an idea. And it's pretty interesting to see what hands are technically meant to be opened in spots. And it's not to do with their strength necessarily. It's just to do with combinatorics, the likelihood or unlikelihood.
You just said combinatorics.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Combinatorics, another sort of nerdy scientific term, is sort of the science of combinations.
Okay.
And poker is a game of combinations of cards. Hold'em being one that's, relatively speaking, limited in its combinations. If you look at the difference between Hold'em and Omaha, it's astronomical how many more combinations. I think it's something like 60,000 in Hold'em and 300,000 or maybe more in Omaha. I'm not the guy to be perfect with those numbers, but now there are computer softwares and simulations that have worked out the combinatorics and have it down to a bit of a science.
All right,
in
you said it
terms
twice
of,
now. I haven't.
Yeah.
I still. I'm not a college graduate, but I still never heard that word.
Nor am I, my friend.
57 years on this earth. So
Trust
there
me,
you go.
I'm a dummy as the rest of them would
Matter
be.
of fact, I'm going to look that up. Combinatorics. Everybody.
I just like to
let us
sound
know out
smart
there in the chat.
sometimes.
I'm going to look at the chat and make sure that that's a real word.
Yeah, I like to build an image that I'm really smart, and only my close friends would know that it's bullshit. But yeah, it's a combo game, and that's what those solvers do, is figure out the combo shit, and they tell you King 6 is good, I guess.
All right, Queen 9 here for Hindi. She does raise to 450, and I would say you'd think that's proper.
Yeah, did we go up the blind? Oh, no, the blinds are still
50,
100. I think that's unnecessarily large. Jason is not going to be super exploiting us, and I think 3.5 would be plenty, maybe 4x at most, but hey, did the job. So I do like raising larger from the small blind if we are going to raise. I tend to employ a very limp-heavy strategy in the small blind. I prefer that personally, but if we are going to raise, we need to charge a pretty hefty price. So I don't hate it.
I'm not opposed.
Trying to buy a double up.
It's going to cost you more than a beer.
More than a beer.
Yeah.
Jacks again. Jacks are hot. I like to say cards are hot. Jacks are hot.
You do see
Actually,
that.
it didn't work earlier, but we've seen them now for the third time.
If you drink enough of them, you'll get drunk, right?
And I hate jacks.
Yeah, don't all of you.
I've never called a flop or raised a flop where I got called and it didn't come an ace, king, or queen on the flop. It's never happened to me.
I heard a quote years ago. I don't remember who said it, but it rings true and has always stuck with me. They said there's 3 ways to play jacks, and they're all wrong.
And they're all wrong. Well, he did raise here to 225.
No, he's talking to that guy,
That
Donnie.
is the right
He's
way
like, so if you
here.
drink enough of
Although
these, do you get drunk?
I think he
No,
actually
they're
could
not.
have
Towards
just
when
shoved
he's
his
sobered
very
up.
short stack. I didn't see how short he was. I would recommend raising small with jacks on like 10 to 15 big blinds, because we might still be perceived as raise folding and might get played back at, and we want action with jacks on 10 bigs. We really want action. In that case, it didn't
Maybe if you
matter.
do drink enough of them.
And if we are going to trap and raise small on a short stack like that, we want to have like aces or kings only. Jacks, it takes the chance of someone peeling with an overcard or 2 overcards, and getting too good of a
Stella
price
makes
to
them too. They make
outflop
them.
us.
0 and A1.
This I don't know about.
Pretty friendly table, a little bit of table talk going on here, which I'd like to hear, and we'll let you listen to some of that if it gets interesting there.
Yeah, they've been pretty friendly. The balance of recreational and professionals, and the professionals are the type to talk. Nanad is very social, happy to engage, so we could be in for some fun chit chat.
Joel here now raises with 10-9 suited, 250. I like that. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't like the sizing. I would just stick to a very consistent sizing here, but it's not consequential in the end, and I would definitely raise this hand. Although Joel has established a bit of a tight limping perception, so I think it could be a great hand for him to limp if he wanted to keep that up. However, I would recommend, for the most part, just raising is the way to go.
Thank you. You can take these receipts. Thank you.
Matthew and William now very short, puts Jason and Joel especially in really precarious waters where they need to be ultra careful, really make sure they fade the impending pay jumps. Hindi with a very nice hand, or very premium combo, as we might say.
Down to 6-5. Keep going.
We're down to 6 people.
It's never a bad day to see Cowboys unless you're me on day 2. That was my exit hand. Whoa, we have a pretty clear shove here for Matthew, and it's not gonna be pretty when he sees the cards. Perceivably an incredibly good spot to have 2 10s, but as we see, Hindi has a whole lot of hand.
Sorry, it's fine.
50.
Unfortunately, there's nothing Matthew can do to get around this spot.
All in?
And he is taking his time, but does do, as you said, he does make the all-in shove.
Just bad luck.
Nothing he can do about that.
Yeah, Hindi should have
So now you,
1 king in her hand.
So now you have Nanad behind. Are you just calling in that spot?
Yeah, as Hindi, I'm not playing. I don't think I'm playing any re-raises to Matthew's shove. Maybe ace king to fold out some pairs on Nanad's side, but with kings, I'm more than happy for Nanad to continue here. So
Come for sure.
calling that shove.
It's gonna come for sure.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Ace queen. Right?
As we saw, a 10 was folded by Serb, so and
Bad fold.
Serb would have actually
Well, I
flopped
did that too, 'cause
the best of
you're,
it here, but
complicates
didn't get
things
to
with
see
you in
it.
there.
3 on the turn here. 10's in rough shape. Down to 2 outs for Matthew.
1 out, and he hits it. Holy shit.
I don't want to say, but I had ace 10. I swear to God.
No way.
I swear to God. I didn't want to say
Oh
it
my
before. I had ace
goodness.
10. One out.
Not many better feelings than that as Matthew.
That's fucking sick.
I was going to say it was very fortunate for Hindi that Matthew shoved and folded out in a nod, preventing her from losing the hand, but as it worked
I
out,
swear to God, yeah. Ace 10.
yeah, it worked out really
I didn't
well
want to say
for
it
Matthew.
before. I mean,
Yeah.
And really well for
Yeah, and good for Hindi. She might have lost a little more. It's hard to say what would have happened, but
Probably like the first
Still,
flip I lost in 4 days, so I can't even be mad.
yeah, she's been running
Like, I-
hot. Not a
Every
huge
flip I
blow
won,
to her
that's
stack
never
by any
happened.
means.
Well, that wasn't a flip, though. You had him a little better.
Well, not a flip,
Yeah,
but like
A weighted flick.
I haven't been
maybe.
like
Yeah, it
that
was,
wasn't a flip. But I meant
pretty behind.
that wasn't a flip. I mean, like I haven't been like sucked
At least
out.
have the suits covered.
Obviously, that's
Flush,
not.
either flush.
Now William in the blender, big
I think that was
time
my
with
one
his
time.
stack.
I didn't say it.
Didn't ask for it, but
Yeah.
I'm on tilt now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. Dang it.
Could have been worse. I could have called.
If when I went all in,
Yeah. I had the famous hand.
that would.
In my cash game, that hand is huge.
Wait, were you suited?
I wouldn't
No,
be surprised if
doesn't matter.
Serb plays in games where he's happy to get all in pre-flop with ace-10 offsuit. I know of some amazing action in the games down here.
I checked the beautiful razor.
Joel calls here. The raise of 125.
Yep, I think I prefer just calling here.
And good flop here for Joel. King, king, jack. 1 heart. Indy has the ace, deuce of hearts.
Yeah, it could go either way with her hand.
Is that a check?
I would tend to just
I
bet
check.
really small.
Sorry, you did say that.
I think Joel would fold some smaller pairs even, so would lean towards that, and then we would be able to potentially barrel on a heart turn, but as it turns, it's gonna just be 1 bet here. Joel's gonna call, and I think that'll probably be the end of it, barring a heart on the river.
Or an ace could be a split pot.
Yeah, yeah. Good point.
River card's a 10. If nothing else, Joel is unpredictable.
Yeah, that is a thing with some of these live guys, and something I pride myself on is being able to adjust and understand some of the less predictable, less GTO-oriented, let's say, players.
Looks like he's going big here.
Yeah, again, this is a spot where I don't really know why he's betting, but it would be really annoying if Hindi had a hand of like 2 queens even. I wouldn't even know what to do. Joel looks stronger than he is in that spot for sure.
Indy now down to 89 bigs. Blinds are still the same.
God.
Playing 90-minute levels until we get to the final table. So long levels here, a deep structure for this event, and just a lot of great structures here. 80 events during this festival. I mean,
Was it really?
There's just so much going on. It's awesome.
That's
I really love
bonkers.
it. You know me. I love mixed games, and I think that you know, having a whole separate audience of people coming to your property to play games that you might not normally see for the rest of the year, except for the summer, is really nice. We do have a lot of mixed games coming up at the Wynn as well, so we're looking forward to that. They had a 10-seat guaranteed satellite for the Wynn, the World Championship last night.
Was there overlay? How'd that go?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Not enough to worry about.
Good, good, because I know there might
Of course,
be
it's
other,
not my money.
other
so-
people out there getting much bigger overlays.
Oh yeah.
Not to name names.
Not to name any names. All right. Now here's raised to 225 with ace queen, and Joel's going to see a flop here with eights. Hindi just firing 9s right into the muck.
Oh, it was a 3-bet from Joel. That's why. Yeah.
Joel 3-bet to 750. Wow, I didn't even see that.
Very interesting choice by Joel.
cow.
This would typically get a lot of credit, and it still may. I don't know what Nanad is going to make of this. I don't think Joel is perceived to have any bluffs in this spot. Ace-queen, normally a very strong hand versus a 30-something big blind 3-bet, but
I fold.
yeah, I don't really hate this fold. It's really tough. This is a hand you'd love to
Very
4-bet
afraid.
jam on a lot of people with, and
Big
you
pair?
know, Joel just gets it done.
This time he does not show. Hindi asked him if he had a big pair, and he said yes.
Yeah, yeah, smart. See, he's got tricks. This guy's got tricks.
Yeah, not
See a
easy.
little
There,
peek
see
of
the
the-
other hand, the other table out there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players, 7 players at that table. So that means we're down to let's see, 6 and 7, 13 players left.
I bid that.
You'll see.
I didn't know what
Ace queen.
combination. What'd you say? What is it?
We talked about it earlier. This time I had ace queen.
Combinatorics, that was it. Yeah.
But I do know how to add 6 and 7.
Oh,
13
good
players
for
left.
you. Basic math skills. No wonder you made it this far in life.
Ready to flip.
Thanks.
Yeah, looked like Chad was still stacking them up. We were having dinner a couple nights ago, and he hasn't really been playing much poker lately. His mixed games haven't been running, and he hasn't been playing a whole lot of poker. And you know, here we are, right back in the mix, and looks like he's really got a lot to go for him today.
750.
Hindi splashing. This is actually a pretty sweet play. Don't think it's going to work out well here, but generally Joel would fold a lot of hands. Ace queen suited, not one of them. He is for sure looking to see through cards.
So now Handy's got to reconsider her position in this hand.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you can 3-bet these spots solely based on the fold equity pre-flop and not necessarily get too caught up blasting off on the flop. This actually a really bad flop for her. Favors Joel's range heavily. But
Goodness.
the girl's got heart, what can we say?
Jack 8-10 on the flop. One spade.
This is a bit too coordinated. I don't hate the idea of c-betting a bit too much versus Joel because I do think he's not going to play back a lot and he's going to fold a little too easily on the flop. But this flop has way too much potential for Joel to have hit it, and as we see, he did and continues to improve. Now,
My friend Madison says you need to shut it down.
yeah, she's right. That's something a lot of guys and girls apparently don't really
1 million?
take enough account in, is that, you know, it's okay to be aggressive, but you also have to know when to
1 million?
close down business, and this is not going to bode well for Hindi at all. She has no equity. Joel has a ton of hand. I will say, though, that if Joel calls here and Hindi shoves the river, it actually may get through, but I cannot picture her firing the third bullet. But I would really love to see it. Oh,
Goodness. What is that? Wow.
if Hindi
tough.
does go
got
through
about
with this,
10 million.
she's...
Small in.
Oh, no.
You got a Broadway.
All in.
I lose. I don't have it like anything.
Ship it.
Goodness. Joel, the big double up here.
Huge.
Oh
That
my
was-
goodness.
Cray cray.
Disastrous for Hindi.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. That was just way
That might
too
be
much
exactly how you
bravado.
play it.
You know, and it happens deep. You get
That's
caught
not
up
how
in
you
the
play
moment. She didn't take her time to think about ranges, really. The fact that Joel has so many hands that love that texture. I really hope that she cools off after this and doesn't continue to steam her way out of this tournament. That would be a shame.
Welcome to Florida.
I didn't like a lot about that hand. did you?
Yeah, it sucks, you know.
Jesus Christ.
You know, I've punted. We've all punted. That was a bona fide punt. Could even qualify for I think it's Sam Greenwood's punt of the day or month or whatever it is. He writes a really phenomenal series on
Way to go.
hands such as this.
A lot of sheriffs over there.
This is more.
You
pretty
like
big,
you like
it's
your
more like
pushing,
more.
but that's just probably a little too much.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know
we
what to
want to
do.
have
Yeah,
equity.
honestly,
We
yeah.
want to have a favorable range scenario.
So, and that part you like to continue maybe on the flop, and then
Not on this flop, no. If the flop was, say, Jack 10-4, maybe we can make a case. But Jack 10-8, there's so many hands that are going to continue, very few that do not continue. And
But one player has
we have to
over 12 or 13.
really have a game plan to continue bluffing because so many hands are going to call that flop that might not be able to call turn and or river. So the only way a flop bet is justified here is if we're going to do what she did, and especially with that run out, it's just bad news most of the time. We have no hand, no draw, a guy who's showing a lot of interest. It just doesn't stack up. And Hindi, I love you, but I do not love that play.
I got 3 cards here. That's the last one.
No.
But she still has a lot of chips, you know. There's
yeah,
if
you
she
have
pulls
to.
it off and gets it together, she's got a great shot still, but that's not going to feel good going from 10 million to 4 in a matter of minutes. And it's just not a good 3-bet candidate to begin with. I mean, maybe in position, we can make a case for 3-betting super wide, but
And I think
out of
there's
position
special
versus a guy who's
material
not
for this
opening
RFID.
all that often, I think we just need to let those hands go.
Some of the home
King
games,
deuce suited type of
Florida
hand would
use
be a
these.
much better candidate to 3-bet.
The RFID cards?
High tech. High tech home
Ones
game.
the FBI came in on.
This is what they use, huh?
No, I bet in Florida, even if they use it, they can't win.
Good line from Matthew there. He's saying even if they have cheating technology in Florida, they still might not win, which I've been in those spots. I've played in some games where I thought there might be some cheating going on, but there was still enough action and, let's say, VIPs that it would offset any potential cheating.
I prefer games in casinos.
Same here.
where know
I don't
it's
play any
at.
private games these days.
Yeah.
If I get invited to a game, I automatically assume the worst because I know a lot of games that I'm not invited to, and those are the ones I would want to play. So if I get called, usually it's out of desperation or worse. So
they're not letting your rail.
Steer clear.
Your fans, where are they? They're not letting them in.
My buddy, I always tell him, you know,
let them in.
He gets mad when I tell him that. I say, if you're playing in private games, sometimes you get weeded.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen recently plenty of evidence of that.
We're in trouble with your
down
rail.
here. We are
the most
fortunate and unfortunate to have a lot of private games in the casinos.
Yes.
So you have a safe and protected environment to play an organized game. I hate it because I don't play those games, and it's usually to keep people like me out. But I do understand that people that want to have a private game are much better off having it in a place where everybody can feel safe, that there's nothing shady going on.
Absolutely. This poker room here is amazing. They've done a fantastic job. Bill Mason and his team, the dealers and staff, have really done a fantastic job of making a great poker room here. Cash games are really rocking pretty much 7 days a week.
Yeah, it's very busy. I was just talking to Bill about that, and you know, they have a thriving Omaha scene here, and a lot of hold'em games. They just introduced a 1-3 no limit recently, which I think is great. Vegas, that game is very popular. We don't have it as much down here, but I think for people that want to play in between, that's a really nice option for them. So happy to see the room thriving and continued success here at my home court casino.
It's funny, I'm actually writing an article about this event, and can remember back to the days when we had the two-story poker room over there. You know, with the
that was not even the old days. The old days was having the poker room out in the middle of the casino.
Okay.
That was when I started. It was amazing because not only did it feel more like action was present, but people could walk by and say, "Oh, there's a poker room. Maybe I'll fuck around and find out."
Yeah.
And that's when we had the big stakes sit and goes back in the day. That was way before no limit was allowed in Florida. We would have $500 and $1,000 buy-in sit and goes. A lot of fun, and then it moved to the two-story room, which was awesome. That had a real kind of like underground rounders feel to it. Really loved that room. And we had the crepe guy that would come in and bring crepes to the cash tables. And now, you know, it's evolved to a really big, beautiful space in the casino. And
kind of an interesting hand here. We got 8-4 versus 8-7.
Yeah, crazy
Matthew
eights.
does have a third pair here with the 8-4, and Nanad with 8 high, but a straight draw.
And yeah, Matthew's hand is tough because he doesn't have any real equity to improve his hand.
Feels like you tried to trap me.
So if he does have the best hand, it is going to be really tough to see a showdown. Nanad is likely to continue bluffing with his bluffs. So I really kind of like his fold. Nanad's the type of guy who's going to keep applying the pressure. So without much room to improve, I think we might just be better off letting that one go.
A lot going on here. You can sign up for the WPT app. Just go to the App Store.
Don't remind me.
Apple or iOS, or Apple iOS.
I do it all over.
And sign up. We do have a drawing tomorrow for a $1,100 Prime seat. That'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. It's really simple. There is no charge for that app. Just sign up. Make sure you sign it, and you could possibly win that seat in the drawing. It'll happen tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Sign up for the WPT app today.
You're a favorite.
I'm a favorite.
Who doesn't love free money?
Who doesn't love free money?
6, 5, 7 or something?
Not against deuces.
Absolutely. Almost 10,000 entries in that WPT Prime at Wynn Las Vegas last year.
Yeah, I think it was
First
huge.
place, well over $1 million for an $1,100 buy-in. Yeah, we're really looking forward to that one as well.
Two?
Today we have Hindi now. With Ace Jack.
I don't like that.
She's raising to 200,000. I'd like to say stop the bleeding. Now you're in this table. You've just seen Hindi rocket her chips off here, and you're Nanad. What are you doing?
I'm sticking to the plan. I'm not expecting her to just tilt off completely. And she opened a slightly earlier position. Queen Jack offsuit's not a great hand, so as a case example, I think I would just lean fold. That would not be a bad candidate to 3-bet. I don't like calling there with Queen Jack offsuit. We would rather just fold out some better hands and take the initiative. But I think he's better off just playing a solid ball strategy, not really looking to get too crazy with Hindi, unless she shows that she's definitely still tilted.
William posturing here a little bit with the 8-3, but does fold. And now Hindi takes a little pot there. That has to feel good.
It does. Momentum is a real thing in tournaments and in life, and getting something pushed your way can really just change your neurochemistry and totally change your state. And that's a big factor for most people. You know, it's funny, a lot of cash game players will tell you that it feels way better to be stuck and get most of it back and still be stuck than it does to be winning and then lose most of it and only be winning a little bit. And that just speaks to the complexity of psychology and how our brains work. So getting that little pushback could very well put Hindi in a comfortable mindset. William really looking for anything to speak of here. Jack-9 offsuit being good enough from a fundamental perspective to rip it in here. Joel pretty likely to fold a hand like King-7 offsuit, which theoretically should call. I was surprised he didn't show the king and say, oh, I had kings, I was going to call you.
Yes, it is a WPT live app. That is not connected to WPT Gold. It's a WPT live app. Anybody can sign up from anywhere, Joe.
Big shift in stack dynamics here. As we see, there's now kind of a two-party system with the bigger stacks and the very short ones. Changes things considerably.
It definitely is.
You'd love to see the parity everywhere except in the commentary booth. You're kind of hoping for a day to go smoothly.
Oh, you thought it was on you?
But of course.
Oh, was it not on me?
No. I thought you were timing because I hadn't folded yet.
No, it was on him.
Yeah, you're good.
I thought you were like.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
The big blind is kind of the.
I thought you timed my fold perfect.
Oh.
Matthew here.
I thought it was on
Ace
me.
King.
No,
Take my time.
Yeah, you're good.
What kind of size do you like here, Daryl?
I'm ready for a beer, though.
Yeah, I'm just min raising still. We don't have a short enough stack that we just want to shove. Ace King, we want to get action still. If we were at the final table and there were large eight jumps
Like I told myself,
at play, then we might just rip it in and not get as much action and risk busting out before the very short stack. But at this stage of the tournament, we are happy to get free bet. As it turns out,
3 bets to 1,775,000.
It's 2 million.
Yeah, I think that's just all in. I think he just may have said all in even, or I don't know how the graphics turn it up, but that's representing Matthew's whole stack if he is to call, which I imagine
He's allowed to because of the
It's
time.
just for the time.
He's allowed to. He's allowed to.
Oh, then you can throw one of them.
No, not that time.
Joel, always a good sport.
8.7.
8.7?
Yes.
Not the guy you wanted to get reshoved on by, but
8.7
still,
more or
Ace King is a
8.7
premium here, so we're going to be seeing 5 cards.
And he's got to just put his head down and put it in, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, again, Joel is not reshoving a lot of the type of hands that I think most experienced players would. So Ace King, I don't think is going to be dominating quite as often as we would hope it is. But yeah, we're not folding. It's you got to take flips in tournaments, and this is one of those spots that even if Joel showed his hand, we would say, well, let's try to get something going.
And with the time extensions here, I think he's using a couple of them here just to make sure. But in addition to that, I believe he's looking to see.
Yeah, there's likely a hand in progress at the other table. I have to imagine that's what he's looking at. And, you know, if someone might bust out before this hand completes, then he is very wise to take his time banks and use them strategically.
Yes, one of those little intricacies that has found its way into the poker world that I don't necessarily love.
Yeah.
But I see and understand the strategy, and that's another reason why I feel like having these time extensions and having these action clocks are so important to the game, because if you've earned the right to use or save those, then you should be able to use them as you see fit. But again, if you do double up and win this pot, now you are short on time extensions, and so there is some strategy to that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's cool because it gives another layer of strategy to think about, and intentionality behind what we're doing at the table. Looks like the other hand completed before Matthew had to use all his banks.
I mean, they're
so
going
I'm
to
sure
deal a
he's
card,
happy
so
about
it doesn't
that.
matter.
Now let's see if he can find an ace or a king or something else to speak of here. Oof.
There's
That
8
is
right.
as bad as it gets, pretty much.
It's a good thing your friends aren't in here. They'd be
Oh my.
They'd be
All right,
going
for
crazy.
4 possible straight
yes.
now. 4 deuces now for Matthew to make a straight. Not going to happen today. We're going to
buddy,
lose.
take care. Good luck.
Matthew, I believe they now need to move a player over to this table
Yeah.
if they
Yeah, there's a $9,000 page in.
are still 7-handed at the other table. Matthew loses his pot. Joel with another big one, and I believe he's a big chip leader at
Sorry.
this table.
Coming
And
in
maybe,
hot.
just maybe, he's caught up to Chad on the
omen.
other table.
Yeah, my instinct says no on that, but it's very possible Chad could have lost an all-in confrontation. Outside of that, I expect Chad to just continually chip up, but Joel is definitely doing well today, performing
Naples.
incredibly well on his trajectory.
You do fishing
and-
or no?
Yeah, I do a lot of fishing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Not for work.
Yeah, yeah.
Can
This is
we take a break? Can we take a break?
One of my buddy's companies. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can we take a
I
break?
don't think they're taking a break at
Financial
this
advisor.
point.
No, no,
Uh,
because he wants
now
fishing.
over 100 bigs.
I used to go a lot over
Yeah, yeah. So I do deep sea. I do spear fishing too.
Okay.
Yeah. So I like to free dive.
Naples, like you got to go pretty far, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. We're going at least 20 miles.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a hassle.
To the good fish is like 80.
Huh?
The big fish, big red snapper and stuff, we gotta go like 80 miles.
Fish stories here at the final
Yeah,
table.
over
There's no yellowfin tuna. You
ever
gotta
been
go-
deep
that's
sea
a-
fishing?
Yeah, that'd be
Oh, it's
150
so fun.
miles
Is it?
out.
Yeah, blue,
I've only done it a couple times,
really,
but
the blackfin.
Yeah, we'll get
not,
some blackfin.
I'm not too big
But
into
there's a lot
that
of black
sort of
Wahoo,
activity.
yeah.
But
I fish the Keys a lot too.
You don't get
beautiful.
seasick, huh?
No, not at all. Actually,
Yeah, I do a lot
My
of
girlfriend
fishing.
does,
I got a
and
26-foot.
it's unfortunate, but I'm
26
lucky.
footer.
I don't
Nice,
get
man.
any of
Yeah, I
that
love
stuff.
Yeah,
fish.
yeah. I used to love it more before the
All
family.
right.
Yeah,
New
it's
player
tough
coming to the
getting
table.
And you got, I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
split 'em.
I've had the boat for like 6 years now, and then
Yeah.
and I used to go all the time. Like I would just go by myself.
Sure
Yeah.
who this is.
But then you get a little bored.
Oh, Aram.
Like there's only so many fish you can
Oh, the
catch.
Aram
Yeah,
Zobian?
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
I love eating them.
He's a
down
friend
there.
of
Oh, yeah.
the WPT family. And
Yes.
We get a lot of
phenomenal
snapper on
player,
our coast.
super sweet guy, great human being. I love this guy. Sometimes wears hilarious things at the table. Today dressed
Plays a lot of big
normal.
tournaments, yeah?
He does, yeah. He's a regular at the PGT studio. He's ridden his success well. He made the final table of the World Series main event some years back, had a huge score,
there's
and
no more
has
aces.
really maintained his
9 one
success.
time. Or we said the flush was coming. Maybe the flush.
Yeah, I told somebody to take him in the
Fantasy draft?
fantasy draft, which they did, and I don't think he had a good year.
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how much mixed he plays, which is a huge factor for that.
Complain.
I know most people try to pick players.
Ace
who
King
will-
versus Ace 9 here, and the nod with
So
the
close
King
first
on the
cards.
flop. William in rough shape here. 1 club. He does have the Ace 9 of clubs. Turn card to 4. Possible split pot now with a 5. A river card. A river is a jack.
Again.
Not going to happen. We're going to
Play
lose
with it.
another
Good game, guys.
player. William has now been
You're welcome.
eliminated. I believe that puts us at 11 now. 2 to go to make the final
we need
table.
help
The nod
here.
with another big pot. And the field is
You're lucky you jammed.
toughening up here.
You're lucky you jammed. You
Yeah.
was a big one to me.
Ram here and the nod with chips. Hindi
believe
still
you,
in
but
good
yeah.
chip position, but Joel
Yeah.
Bottom set or something, or small set?
Two pair.
over
Oh, okay.
100 big
Yeah, yeah.
blinds. At this stage
So
of the
did-
tournament is just a nice
That would never come
luxury
out,
to
yeah.
have.
So
Incredible.
nice, so rare. It's so comforting. It's just a
Running good.
joy to have that stack and the things you can do. And know that if you do
Scan
lose
once
or
and
get in a
then
really
fine.
unlucky situation, double someone up, it's not going to necessarily ruin your situation.
Now Ram comes to the table with 30 bigs, 3 million in chips. Still at 50 and 100,000.
Yeah, Arm making the general toughness of this table go up significantly. I imagine Ninad is familiar with him to some extent, and it's going to change the dynamics here because he has a stack to play with.
Hindi now raises to 225 with Queen Jack. Jason with King Deuce.
This would actually be a really great spot to 3-bet fold. Yeah, it's tough, but it's going to get through, like always, and Hindi has so many worse hands than Queen Jack even. I think Queen Jack's offsuit she might even fold, but it's tough to take that chance when you only have 20 bigs, but it also gets so many more folds as a result.
Aram does make the call to 4 deuce. It goes check, check. Now a 4 on the turn. Gives Aram a second pair. Let's see how he plays it. He is under the gun here. I like this bet. You can't know. After she checked on the flop, it's tough for him not to bet here.
Yes and no. Hindi is the type that I think is going to just bet most of her air on the flop. So I would actually expect her to have a lot of queen X or like pocket pairs when she checks back, maybe some ace highs.
And now it's probably time for him to shut it down.
Yeah. Yeah. He's looking to milk some value from ace highs, I think, and going to get some bad news.
4.
And she does make the call here correctly and wins the pot. You don't like a raise there, right?
No, not going to accomplish anything by raising. Aram is going to fold a worse hand and only call better, which he doesn't have many better hands due to his sizing. I think it lends pretty heavily towards thin value or bluffs. But yeah, Hindi has a trivial call in her spot.
Is that what you'd call a blocker bet?
Yeah, more of a merge almost. It could theoretically get value from an ace high, could maybe even fold out a pair of 5s or 6s, probably not, but you never know. And yeah, it blocks from having to check call, potentially a bigger size. So there's a lot of versatility in that bet, and I think that's why he did it.
Smart play from great player.
Yeah.
Hindi now with ace deuce in the cutoff. She folds.
Yeah, Hindi kind of wise to open tighter in this exact configuration where, you know, hitting at odds in the big blind, Jason on the button, she has a little more possible resistance to deal with. Yeah, Jason getting credit.
Andrew in our chat says, please, for the love of the game, get Joel's name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. That would be cool.
Yeah, we'd love to see.
I just want to go to the party because I know there will be one if he wins this tournament.
I would imagine there might be a yacht somewhere in the ocean tomorrow if all goes well for him.
Yeah.
And it's just always easy to root for recreational players who are good-spirited and have played a lot.
74 years old he is.
Oh my gosh. He actually looks pretty good for his age.
Yeah. Jason now, ace-7 in the cutoff. And Jason knows Aram, right?
I have to imagine he's familiar with him. I mean, yeah, Aram is not an unknown by any stretch, and Jason plays at least semi-professionally, I believe full-time professional. So, yeah, he should at least have looked up this morning, but I think even before today have played with him or been aware that he's still in the running.
You couldn't have loved seeing him sit down to his left, I can tell you that.
No, for sure. The field is getting tougher, so it's not like you're going to have a pleasant surprise on your left, but Aram being one of the tougher players left for sure.
And Jason did a raise and get 3-bet by Aram, who has king, queen. Is it Aram or Aram?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think it's Aram, but I am not great at these ethnic name pronunciations, so I think he'd forgive us one way or the other, but I think it's Aram. If I had to bet on it, then I would very well lose my money.
Coming from the guy that spells his name with 2 R's and 2 L's.
I didn't pick that. My crazy parents did that. I don't understand that at all.
Daryl Fish in the booth with Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. And, you know, this has been a great event. 1,224 entries in this event. This event has a $3 million guarantee, which it easily surpasses. We have an event coming up in January as well. Don't forget that. We're right back here in January for the the Lucky Hearts Poker Open. And they do a fantastic job here with Jason Heidenthal leading the tournament team and Bill Mason, the Director of Poker Operations. Susie McGee, she's a casino administrator, the poker administrator. My friend Jordan Cutter also here with Ben Beagley handling the night shift. It's a fantastic team here. And it's so crazy here that they just run these huge, massive events It just seems like, you know, your normal daily tournament.
It's seamless. I mean, they've done it so many times, and they have such an experienced team that I think it's just, you know, running it back, and they know what to do. They have the right people. It's really a treat to play here, and to have this be my local option, especially now that I don't play as many tournaments, is something I'm very grateful for. And I think we see that in how many people show up for these events.
Yeah, just like 1,000 entries for a 3,500.
It's just sick.
It's hard to find that anywhere these days.
Yeah, with all the options, it's, you know, spread out a bit, and people still congregate for this one.
Honestly, I think it has a lot to do with the property itself. It's such a beautiful property, and they've done a fantastic job of, you know, creating 2 fantastic hotels. The Guitar Hotel is iconic for South Florida.
Can't miss it.
You definitely can't miss it.
I could see it from some balconies in downtown Miami, where I live. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Joel Gola, over 100 big blinds.
From life alert to that.
Can happen, yeah. I'll take a Stella.
Can I have 2 more of those waters, please? Thanks. You could just throw them right there.
And so,
thank you, brother.
These players playing 90-minute levels. Looks like Arem's wearing some kind of patch for poker coaching.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is cool.
I don't know that one exactly who's behind. There's so many coaching groups out there, and unless it's called Jaka coaching, you don't necessarily know who's involved. Or, of course, chip leader coaching, we know Chance and Alex Foxen, very prominent with that. I want to say poker coaching.
Oh, you know what? You can probably just
maybe Jonathan Little's
I would just
with a
take
shark
this off,
imagery.
and
I'm
then
pretty
take
sure
this
that's
off and leave the-
Jake
leave the
Hard Shark,
box.
aka Jonathan Little's
That's what I'm gonna
poker
do.
coaching.
What's your
You don't
thoughts
want
on
him to hear
poker
you
coaching? You think it's
tinkle.
important?
Yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't so common. Obviously, it has advanced the skill level of the game a lot more than it would have naturally. I understand people are looking for other streams of income, and it's a great way to build a passive revenue stream and build more of a solid ground of your financial future. So I don't blame anyone for doing it. Pretty friendly with the guys at GTO Lab, and they offer a lot of great value, some of these programs. So I think it's
Don't
cool.
forget Learn WPT.
Of course.
Learn WPT.
Where are my manners?
Yes. And a bet here from Nanad on the Ace-Queen 5 board is going to get it done. Nanad winning another pot here. And I hear somebody yelling, we're going to play another hand. Let's see what's going on here. Joel has left the table.
Yeah, he's got more important things to do.
Yeah. And as he said, he left the table for 4 hours the other day to attend his granddaughter's birthday.
What a Cinderella story it would
Therefore,
be for him to win on top of that.
The nod now, Queen 5 of hearts.
He thought about it, but it's going to keep it snug.
Go. Hindi raises to 250.
Yep, not going to get through, though.
All in.
And he moves all in, does Aram for 3.1 million. She's going to let it go. And Aram's going to take this one down. And I do believe at this time these players are going to break. It looks like they are changing off some chips as well. Nanad Medic with 6.2. I believe these players will be switching tables. So we'll get to see when we come back. Chad Efsalage, I believe, who is still the chip leader in this tournament.
My money's on that for sure.
We will be right back here from the WPT Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open. Lucky Hearts coming up again, as we said, January 6th through 20th with a 250 buy-in, 100K guarantee, the 600 million guarantee, and of course that championship event with another $3 million guarantee, and of course the high roller, 25.5 buy-in with $1 million guaranteed. A lot of stuff happening at the World Poker Tour and at the Seminole Hard Rock. We'll be right back. We are back at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood Rock and Roll Poker Open. Matt Savage here with Daryl Fish. And Daryl, we have a new table up here. Shane in seat number 1. We have Chad in seat 2. Anthony Merlot is in seat 3. Rob Wazwaz in seat 6, and Kevin Nee is in seat 7. And Frank Lagadich in seat 9. Now, Frank has had some very deep runs on WPT lately and playing quite well.
Yeah, I was looking at his resume on the way here, and it's pretty impressive. I've played with him a couple times.
But I had the
Definitely a tough player.
from the heaven. Like I should have been. I'm free rolling the whole tournament. Like something happened that I've never seen in my life in Hold'em, dude.
Happened to you?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna talk about it because I'm.
Anthony,
on day 2 in the money.
Some
My boys
wildness.
all know the story. It's
He's
insane.
a wild player.
Like it was the most insane thing you'll ever see. It's all right, right? I'll tell you later.
Oh, there we go.
I'll
There's
tell you
the.
now, but I'll tell you later. It was sick.
Perfect.
No, worse, dude.
Oh wait, so is
The dude laid down just the straight nutter butters for all of it, dude.
Was it when he
What's that?
Supposed to be a 4.
Huh?
I heard it.
Get, Chad S. Lodge is our chip leader.
okay?
He's got
So
111
Shane.
bigs.
Okay, the names here are. Oh, that's by chips.
That's by
okay.
chips,
I was
yes.
confused. Okay.
Yeah, no. And we're going up 75,
against me,
125 with a 125 big blind ante as we get back underway here.
I don't know who.
Yeah.
I just heard about the hand. Someone told me.
I've never seen that in my entire life.
Raymond told me he folded bottom set.
Yeah.
Was it Raymond?
It was a older like Spanish guy.
Yeah, Raymond Rousseau.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah, he said. Yeah. He told me he folded. But he said.
Loving the
guy
name
had
Rob
king.
Wazwaz.
Yeah, I noticed him. I think he was one of the chip leaders after day one, if not the chip leader, and found his name pretty great. I think Rob is short for something. I think his first name is Raji, but he goes by Rob. But Wazwaz is a phenomenal last name, so love to see him do well.
That's why I was very suspicious of it.
Sounds like
makes sense.
some crazy hand happened on day one is what they're talking about. As we
Is
know,
he-
there's a lot of
remember when
action
Ariel was
in
there? He
these
said that
tournaments.
I forgot his name, but
high.
he said I was peeling high. Maybe
This
I
is
peeled
going to be
high
fun
and
to
seen
see
it.
what these guys are up to.
Oh, when you had the king?
Chad
Yeah,
looks like he
maybe
chipped
hold it
down
to
a little
7?
bit from where he was,
maybe
but
he's
still
seen it, dude,
very
'cause he's right
comfortable.
next to me, and he says I was peeling high. It doesn't make sense how he could fold that.
Yeah,
That's
I was shocked.
I just don't believe. That's like, I think he's seen my hand. It's got to be, dude.
From time to time, we get
And the way you played, I would have never put you on king.
players that speak more than others.
I know.
When like raised, this guy re-raises big
And I
blind.
believe we have
and, like,
that
came, like 10-8-3.
as the case here.
Yeah.
Jackie bets, like Jonathan Jaffe like shoves. It's like a 10-8-3 flush draw board, and this guy like folds kings face up. So like, wow. I just see people.
Again,
just,
we're
like,
playing down to the
what was
final
this,
6 today. This is a feature
day two,
table,
yeah,
a
before
playdown
day
day.
two.
Don't generally have that on the
hand,
World
like,
Poker
guys
Tour.
just
Generally, we just have the final tables.
Jaffe-
But
yeah,
Guerrilla
queen.
Gaming has done a fantastic
Show
job
the
of
guy queen.
putting together this live stream for us, and so we're bringing you the feature table
Just like a spot where like that guy never
here today.
insane fold.
Yeah, it's nice to see different stages of the tournament on stream as well, because the strategies are different, the play is different. So this is fun that we get to see the late closing stage play out in front of us.
Kevin Folt. Now it's Frank, who has 10-6. Frank was our chip leader on day 1 of Bay 101. We had a chip leader bonus. You get $5,000 for being a chip leader. He won that on day 1A at the WPT. Chad now, he's going to raise to 250. Now Chad, as you know, is going to be aggressive here. Jack 8 offsuit.
Yeah, it looks like Chad's been putting his chip lead to work. I'm sure we're going to see that continue. And if people aren't playing back at him
I know you don't
enough,
have 10-5.
then
I know you have 10-5 beat this time.
you can get away
I'll
with
bet
it,
money
but
on that.
Rob has a nice one. Played with Rob a lot down here over the years. Familiar face. He does rip it in.
Rob does go for it here, and he will win the pot with that shove. Hello, Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. We do have a chat going on. If you'd like to say something, or get something out there, or just chat with Daryl and I, please jump in there to the chat. We are live streaming on YouTube, so check that out if you're not watching on that format. I believe we're also on Twitch. If not today, we will be tomorrow as well.
Yeah, if you have any questions, fire away. We're in here for a while, so we don't mind some engagement. Gets a little lonely in the booth, so we could use some friends. I've seen Shane's face around. I think he plays these tournaments pretty frequently as well. Anthony, I'm not as familiar with. Chad keeping it up. Anthony escapes there. That's definitely a spot he could have considered sending it in, but he would have been disappointed to find a ace-king suited waiting behind him. Depending on the dynamics, Rob could 3-bet small here to induce, but I think more commonly we're just going to see a shove. Chad not going to be dissuaded from continuing to apply pressure.
Where are you going?
Interesting situation happened to Rob on day one, and hopefully, Jace, you don't mind me saying this, but he went to the table and there was 2 people set in the same seat. So they actually picked him up on day one and told him to go back up to the registration desk
25 times
and figure it out. And so turns out that he actually was in the right seat. So they had picked him up, put him back into the same seat, and here he is.
Wow.
Down to the final 11. So kind of, you know, I always believe in the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
I think that if that doesn't happen, he's likely not here down to the final 11 with 1,224 entries. So, you know, some things happen for a reason, and good for Rob Wazwaz as he is here at the final 11 players. Yeah. 59,000 if they make the final table of 9. So we're not far away. 59,000 would also be for the 10th place prize as well. So I'm sure we're on some kind of bubble situation as we're playing at 5 and 6 players on the 2 tables that are remaining.
Yeah, that ICM becoming more and more of a factor as we move deeper into the tournament.
Shane raises to 250 with King Jack off here. Good fold from Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony looking for a spot, but not going to punt it in there.
Rob folds 8-4. Kevin's out with Jack 7. And now to Frank with King 5.
It's bright in here.
For sure.
Especially with this one. It's really bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, tempting to defend, and I do not blame him one bit.
Glasses?
Glasses would be pretty good right now.
You'll see a lot of players who are more experienced defending a lot wider from the big blind as they're offered such a good
Jack
price.
Is a flop of the nut straight here for Shane. Now an 8 on the turn. Goes check, check on that flop.
Yeah, Frank could definitely start representing this texture, but good on him for checking because he would run into the nuts.
Trying to 3 outs for a chop, or 2 outs for a chop, I should say. As one of them is showing as already been disclosed.
Frank taking his time, really thinking about the ranges here. Probably considering the fact that Shane would be expected to bet this flop with a lot of his hands containing a jack, and I don't blame this raise. It's clearly not going to end well for him, but it shows a lot of heart and tenacity and understanding of frequencies and ranges. It might look silly as we see it, but I think this shows Frank's knowledge of the game. Shane doing jumping jacks inside right now. And that's going to shut this right down.
Do you like the raise there?
The 3-bet, no. I don't think there's any real reason to put in another raise with a king jack. Frank is pretty split between having something great and having absolutely nothing. And if he has something great, we're going to get all the chips from those hands anyway on the river. And if Frank has just a bare jack, which I don't think he's going to play that way, he might end up getting away from it versus the 3-bet. Whereas if we just call on the river, if the river's a brick, I think a jack is going to give us all its chips anyways. So, yeah, I think that was just a function of seeing a big pot, having the nuts, not wanting the board to pair or the flush draw to come, and wanting to just take it down. I think Frank would have shut it down regardless, but it would have been interesting to see.
Chad here raises 250 with ace-7 of clubs.
Kind of an unnecessary tank here from Anthony. Don't think he's looking to put his tournament on 3 deuce suited.
Does let it go. And now Rob in the cutoff for deuce 5.
6-4.
I'm sorry, 6-4.
Same thing anyways. Potato, potato, right?
6-5. I'm looking at Kevin behind with my favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. For Kevin, and he does make the call.
Pretty much the ideal hand to have on the button and to call a raise with. A lot of flop potential.
Shane does make the call here. We'll go to the flop, and it's 4-4-3.
This is pretty favorable for Chad. I think he's just going to c-bet and take this down. Oh, surprising.
Chad's a 2-time WPT champ?
I believe so.
I believe so too. I know he beat
multiple bracelets as well.
I was there.
Oh yeah, yeah. We will never hear the end of that. Anytime they're in the same room, you're gonna hear Cuz revisiting
Cuz
that one.
Jumped up twice, thinking he had won the tournament. Both times he lost.
Oh, gotta love that.
All right. Kevin does make the bet of 250 here, and that's going to get it done.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I don't know what the dynamics are like. I don't know anything about Kevin as a player. He doesn't have a ton of results to give any info away, but he looks like a really sharp guy, and so far his play makes sense. So Chad might be a little more careful against his button flats, which theoretically speaking is correct. But I think we're going to see Chad continue to open very aggressively and overall try to dominate the table. Seems like there's going to be much less jovial banter between these fellas without Joel around to instigate things. Anthony card dead so far. He's going to need something in the next orbit.
Rob here with King 9 of hearts. Raises to 250.
Yep, standard open. Kevin in the cutoff with ace-9 offsuit. That could go a couple different ways depending on how he feels about Rob's tendencies against 3 bets. And Chad going to defend. There's a spicy flop for you.
Yeah. 1 heart. Jack 10 for Chad. Has opened in straight draw. Rob with a 9 for a pair and a backdoor flush draw.
And most importantly, a card that if he hits his 2 pair will spell disaster, as Chad will make Broadway and be very, very primed to stack Rob.
Rob bets 225. Chad makes the call. Turn card, a 3 of hearts. And a 4 to the flush here for Rob, in addition to his third pair.
Imagine we'll see Rob check behind here, happy to take a free river with all this hand going on. It is an interesting spot to consider betting again to fold out Chad's Queen X combos, but he decides to take the more careful route and check it. Now Chad left with a possible bluff candidate, although it might be a little bit difficult given Rob's possible tendencies to call here with a queen or a 9. I think Chad would be targeting mostly 9x and king-high combos with his bluffs here, and I feel like we're going to see it.
Using a time extension. As you can see, they have those time extension chips in front of them. Those are worth 30 seconds each. Each player can get a maximum of 20 throughout the tournament. They are given 5 on the bubble, and he makes a big bet
I
here.
love this.
Yeah.
Very nice, Chad. We have a lot of flush combinations possible. We have all kinds of 2 pairs. The thing is, Rob's range, once he checks back turn, is pretty capped at a hand like ace, maybe ace 10 at best. And it's really hard for him to call with most of his hands, and we would hate to check Jack 10 here and lose to a hand like King 3 suited or 7-8 suited, or even a 9. So I love this by Chad. It puts Rob in a really, really high pressure situation where if he does decide to hero call and is wrong, he's left with not a lot of chips. So this is a great spot to exercise an overbet and put Rob in a much more difficult spot than if Chad had bet something reasonable like 3/4 pot.
Rob down to 2 time extensions, and you hear that sound. It means that he has 10 seconds left before he loses another time extension, would leave him short, and he does let it go.
Nice.
I think that's a great fold.
Yeah, it's tough though. It's a tough spot. Chad does not have a ton of hands that were strong on the flop. His value hands are mostly flushes and some 2 pairs, but I don't even know if he would bet that size with 2 pairs. It's more flushes or bluffs. So it's really tough. Rob actually has a decent bluff catcher, but I don't blame him for folding. It's almost all of his chips to call there, so good job, Chad.
Shane now 72 bigs, playing 75, 125. Anthony down to a short stack here.
Yeah, he's very likely going to find a hand to shove this orbit, or he'll be in a really desperate situation.
Rob folds his queen 9 here. Kevin is out. Frank with 8-4. He folds. Shane, Jack, 7 of diamonds.
You know, Frank strikes me as a guy who, if he shaves, he looks something like 18 or 19 years old, but as it stands, he looks more like late 30s to 40.
I'll still go younger.
Do you know how old he is?
I
How old
don't.
Frank is?
Shane raises to 250. And Anthony now with 9.
Thrilled to see 2 9s here.
This is going to be a shove.
On.
And there it goes.
And it's almost short enough that Shane could just call and hope to see some random hands that he has 40% against. And as we see, he has 40%. I don't even know. That almost seems wrong, but it says he has 49% or 39% versus 2 9s. So he is going to gamble. You know,
One over, you're always
Anthony had ace king. We'd be more than happy to take this flip.
Yeah, but this one's better than the other one.
Does make the call. It's Jack 7 versus 9s.
In the home game I used to play, we always called Jack 7 the second nut straight hand. And it doesn't look like he's going to make a straight with it now.
10, 10, deuce, 1 diamond. King on the turn.
King or Jack only for Shane. And that's a double for Anthony.
Anthony now 1.8 million.
Yeah, I think Chad likes that result, actually. It's better for him to have a significantly shorter stack. So if Shane had won that, it would have kind of kept everyone else in a slightly higher tier. Now Anthony's
for you, man. Last time I was in the small, but yeah.
Clear short stacks.
Yeah, that's good. Very good.
Shane, a local from Coral Springs here. A lot of hometown heroes play these tournaments, and it's fun to see them do well. 78K total cashes. Looking to more than double that today for sure.
Flop is ace 10-8, 1 heart. Shane flops 2 pair, aces and eights.
Not much to speak up for Rob, although he has some appealing backdoor situations. This is a combo we could consider check raise bluffing with, but he just lets it go. You can tell tensions are starting to rise. Everybody getting quiet.
Yes, the table talk is definitely diminished.
Yeah, the impending final table, making everyone feel a little more focused. Anthony with the suited triple gapper. Feeling some temptation here on the button, but I think he's going to think better of it.
Rob now, I believe, limped out of the small blind.
Yeah, and Kevin going with a min raise here. Very interesting choice with the not so premium 8-2 offsuit. Maybe he has some good ideas about how Rob might proceed.
Flops a deuce here.
Yeah, a little bit for both.
Rob now with a backdoor flush and gut shot straight draw. And of course 2 overcards. Kevin now continues with a bet of 200,000. Rob makes a quick call.
Ooh.
Oh,
that's
deuce
a
of
spicy
clubs on the turn. Now trips here for Kevin. And now Rob leads out for 350.
This is a fun hand.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, this is going to be fun. Kevin still wary that his hand might not be best with the presence of 3 clubs on the board. Chooses to proceed with caution.
Now sees it is likely best with the 7 on the river.
Rob waves the white flag. Well, this all worked out very well for Kevin, choosing the min raise size with the 8-2s. 8-2 offsuit is actually a pretty good candidate to steal with from the big blind, but you would typically want to disincentivize your opponent from continuing.
He's going to get away with this one. Rob with a nice pot here.
Kevin with a nice pot.
Kevin with a nice pot. Exactly.
Kevin from Presto, Pennsylvania. That's a cool town name. Only 66K in total earnings. His biggest score being in this year's World Series main event. Went deep, cashed for 25,000. Just looks like a really smart guy. Don't think I've ever seen him down here at the Hard Rock. Curious to know more about his story.
It's a great thing about poker. Everybody has a story.
They do. Everybody has a different reason for showing up at the table, different motivations.
Even Nicky Palma.
Oh, yeah. My other best friend. I busted him in the main.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sure he was happy.
That felt good.
There are rivalries in the game. I do like that there are some rivalries, and you do need villains in the game. I think that's also important.
Yeah, I mean, what good story is there without a villain, right? And I wouldn't say we have a rivalry. I just choose not to engage with him too much. I will say no more. Matt Savage trying to stir up trouble over here. Yeah. Shooting star Nick Palma.
I did get a lot of grief for that, for making him a shooting star. But, you know, you do need some villains. Oh, look at here. We have Frank shoving here. There's Kevin.
Yeah, this is I mean, both hands super strong in a blind versus blind scenario. So off to the races we go. And Frank either out of here or in a nice spot if he doubles.
Who runs the best?
Proper flip. Here it is.
Frank 3.4 million in cashes with about $500,000 being his biggest score here at the Hard Rock. And 25K he got second in. See if he can look to continue his Hard Rock earnings.
Ace right in the window there, followed by King and 6. 2 7s now the outs for Frank Lagadich, and an ace on the turn.
Not looking good.
Doesn't change anything, but we're going to see the last card. It's an 8. Very close. We're going to lose Frank.
Another great run here at the Hard Rock for Frank. I'm sure we'll see him again soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tough player.
That puts us at 10 players now, and one more to go till we combine to see all those players again.
Good game, man.
Good game, Frank.
Nice playing with you, man.
Good luck, buddy.
Another deep run for him.
Nice playing, brother. Take care.
It's nice to see good sportsmanship. You don't see it as much.
We'll see you at the win, for sure. Oh, you'll be there. You'll be there.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, there were a lot of those conversations going on here this week, and a lot of excitement about going to the win, and a little excitement about going other places. But I think the win is the best place, maybe in the world, to play poker. Close tie maybe with here. I think here and the win are clearly the two leaders of the poker industry in America.
Definitely for tournaments. I mean, I just think that they do such a fantastic job here and at the win. It's nice to have them as partners on the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, you guys
very fortunate.
doing great in the partnership department.
Yeah.
Anthony taking his time in every situation. A lot of guys try to maximize the time at this stage of the tournament, try to outlast somebody at the other table. And I would like to see everybody play a little faster, but to each their own. Yeah.
Let's Chad gets a walk there.
Always a great feeling.
Daryl Fish here in the booth as we are on a play down day, and this is a feature table, 5 remaining. Not a final table, just a feature table. One more to go, we'll all be combined. And as I see Daryl Fish, I see that my phone is listening to me, that it's just announced Fish is coming to the Sphere.
Oh, no way. That's cool.
Phone's definitely listening.
Yeah, it does. They do. There's no doubt about that. I'm curious how related that might be, but it feels related for sure. I've actually been to a handful of Fish shows. Anthony all in with 2 8s here, standard stuff.
Wow. Seeing 5s here for Shane.
And it's going to get right through. I think it's a little bit much for Shane to call here, but he seems like he enjoys the gamble. 5's just never too pretty in an all-in situation. You really just have to hope to see.
1.6.
4s are lower.
Shane has 8.3.
He can't afford it, and he does make the call.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he gets the bad
Always
news.
the same pair.
Just hoping for a flip there.
My
not
birthday,
to
though. Is it? May
be
5th.
dominated by the 8s of Anthony. And Anthony, if he wins this pot,
right back in it.
Back in it, yeah, for sure.
Shane maybe just called because of the fact that this is his favorite hand or his birthday hand. People have their superstitions.
Well, 3 hearts and a flop. Baby. With the 5 of hearts. Now 9 outs. 4 on the turn.
Sick on 3 hearts.
6 on the river.
Sweaty. Yeah.
Always sweaty. Anthony doubles up.
What?
You ever been to a Fish concert, Matt?
I haven't.
No. Oh, it's something to do at least once in your life. It's a real spectacle. Yeah, I mean, I don't really love the music, but I go with some friends. Actually, been with Chad to some Fish shows. Our friend Jonathan Jaffe, his partner Heather's a massive Fish fan, so they've dragged us to some shows, and it's a time.
It's a time. Yeah.
And it'll be great
Amazing
at the Sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, might have to check that out depending on when it is.
Is that for you?
Yeah. They're ridiculous. They've been drinking for like 3 days straight.
How do they eat it?
Yeah.
Yes. I know people that enjoy Fish. Like
yeah.
the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, they're the same, sort of the same thing. Cult following. People are like, I've been to 400 shows. Oh, my baby's been to 200. It's kind of weird, but it's it's its own thing. And the people who go are diehards.
Yes.
And I personally enjoy anything where the people around you are super, super into whatever it is. You kind of feel that passion. And Fish shows are really a special thing to see in person. Listening on the radio or at home, I don't think I'll be caught dead. But I could go to another show for sure.
Kind of one of those things like Burning Man. You'll just never find me there.
Haters.
Yeah. The Sphere is awesome, though. Get a
It's
chance.
sick.
While you're out the win this year, if you get a chance, it goes across the street and go to the Sphere.
Yeah, I
It
still
is
haven't been.
It's,
but
it's awesome.
I know, it's incredible. I had plans to go last 2 summers ago, and then our friend made the World Series final table. We had to cancel our plan to watch him, but I really can't wait to get to a show there.
Anthony binks a pair here with a pair of 3s. Now a 9 on the turn. 3 spades. Need to play with a spade in their hand, but Chad now unlocks a straight draw with a 8 would make a straight, but he also has those overcards.
Yeah, I think he's very likely to bet here, fold out a lot of queen and king highs. Has perceivably a fair bit of equity with 2 overs and a gut shot. As we know, the jack won't do him any good. But this will be interesting to see how he continues on the river, assuming Anthony's going to call here. Not a great spot for bottom pair either, with no spade. And he lets it go. Let's go, Chad. Chad with 10.6 million in lifetime tournament earnings. Pretty far and away the most in the tournament. I think Nanad has something like 7. Oh, sorry, 4.8. So yeah, Chad over double the earnings of everyone but Aram, who has 6.6 in lifetime tournament earnings. Most of that coming from his 6th place in the World Series main event. But Chad has a lot of experience, plays all the Hard Rock tournaments, so he knows the ropes here.
He's got his name already on the Mike Techman Champions Cup. I think everybody else, Nanad also does as well. So 2 previous champions.
Nanad was an early one. He might have been one of the first ones on there.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Back at Foxwoods.
Back in the heyday. Foxwoods, R.I.P.
Yeah.
What a spot that was, man.
Compared it to The Shining, you know.
Yeah, it was a special place, we'll say. Going through the woods to get there, and literal Foxwoods. And but the tournaments were really something. Huge fields.
A bunch of stud players playing No Limit.
Yeah, kind of miss it.
All right, race 250 and call. We got 3 players in this pot, 7-6, queen 9, and pair of 3s. And the flop is 10-7-6, 2 pair for Rob. Also 1 heart and a straight draw for Shane.
Would normally be of interest, but not going to be able to realize any equity here. He's still tempted. I love it. Shane likes to gamble. I would be shocked if he calls here, but I've been shocked before. Honestly, Queen 9 could be the best hand. There are some other straight draws lurking that could be worse, but...
Got tired of doubling people up?
Would be pretty ambitious.
He wasn't in the hand, I call him. I can't just call that.
I believe him.
I don't want to risk going all in.
You got a pair? No pair?
No.
You had no pair and you were thinking about calling?
I had an over and a straight draw.
Rob jabbing a little bit. Rob
And
from
a backdoor flush draw.
Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. I'm always confused by city names that are from other states.
Right.
3 million in lifetime earnings, just over 350K.
Who is that?
His biggest score, Rob.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, fairly impressive resume.
Here he's a legend on the MSPT tour, which is...
Oh, yeah, as his hoodie would indicate.
Yeah.
He is a big personality, so wouldn't be surprised if you can detect his presence from tables away, as we know of people like Cuz and some of our other friends.
23. I'm sorry.
Again, we're down to 10. We're going to combine at 9. These players have all earned at least $59,000, but first place is $605,100, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship, where they can win millions more.
Kevin with some seemingly random sizings. Goes min with 8 deuce off, and then a little over 3x with the 10-7, 10-6 suited.
It's always interesting when you're doing this. You don't see what's going on at the other table. We don't know. How's Hindi doing?
Yeah.
Is Joel holding
still
on to
there.
that chips? Those chips? Is Ninad making a move?
Anything possible, really. None of those players are totally predictable, so I imagine Ninad's holding court pretty comfortably, but we'll find out.
Chad now raises to 250 with Queen Jack.
No sign of slowing down for Chad. This is kind of a prime 3-bet opportunity for Anthony, knowing how frisky Chad's getting, but he lets it go.
Rob also folds his 6-9 suited. Shane now with King 10.
He's in there, no doubt.
What's the story on Shane, you said?
He's a local from Coral Springs, Florida. He's got 78,000 in lifetime earnings. 14K being his biggest score. That was at the Borgata, 5K earlier this year. Looks like he plays a fair bit, just hasn't had the best luck in tournaments.
Could nearly double his lifetime earnings today with
Yeah.
just a couple more spots. 59,000, I said, guaranteed
Yeah,
to
he's
these players at this stage.
all but a lock to double his earnings.
Shane
and-
did 3-bet here at 575. Do you like that?
Whoa,
Daryl?
interesting. I mean, I do now. King 10, a very, very reasonable candidate to just call. I wouldn't necessarily be looking to get too mixed up out of position against Chad with these deep stacks. Chad can call with quite a few hands, and King 10 doesn't fare that well in those situations. I tend to prefer just taking a flop with a great price with a hand like King 10. I think a King 8 offsuit or a King 9 offsuit would be a better bluff combination, but you know, it
That's
worked
hard
out
to
for him.
understand for a person like me. Why would King 8 be better than King 10?
Well, King 10 it just plays better post flop. We have more flexibility. We can flop more straight draws, make more straights. We can, if we flop a 10, we're more likely to dominate a top pair scenario where Chad will be opening a lot of hands with a 10 in them, but not quite as many with a 9 and even less with an 8.
Okay.
So if we defend King 8 and flop an 8, we're not as likely to make money on that hand. Whereas a 10, Chad's opening Jack 10, Queen 10, 9 10, 8 10 suited, even worse. So we get to dominate more hands, and yeah, it's just a hand we don't mind playing post flop as much.
Yeah, Swiss Rob, this is not ladder bubble. This is playing 5 and 5, and 10th place and 9th place are both the same. Both 59,000. So
It was a crazy.
no
everybody
reason
at the table, and he showed
to
it. So it wasn't
Stall
fair.
here.
like
We
he
do have
wasn't
those time clocks.
It just made no sense once.
Protection poker
I
action
would have never.
clocks
I would
are
never put
in
10
play.
kings the way you played that hand.
I know, that was the point.
Players with 30-second time
That was the-
extensions in front of them. They do not receive an
I thought he had
additional
like ace queen.
5 until the final 6 players.
He played very solid.
As you see,
like,
Rob
all
here has
tournament.
2 in
He
front of
did
him.
like
So that does
Like,
play
he
into
did
your
stuff like
thinking
that.
a little
He
bit.
folded big
Yeah,
hands.
it sucks
Yeah,
to
he
be
was
short on time.
he was
To put
very
it frankly,
cautious.
really sucks because you then might end up in a spot where you could really use that time, and your hand gets killed if you run out of time with no banks.
Yeah, because when he was aggressing,
and I
he
see
always 10x
quite often
No, I know,
people
but
in the tank
eventually it
and
was,
throw multiple
I
chips
had
in
enough.
Yeah,
as like an
I
advance
agree.
payment,
Right.
and then
it was
end
always
up only
the right
taking
hand.
another 30 seconds, and
Yeah.
they just
Technically
give up
play.
those time banks.
Yes, they
Something
do.
very important that
I
I
was in the big
recommend to
blind,
everybody
he
listening:
10x'd
if
it
you're
like
in the time
5,
bank
6, 7 times,
scenario,
fold,
don't
fold,
give the dealer
fold,
your
yeah.
banks
Well,
until
he did
after
that
the
a lot.
hand.
Big crazy
They'll
raise.
collect them
crazy-
from you.
crazy raise, and
You
he
pay in
never saw it,
advance.
right? 'Cause
You're
no one
just
wanted to
done with
call.
those time banks, even if you end up not using them.
Nobody's gonna call unless
I called him once, but I had a monster. That's why.
What did he have?
That was one of the arguments I had early on, and they still do from time to time. When somebody will throw out all their time banks, I tell the dealers to add all of that time, and that they do not receive a refund of those chips. In some places, I think
like
they
that.
do, and I just don't think that's the right way to do it.
It's really hard to sort of discern and police the giving back of time.
Right.
And I think it's very clear to keep it all above board, to just take whatever's given to you, and that's the time that the player was requesting. Could even be used as an angle. So I like the policy of just taking whatever time banks the player gives in, and it's their loss if they don't use them.
Open-ended here, and he makes it. Shane makes
in
a
a
straight
really,
and 2-pair
really sexy way
for Anthony.
I almost had a weird hand. The first day, I had the nuts with the straight, and a guy flopped top set, which was second nuts. And when I jammed river, he tanked, used all his time banks.
So you're playing in
and
this
then
pot,
called.
Daryl.
He
Are
all,
you-
like, he was
What are you
almost gonna
feeling
fold.
about these guys having a
It's the main
conversation on
event.
the side about other hands?
It's a good question, and that's come up in a lot of circles, especially in high roller scene. I think there's something to be said for respecting the players in a big pot. As long as you're being reasonable, though, I'm not one that I would shut down a conversation.
Not really.
If
How
someone
big do you
asked
want him to go here?
I've never liked to go. I mean, I've watched. He's never
550,
win, dude.
big. I mean, I might even shove.
I mean, I want to go. just to
We
win
have the
if I
nuts.
was a
There's a
Gopher
lot of
fan,
second best hands that would
I gave
have a
up
hard
on
time
it. Just-
folding.
You get tired of losing all the time.
And if I was ever going to bluff here, I would want to
Nobody likes to
put
be
the
a
max
loser.
pressure. So I would actually go all in here with Queen 10. We don't block any sets or 2 pairs, and those are the hands we want to target here. I mean, God forbid he has 10-8. We're going to get his money for sure. And, yeah, I think we just look more bluffy by going all in. Wow. Looks like Anthony's going to make a great fold.
Real good fucking hand. Really good.
So do I.
I've probably better. I have no time banks. It's sick.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
just like
there
we're
you
talking
go.
about, no time.
It's a sick
And that
fold.
is a
You're
hand that
dead.
would require
Really?
some thought.
I had 2 pair.
Great fold, Anthony.
Having no time banks when I say
Yeah, I like
Makes sense.
socializing at the table.
You had a great time?
I want there to be more of that.
Fully king
So
high.
unless it's belligerent or it's
Yeah, very
clearly
close on
disruptive, I don't personally have a problem with it. And if someone were to ever
straight,
ask
right?
me to
That's
quiet
all.
down, I'm obviously going to respect that. But I think socializing and table talk is good for the game in general. So whatever encourages more of that, I'm in favor of.
A lot of people think that I've made a rule. I started the TDA many years ago that table talk's not allowed. It's obviously allowed, and I think it's a big part of the game. Only thing you can't do is just close the content to your hands, because that could affect action.
You know, I made
and
1.5.
we have to
probably
protect the
still
game against
No,
collusion,
yeah,
but
I have no
yeah,
time banks,
I'm
so
all for table talk as well.
I can think about
But
it
he
a
ran
lot.
out of time
pretty
banks
sick.
there, and we could talk about that
Saved it.
because
If you had a
it
bluff,
is a part of the
it
game now, and there's a lot of people using these time banks.
No, not
and
this time.
When you run out of them, you put yourself under a lot of pressure. There's
It wasn't
a
live
good
stream, I would tell
opportunity
you.
there where he may have called there had he had more time banks. You just never know.
It could change everything. For anybody who's played online poker, I'm sure they've dealt with their time bank running out. It happens to me all the time, and it's not fun. And if you're in a really tough spot, you need that time to think. So, and you could also end up not remembering that you have no time banks and take so much time that your hand gets killed when you would have otherwise called. It's a total layer of the game that has to be considered. So better to conserve them if possible. Going back to the table talk, I think heads up, people should say whatever they want, including the contents of their hand, because they don't affect the other players. But I could understand a case being made for it might affect the other players if the contents are discussed and it affects the action. I just like anything to be able to be talked about when it's only two people, mano y mano.
But you're wrong. It does affect other people in the tournament.
I'll be wrong.
It does
many
affect
times.
other people in the tournament if you're talking about your hand and you're changing the action. In a
But
tournament,
you could change
in
the
cash
action.
game, yes, but in a tournament, you are actually affecting everybody else in the tournament, even on other tables, because you never know. I could be your friend. I could say, "Don't call me. I have aces," and in your book, that would be okay. But
Yeah. What if I say, "Don't call me, I have it"? That's
Yeah.
not disclosing the contents of your hand. Is it,
it
not
is
the same sort
more
of thing?
or less. I would have a problem with that.
Would it? So if do you want me to call? Is that not something that's?
I think that's a little more acceptable. I'm okay with that.
It's gray. You got to admit it's gray.
It is gray.
Yeah, but many things are, and you have to set a line in the sand somewhere. So I respect that.
No, of
and
course.
you know you're the best.
I've
in the
had that
biz.
argument. I've had that argument with people over the years, many times, and I understand it. You know, and in situations like this where we do have a live stream and somebody could be watching the table more closely, it makes it easier. But then again, I've seen situations where people, family members, friends, you know, people that are backing each other, you know, may soft play each other. So it's really a fine line, as you said. We got to watch that. And I respect the table talk. I think it's a big part of the game. But at the same time,
Got to set a boundary somewhere, right?
Yeah, there has to be a boundary.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
All right, Rob's all in here with a 7 of clubs. That's probably going to win it, and it does.
Gonna have it eventually, right?
Maybe.
Shocked Rob's
I know.
so few times.
Well, I mean, of course, but I also
Plays
have it
very
too.
quickly.
So I mean,
Yeah,
like,
generally he does.
He
must
has
have been
it,
in
and I'm
some
going to
big
have it, and that's
spots.
going to happen. Yes,
Big
but
spots or the new latest issue in the game when people using time
Just 'cause he
chips
has it doesn't
and
mean I
stalling
can't
for
have it
page
too.
ups. And I would love to talk to you about that.
Sometimes we both have it.
Do you think you should be able to use your time chips as ever
Only
you
one
see
can have
fit, or do you think that you should not be able to use them when a page up is going on? Because there's a lot of confusion, a lot of arguments, even amongst floor people, tournament directors, managers, and things that think that you should not be able to use those time extensions when you want. I am in the camp that you should be able to use them as ever you see fit because you're given a certain amount.
I just can't
But
wait
there
to
are
see the
those,
bluff that he
even,
put on
you
me.
know, some of the other
I can't wait
tours
to
out
see
there
it. I was
say that you
folding ace.
cannot use those
No.
time extensions to get a page up.
No.
I'm with you. I think it's fair game
wanted to
and
call
it's
with what I
neutral
had.
for people to be able to use them however they see fit. If some
wanted to
people are
call with
more
what I had.
keen to the strategies implied by that
Can't wait
and
to see it.
they gain an advantage, well, that's just how the game works.
I'm
If
pretty
you're
sure I know it.
better at strategy, you have an advantage in general. And I think it's really, really hard to police
I had a big hand.
the other side of that argument.
I believe
And
that.
that applies to a lot of
Said I believe
situations. And I
that.
think those arguments
Waz,
often
big
should be
hand?
dictated
No.
by what is like
We don't
the
have-
most
we never have a big
pragmatic
hand.
Never.
situation, which is to
Always
let everybody
bluffing.
have the
Always
same
Yeah, every time.
ability to use them. Whereas doing it the opposite way,
they
you
think
have
back
to
home,
now
too. I'm
have
always
dealers or floor people kind of on top of situations. You have to have things sort of judgment call oriented, and I think that gets a little too murky. So I think it should be fair game. You have your time makes, do whatever the hell you want with them. If you lose them, you lose them. If you don't, you don't. If you use them, however, everybody has the same playing ground to work with. So
Yeah,
so I'm
it's-
on your side.
Yeah, I'm writing a very in-depth article this week. I know people don't read articles anymore, but I'm writing
What's an
one.
article?
Exactly.
Can you put it on audiobook format for me?
King, Queen, 6 on the flop here. Anthony with King Jack and Queen 7 for Chad. No diamonds as Chad has diamonds, and
Yeah, nothing
Anthony
to work with.
is 175 pair versus pair.
Chad always looks like he's plotting. And he's usually thinking about something completely random that has nothing to do with poker. But in this hand, he is up to no good.
It'll speed
There
up.
is a Jack on the
Maybe
turn,
for you. Yeah.
and giving
You have
Anthony
a lot
2
of lives,
pair.
sir, right now.
And if Chad does continue this, he's only 5% to catch a third queen here.
Man, I want to call him. Instead of 9, I want to call him with a 9, dude. I think my 9 was good. I really do.
I had similar.
It's probably going to end it.
Similar situation.
Pretty bad turn for Chad to continue on.
It's, if I'm wrong, it's
A lot of
stay here.
hands got there.
But God, I'm sure I'm good there.
This would be a very disciplined fold, in my opinion.
Yeah, Anthony just hasn't been showing too much chutzpah to do things like double barrel on this texture without a strong hand. He opened under the gun. He's going to have all the ace-10s, all the 9-10 suiteds, all the 2 pairs. So
that's how certain I wasn't good.
Chad does make the fold.
But going back to what you're saying, I will read your article. I do read when you
hand
write these things. I think you're a thought leader in the industry, and even if I totally disagree with you, I still want to know what you're thinking. But I usually agree.
We don't. Yeah, you and I haven't had too many arguments over the year. Waxman, on the other hand,
no.
Waxy and I have disagreed often. Another South Florida legend, Matt Waxman,
Shout out,
two-time
Matty.
champion on the World Poker Tour. You're a champion as well. Your name's on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. You won here in 2014?
No,
16?
18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew it was an even year. Actually, I didn't. But 18, you won back when you were a young man.
Yeah, now I'm slightly less young man.
But yeah, we'll get back into this conversation. But as for right now, Kevin with ace-king. He's going to
bump it up.
Does raise. Chad folds ace-5. Anthony now with jack-4. He'll let that go.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the loose, super loose defend type. Jack-4 on the far bottom of the spectrum.
Maybe he is.
Yeah, you never know.
Thinking about it. You know he takes his time because he has no time extensions
Right.
left.
Yeah, clearly a
does let it go.
methodical guy.
And that's one of those things, if you're going to fold in this spot, you can just let your time extension run out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the article I'm writing is about leaving one chip behind, and I'm a little bit hesitant to do that because I know it's going to open up the conversation of and maybe force other people to do it, but there's just so much confusion. So many people think it's an angle shoot. So many people want to regulate it. So many people want to change it. And so I think it's very important that people know how to handle it, what to look for, what floor staff and dealers need to look for, because there's just so many different variations and reasons why people do it. It's strategic in a lot of respects. It can be used as an angle as well. And on top of it all, it is super annoying.
Yeah, if there's one thing for sure, it's that it's super annoying.
It's annoying. People are using it for pay jumps. People are using it to stall. And it's a serious issue. I'd like to hear from you guys out there in the chat. But I will be writing all of that. And, you know, I found out just there's certain things that people are doing that there's reasons for doing it. It makes a lot of sense in a lot of different spots. Here we have a flush draw versus a pair of 4s. Rob with queen-8 of diamonds and Kevin with 2 4s. Kevin bets 200,000. And imagine Rob's not calling here at least, and he does do that. With
Rob
that
getting
flush draw.
Rob getting kind of short too, so it's
And there it is. He does make the diamond flush draw with a royal flush draw redraw here. He checks it again. A good check there. And Kevin's got to be a little more cautious here. Does shut it down, checks it. And the river card is a jack. So the board does pair. Rob is going to bet. I like that size there.
Yeah.
If you're Kevin, are you thinking about calling here?
No, we have actually about the worst possible hand to call with, because the only bluffs we would really hope to see from Rob would be the wheel draws that missed, which would include a 4 for the most part. So blocking those, even without that, I think we'd still have a pretty easy fold, but blocking any number of the wheel combos would make it like a very easy fold.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, we even saw last event. I see there's so many reasons to do it strategically and all that. Byron Kaverman, who has over 20 million in earnings and one of the world's best, was doing it at the final table, 5 and 6-handed. And even 4-handed, it just was so confusing, even to Tony Dunst, who was in the booth with me that day, as to why you would do it when there's only one table. And we got an explanation from Byron after the tournament, so I'm going to put that in the article as well.
Yeah, it's become the most hot topic in tournament poker these days, which is so wild because for I don't know how many years, it was never even a thought in anyone's mind. It wasn't even a glimmer in anyone's eye. And suddenly it became this thing that everyone was doing. And the biggest issue is that people do it for logical, strategic reasons. on TV or streams, and then people at home see, well, Isaac Haxton or Byron Caverman did this thing. It's probably something I should do. And they don't necessarily have the critical thought process or strategy behind it to know why it's done, what situations it's appropriate to give an advantage. And so people started doing it like on day one of tournaments in spots where it's like there's literally no benefit for you here, and it actually just slows the game down, creates confusion. It creates situations where players expose their hand prematurely, like we were talking about earlier. It's not even their fault that they did that because it looks like someone's all in.
It happened at the start of the day today?
It happened today, yeah, and it was a situation. Aram was all in, almost all in, with King 9, or King 8 against a player with King 9. The player with King 9 accidentally exposed his hand, thinking Arm was all in. And now Arm knows that if the flop comes 9-9 deuce, let's say, he's drawing dead. And he could actually get away from his hand and be left with a chip and, a small chance, but a chance to come back. And that affects everybody still in the tournament. It affects a large amount of money being played for. And, the other side of that coin is, well, do you try to police it somehow? And that gets very, very challenging. I know of some tournament purveyors that are policing it. I've heard in Europe they're doing that. I don't know how you really do that effectively. It's really tricky, but I hate it personally. I hate how common it is. I think it's bad for the game. I think most people are doing it without knowing why, and I think the few situations where it's called for don't outweigh the number of times where it just causes trouble. And so, yeah, I think at least the community and the staff needs to be more aware of it and maybe like give out warnings or penalties, as it should be like punished at a point. But I don't know, it's really tough. So I don't know what you plan to suggest as a solution, let's say, but something should be done because it's becoming more prevalent and it's causing a ton of issues. And, there's
a lot of layers to it too, which is really weird that at this stage of the game we have more layers of the game.
Yeah, far in, we thought we had it figured out.
Yeah, but big blind ante is another reason.
Yeah, that changed it. That made it
you can
more.
Now multiply your chips by X because you only have one, and that's just another layer to it. But penalties are being given by certain tournament directors in wrong spots.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Then it gets policed incorrectly, and then that's a big problem. And just at least for the people listening today, know that on day one, there's essentially no reason to do it. But then I will say there's an exception. If you're on the river and you're looking to bluff, going all in -1 chip is actually a very good strategy, because now in a spot where you would have been called and been out of the tournament, let's say if you're on your last bullet or re-entry's close, you now have a chip left, or a few chips even, depending on what you left behind, that you could fold if your opponent goes all in and you have nothing, and you could run that up. So I understand like some spots on the river leaving chips behind. Pre-flop is where I have a much bigger problem with it, and if you're doing it on day one, please stop. It's bad for business, man. Yes. And if recreational players see it more, they do it more with just emulating the people they idolize. And, Negranu and Jason Kuhn have talked about this publicly. And hopefully at least more awareness is being brought to it. That's a good step in the right direction.
When you play the local tournaments like MSPTs, or if you play even just local card room, faster. Way faster, man. There's no 90-minute levels like this. Yeah, so like it's double the structure of what normally I play, double the time.
When I looked at the schedule, I was kind of.
Where do you live, Rob?
Minnesota. Yeah.
All right.
Land of 10,000 lakes.
Calls the raise of
represent
Shane
for my home
with
state,
7-4 of diamonds. Flop is ace.
You guys
Jack
have taken enough
10,
money from us.
Two
so.
clubs. Shane with the king
we
of
get
clubs
a little
in his
What's
hand.
up with your governor stealing that $1 billion for COVID relief?
Flush draw only.
I mean, it's messed up, but I don't know all the facts.
Shane.
I can't really comment too much on it, but I think it was, you're talking about like the Somali Medicaid fraud thing or whatever it is.
Pretty nice flop for Shane overall. Nothing really going on for Anthony.
All cultures commit. Fraud is universal, so one of those things that happens everywhere in the world, and humans for money, they'll do crazy things. And
Yep.
Rob nailed it on the head with that comment. People will do crazy things for money. And, we see that at the poker table. We see that away from the poker
Walsh
table.
is not
like
liked
leaving
out
one
of the
chip
state,
in.
but in the state he's liked. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I don't have a lot of pet peeves. I'm pretty unbothered in general, but, you know, when I see someone do that with no purpose, I'm just like, come on, what are you doing? I just want to ask them literally what the hell are you doing? And they would say, oh, I don't know, I thought I was supposed to.
It's a big culture there.
You know, life is hard enough.
They like to show them respect. So, but, you know, the fraud, it's people have to be held accountable.
Chad here with ace queen up against Shane. Raising.
Now this is interesting because I love to see how people approach these spots. Normally, ace queen is a clear 3-bet here, and I imagine that's what Chad will do. But yeah, they're super deep, and this makes sense too. You know, you avoid a big confrontation against another large stack. You
here we go, Anthony
end up still
queens.
calling another guy's shove anyway when he has 2 queens behind you. But I think it's really nice to have these type of hands in your flatting range, and it keeps other hands in that you end up making money off post flop. This is going to be a trivial call for Chad once Shane full. Although Shane is not one to shy away from a gamble spot, so this would be really ambitious, but I think Chad's just going to call off here. And really pretty happy to have ace-queen in this spot in general. And not as the cards lie.
Man, you just small blind, big blind.
Monsters in the blinds. We'll see what happens, though. Big one.
And he'll go to the flop here.
Yeah, Chad's online name is Bad Beat Man.
See what kind of day it is for you, man.
Lives up to
We'll
it.
find out soon enough.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right, 7-6-3. Ace of hearts in the hand of Chad. Another heart on the turn.
One step closer to being the Bad Beat Man. Oh, it looked like it.
Red one, scary.
Anthony's getting some scare cards, but he holds up with his queens.
He's come a long way from his measly 800,000 that he had not that long ago.
Thank you, brother.
The double up machine.
Trappy on the button, huh?
Yeah. Now everybody
Don't even look at your cards until you get to the blinds, man.
Seriously.
Jesus.
has chips to play with.
What happened? No, but his blinds to him.
No, of course, obviously, yeah.
I want to mirror you to share.
Is that 4 doubles in your blinds, right?
What was the board?
Yeah.
Was there a 5 on board?
Eights, twice, 9s, and queens.
Yeah.
Oh, back-to-back ace-queens for Chad. See if this one goes better for him.
Derek's out there. Looks like Waz has a lot of fans. Waz says he's not usually used to playing structures this good with 90-minute levels. It's twice as long, he said, as a minimum of what he's used to. Which is good. Rob here with King Jack.
Uh-oh.
As Chad has ace queen.
What the hell?
And
ace
Kevin
queen
with queens.
Twice in a row. Ace queen
Rob
against
the
queens.
call with King Jack.
This one's going to go a little different. See what kind of sizing Kevin chooses, but I could see whoa!
He doubled?
Whoa!
Chad looks as surprised as you.
On this episode of
What was it?
Didn't see that one coming. Oh my God!
That.
What a
They both had
And look at Rob's hand. Rob has an open ender.
Holy shit! This is going to be potential fireworks
Check,
here.
check. Chad now. Goodness.
Wow.
No, the short.
There's a lot of ways this could go. I'm so curious how this is going to play out. I mean, Rob could easily just shove over this. He could call. He could check raise small. All options available. He has quite a bit of hand working. Does call now. Kevin, who knows? Maybe Kevin will just call.
I'm trying to isolate in this hand. I don't know. You know, flush draws and straight draws.
Yeah, I mean, you have to raise here with top set. There's too much going on with 3 players in.
5 raised to 1 million.
Wow, this is a really brutal spot for Chad. Ace Queen being one of the best hands he would have here. I don't know what Kevin's play is like. Chad might have a clear idea of what this check raise represents. I hope he does.
Any chance Rob calls here?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what Chad does, if he doesn't re-raise, I think Rob's going to see a turn. What a flop, what a hand. Yeah, Chad's going to see a turn as well. Oh, Lord. An ace would spell all kinds of disasters.
Yes.
And all kinds of celebration for Rob. I feel like he's got a peel here. It is a little tricky with the flush draw present. Could potentially delete some of our outs, but Rob's not a shy guy. An ace would actually be a good card for Chad. I think he would end up getting away from it, facing tons of action in front, but
8 on the turn.
No change. This is an ugly card for Chad. It does complete some straights. I think if Kevin bets again here, it's super strong, and I think Chad will be able to get away from this, but let's find out.
I was going to raise on the turn.
3 million?
Bet.
Oof.
But
That's like the fool.
That is hefty. Chad with the turbo fold.
I got to make a little more if I actually.
You love it.
It worked out better like that.
Rob gets away from it as well.
Yeah, Chad really showing
good
his
hand for Kevin there,
showing his experience.
Now Kevin Nee,
yeah,
in the chip lead at this table. This is the final 2 tables of the Rock and Roll Poker Open here at Seminole Hard Rock for the World Poker Tour. And Kevin Nee, a big pot there.
Yeah, that pre-flop flat call really worked out for him. I think he ended up making more than he would have, but you never know how it might have gone. A lot of unpredictable play, which I find a lot more fun to watch than your typical GTO festival.
Anthony's just got a hold of some chips. He's going to put some of them in here with 6s.
Yep.
Raise to 250.
Another unpredictable, unconventional choice by Rob.
Rob makes a call.
Nope, 3 bets.
Oh, 3 bets, sorry.
The other unconventional option.
3 bet to 700,000.
Yeah. With the right dynamics against the right player, I like a small 3 bet here to induce, but I don't get the impression that Anthony is going to fall into this trap. And he may have called a shove. The thing is, if Rob had deuces through 5s, he's never making this play.
10 seconds in this hand.
Oh, Anthony also doesn't have time.
Does not have any time extensions.
If Rob has ace-5 suited, he's not making this play. Those hands are all just ripping it in, so
Big fold, big fold.
I don't know that that does him any good. 3 betting small. Might even get Anthony to call with a hand like king-queen suited.
Real big?
Yeah, wow, you'll see.
That said, 10
See
is a
when you
big
look
hand there, so.
It'd be like that. Waz guy, man, he's on it after he talks.
Folded a big hand.
Waz.
Makes me think of Steve Wozniak.
Yeah. Makes me think that's not a real name. Can't hide. He's here on live stream.
Yeah. I mean,
Hard Rock.
whoever's looking for him, you know, it's not hard to find. He doesn't stay quiet.
Yeah.
But yeah, is that real? Come on, Waz.
I like it.
Yeah, it's great. It's like maybe he owns the gas station chain.
I mean, I like our last names too.
Yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing all
But
right.
Waz is a cool one.
Yeah. If I had to trade, I would be in an appealing position. Shane, 3 betting, it looks like. Yep.
675 with 8s. Anthony with king 3. And again, I just keep going back to that not having any time extensions. It makes it a lot tougher, a lot more pressure.
Yeah.
I will. I'm close at least.
Who knows if he used his time extensions for a pay jump or something like that early on, and that could actually hurt you. So don't do it, people. Don't do it. Don't waste those.
Yeah, I'd
time
be
extensions.
curious to know. It's rare that a player has run out at this point.
Had one of your pairs.
But
tell you which one.
One can only wonder how that ended up happening.
Nice.
We do have the chat up and on YouTube. If you have any questions, we've got Jimmy Bluffett in there as a moderator. He's a well-known moderator. So thanks out there, Jimmy. 605,000 for first. $3,500 buy-in this event was. And 1,224 started. We're down to the final 10. You see that graphic in the top right corner of your screen. Thanks for tuning in. Two-day event. Daryl's here today. We're going to have Faraz Jaka tomorrow in.
Nice.
To do some commentary.
I'm glad I was able to make it today.
Yeah,
This is Art Basel Week in Miami. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I think you talked about that last time I was here.
I may have. It pretty much always coincides with this.
Yeah.
Art Basel is the biggest art convention / fair in the world. It comes here to Miami, and with it comes a lot of music events and culture events. So it's pretty much the busiest weekend of the year in Miami. So from tomorrow onward, I'm pretty booked up.
Yeah, great to have you out here.
Glad we got this extra day in, and again, thank you for having me.
They ate a big breakfast.
King on the turn here.
Yeah, me too. I've had a tradition.
I had a big breakfast too.
I've ate Waffle
straight
House
draw
before every day at the tournament.
Both
Very nice.
players.
Can't switch it up.
Check.
Gotta go to the Waffle House.
No,
Shout out
I'm
Waffle
not.
House.
That's the routine. Waffle House, then here.
Yeah.
There's magic.
Which one do you go to?
On the river.
Ritz?
The one in Miami Gardens.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you live down south?
No, I'm in. I don't live here. I'm just visiting.
Find the
But I'm
block.
staying in downtown Miami.
bluff's
So I
the
just
only
like
one's gonna
stop
do
there
it.
and then hit here.
Didn't happen.
We don't have Waffle House in New York, man. This is a luxury.
Yeah.
When's the last time
You
you
gotta
went
be
to
careful
Waffle
which
House,
one you go
Matt?
into,
They
though.
have one here?
Oh, they have.
Shooting once a month at a
Everywhere.
Waffle
I've
House
seen
down
one
there.
here.
Yeah, he just said Miami Gardens. I'm sure there's a couple
It's funny
others.
how simple it is.
Not
but
too far from here,
man,
Fort
like,
Lauderdale.
So good.
Not
or
sure. I haven't been
Hollywood.
in a while, no. I've just seen a lot of action going on at Waffle Houses.
Well, like Cracker Barrel?
What's that?
On
social
socials?
media.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
It's
freaking
a
love
happening
Cracker Barrel.
place.
I have been.
Did you see a
to Waffle
riot
House.
or something? A
In
fight
Miami
break
right
out?
now, if Waffle
Yeah.
House or Cracker Barrel is listening and
People
want to
take their
sponsor me,
hash browns very
I'm all
seriously.
in. Just gotta comp me some
Good
food.
right
That's
now, to
it.
be honest.
Yeah, it does.
I'll wear a whole costume.
You eat a
Think they're
little
watching
too
this
clean
stream?
for that.
What's
Steve.
that?
Cracker Barrel?
No,
Hey,
I
you never know.
indulge. I
I'm just
like
putting
to.
it out there.
I don't have any hard
The nice
set
rocking
rules
chair
with
at the
things.
table,
I
you
try
Oh
to.
man, the whole thing.
Yeah, chilling.
If I live by any rule, it's a 80-20 rule
Okay.
of do the clean thing 80% of the time and get dirty 20%. So I love cheeseburgers. I love pizza.
Nice.
I don't ever plan on giving those things up.
I thought you might be a vegan.
No, I hate that. People have said that so many times, and I think it's meant in a complimentary way, but I take a bit of offense to it. I think maybe
I'm not
because
sure that's
people
ever
know
meant
that
in a
I
complimentary
no,
way.
maybe not. But I think people know that I've done yoga a couple
At-
times,
at
and it's like, oh, yoga,
Cracker
vegan.
Barrel.
That's
Yeah,
all there is
they
to
call
that.
them breakfast
I know
tacos.
you don't believe it by looking
And
at me.
it's
but
the
I've done some-
pancake
Ah,
as
so you're
the
flexible
I know.
guy.
as the tortillas.
Little syrup.
Oh my
But
god.
no,
I love that.
you know, I
There's
like
one
to
not
enjoy
too- right, not too far from here.
the
like
things
Griffin.
that life has to
Okay.
offer, and so if that
I live
means
in Parkland, which is
greasy
like
hash browns
15
once in a
minutes
while,
away.
I'm
Well,
all
from,
for
not
it.
from here, but
An occasional fish concert.
Oh yeah, that's different. That's good for the soul.
Okay.
Nothing unhealthy about that, except for my
Yeah.
ears. My ears don't love it necessarily, but it's. I mean, it's impressive music. They're good musicians, just not a genre that I particularly enjoy.
Shane here with Ace King.
Now that is a genre I do
325?
enjoy.
Yes. You an NFL fan?
Nope.
No, I didn't think you were.
No, I'm not a sports guy. My core group of male friends are big time sports guys, and so it's like the one area where we don't have anything to relate on, and I've just become the guy who's like the not into sports guy.
I
and
think
it's
that's where I got the
fun.
veganism thing. Not in the sports.
So consistent with the
vegan,
clock
yoga,
management. I never know.
What are you
if
trying to
thinking
say?
there or
I
what the
don't
fuck.
know.
You get me every time.
Just say it.
I'm not sure
Just
what I'm
say
trying
it.
to say. Oh.
I'm a man, okay? I'm a manly man.
No, I get it.
I just have. There's not a lot of time.
I'm only into a couple sports.
Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy. I like watching the Super Bowl. I watch the NBA playoffs. I like watching the height of any competition. I'll even watch the PGA Tour finale or whatever.
Very nice.
I actually rewatched that speech from what's his name?
Valvano last night. I watched.
No.
Oh.
The freaking Scotty Scheffler. Have you seen his
Yeah, it was good.
speech about
kind
golf?
of some mental health. And,
Yeah, it was really beautifully honest. And for those of you who haven't seen it, I highly recommend watching it.
Yeah.
Basically touched on how even though you might love something and dedicate your life to it and want to do well at it, doesn't mean it's the most important thing in your life. And I had that experience with poker. You know, I took 4 or 5 years off, and that was because I had a lot of success one year. And, you know, that year you mentioned where I won the tournament here, went to Canada, had a really great result, and I had the best year of my life in tournament poker, and I didn't feel like a real sense of meaning from it. I felt like there was more to life than doing well in poker tournaments, and I needed to find out what that was. So I took some time away. I broadened my horizons a little bit, and now I love playing. It's like a whole new world coming back to it, and not putting all my eggs in that basket necessarily. You know, relationships, family, friends, other interests. I think poker can consume you very easily. It's always available. It's kind of addictive, obviously. I love the game, but I don't want it to be all that my life is centered around. So for anybody watching who is looking to get more into poker, or anybody watching who's a professional, I always recommend balance to people, you know.
Yes.
Clean eating and no seed oils most of the time, and then occasionally some friggin', you know, dirty hash browns off the floor of a Waffle House.
There you go. Anthony is going to win this pot. Yes. No seed oils.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good thing to be aware of.
I said he's got like 15 bigs or something. You've asked me twice. And both times I walked over there, I forgot to even look.
Not putting all your eggs in one basket is a really big thing.
Yeah, you drop that basket, now all your eggs are broken. And what the hell are you going to do? And eating, yeah, which eggs are great. It's crazy to me that eggs became this, like, food that people thought was unhealthy.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of the best things you can eat, nutrition-wise. I mean, whatever you might care about chickens or whatnot, but it's actually very sustainable food. Chickens lay tons of eggs. They reproduce just fine. And eggs have so much nutrition value, including the yolks. People, eat your yolks. Cholesterol is not a black and white thing.
Definitely not.
Eat your eggs. Get them at Waffle House. Not sponsored. Just love it.
What does Heidi have?
Yes. Although I think
the Rise here. They have a great place for eggs here.
Yeah,
right.
The Hard Rock, bringing it home. We do have good breakfast here at the Hard Rock.
All right, 10-8, 8-4, and Jack-8. And I like it. They're playing these hands fast. It's good to see that.
Yeah, man.
Byron Cameron was at the last final table.
I love Byron, but
I do too.
Dude,
he doubled up around.
He's the slowest.
And there's our secondary table. We see Nod and Joel, Indy, Aram, and
yeah, I read the update.
Oh,
he gets in the second.
Jason?
Jason's there. Hey, Jason Hickey's there as well. Flashed away too fast before I saw the last player.
He battles though. I was playing.
He battles.
10 players remaining here.
He got me yesterday.
1,224 started.
Sticky.
They're trying to get down to that final table today. Final table 6. Then we'll shut it down and bring it back tomorrow.
It's like, you young kids don't think the old guys can play.
I
said, I know you can play.
Yeah,
we'll be commentating tomorrow as well. We have Faraz Jaka. Hopefully,
boy, if he has something.
Maybe even Matt Waxman will stop by.
He's a really good
Matt
player.
Waxman will work for food, I think, but I'm not sure. Waxman, by the way, him and I have a huge argument. I got Queens here, maybe Queen 9 here, 250 if he makes a call.
I'm sure you'd both agree that Queens is a good hand.
Yeah. We have a big disagreement about big blind ante. He wants to go back to individual antes. Oh, look at this flop. We have King, Queen, or King, Jack, 8, all diamonds. And Chad has a straight draw and a flush draw, but he doesn't know that his flush draw is no good.
Yeah. Little does he know, all the things you have working for him are tipped by Anthony. He's left with a dry gut shot. A non-diamond 10 is his only hope currently. I'm with you on the big blind ante. I think it's made the game a whole lot smoother. And it just kind of ratifies things for the dealer. I think it's great.
7 on the turn here, 7 of hearts. Doesn't change much.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a river here, though. I feel like Anthony checks back here pretty often.
I'm going to New York, first time ever in two days.
First time ever?
Check.
Oh, man.
Flying the
Jack
LaGuardia.
on the river.
You're coming probably at, well, you're coming.
I have no choice. My nephew's getting engaged, and we have no options on the date. It has to be
It's a good card for Chad. I would not be surprised.
We're
to
going
see
to
him
land
go
there, but
for
we're
it.
going to drive up like
Anthony
an hour
has a
or two
lot
up
of
and
ace
down.
highs
It's
here,
a weird long
and
city
some
town.
occasional pairs with a diamond as well.
Weird name. I don't know. He told it to me. And I can't
Chad has
Poughkeepsie.
I think
not the
that's
best
it.
bluff candidate.
Yeah,
he
it's a
blocks
weird
some of the
name like
hands.
that. Yeah,
he
that
would
sounds
want,
right. That sounds right. Where
to
is
target,
that?
but
Is it like
an hour and a half.
he does have one of his worst
I
hands.
think that's it right there.
He
That's
shows a
where they
lot of
land.
restraint.
Yeah. Because it had a weird name, like exactly like that, like a long weird name.
Hold up
Yeah,
here.
if he wrote it, it's
It's funny that Rob's going to New York for the first time. He sounds like he's from New York.
Yeah,
And he's from a city named after.
I mean, there's some bunch of different
Brooklyn.
stuff, but like that. When
From
you were
Minnesota,
like,
right?
I saw you
Yeah,
trying
Hour
Brooklyn
and a half,
Park,
2
Minnesota.
hours away is what he told me.
Yeah.
I met us on
That's
traffic.
Magic Blind
Yeah,
Seat.
for sure. That's. It's
I think it's it for sure.
probably
Well, I guess
Poughkeepsie.
we'll find out.
How big is it? I'm just curious.
It's like it's a decent little.
$250,000?
Probably,
or less
probably,
than
Get in the big
100,000 maybe?
Yeah.
Oh no, no.
A lot of
Probably
pairs.
than
You'd
100.
be
Gonna get
surprised.
pairs.
There's like
Okay.
That is
little
so
cities
sick.
outside,
I know.
man. They have
Get a
a decent
blind.
population.
I believe it.
I have a house right across the bridge on the other side in New Paltz.
Oh.
Busted, yeah.
Oh. Pay jump too?
I don't know. I can't really say.
Are we breaking?
It looks like the same. It looks like the same.
The same. The next page up. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening here, but it looks like they may have lost a player at the other table, which would bring us down to 9 players.
Ah, Consolidation Nation. Now we get to watch everybody.
Consolidation. Now that word I've heard before. Not.
Oh,
what
I
was
was
the other
wondering
one?
if you
I
skipped
still-
right past kindergarten.
Not combination a nation. What did you say it was? Combo.
Combinatorics, Matthew.
Combinatorics. No. Somebody in the chat can tell me if that's a real word, please.
It may not be. I'm just, again, trying to sound smart.
No, Max. We are never reducing the ante when it gets shorthanded. No, not going to happen. So much better for the game. Not going to happen.
Was that,
as long
must
as
be
I
a-
have anything to say about it, it's never happened.
Must be a cash game player who's
People want to
used
reduce the antes when we get down to the final table.
Yeah. Reduced rake.
All right. We are going to take a short break here. I look like we're down to the final table. We'll tell you who's eliminated when we come back to the Seminole Hard Rock and Roll Poker Open from Hollywood, Florida.
BRB.
All right, we're back. We're at the final table now. Kevin Nee is
His
our
might be charging still. Or, you got it?
chip leader in seat number 1. Chad Eveslage has 8.075 in seat 2. Ramzobian 7.225. Rob Wazwa is 25525. Excuse me. Anthony Merlot with 4.8. Hindi, I'll let you say her last name.
Komitetsky.
Komitetsky 7.4. Shane with 7.9. Ninad Medic with 5,175,000.
Yes, sir, I did.
And Joel Gola with
Everybody blame me.
650,000.
Like, I look innocent.
Final
huh?
9 players. They've all earned at
I feel like
least
it must be me.
$59,000. First place 605, 100 with that seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas.
This is mine?
Is it new 90 minutes? Is that what it is?
So we're playing down to the final 6. This is the feature playdown day. And to start here, Kevin with 4-3, he folds. Chad is out. Aaron folds. And again, they using the protection poker action clocks with time extensions. Anthony is down to none, and he has a Jack-9. He's raised to 300,000. Blind's now 75, 125.
Nobody especially short stacked at this final table, so it's a little different than a lot of final table scenarios where there's a clear shorty and everybody's kind of playing around them. The shortest stack has 20 big blinds, so there's not someone facing impending doom. So it's a little bit more of a free range scenario.
Indy 3-bets 675 with 10s. Shane now with 7-8 of diamonds. A hand that looks good, but 3-way and facing a 3-bet. Folds. Anthony now with Jack-9.
Nice takedown by Hindi. I would have liked to see a slightly larger sizing with a hand like 10s because we want to disincentivize the button from flat calling with hands like King Jack, Queen Jack, things of that nature, but it went well for her.
Seats 9 very comfortably.
Yes,
Kevin Nee 91 big blinds. A short stack at 20. Rob Wazwaz.
And Hindi has built back, it looks like, from her fall from grace previously. She's stacked up at the other table and is looking pretty strong now.
Joel 7-4.
Probably our fan favorite here, along with Hindi. Local
players. Brought in a new chip here, Daryl. Those are 500K chips.
Oh, pretty.
I got 20
I don't know what
seconds.
color you would call that exactly. Maybe like a gray creamsicle?
Gray creamsicle. Yeah. That's good.
Get all the time you need, man.
I'm going to put them in the garage sale next week.
Chad 3-bets with Ace King to 775 after Kevin's raise with Ace Queen. Hindi folds her King 3. Shane's out with 9-8. Ninad lets his 6-3 go. Back to Kevin.
Early position action.
Makes the call.
A little bit for both here. They swapped interest in their side cards.
Jack, 10. Jack 10, 10 on the flop.
I think we'll see Chad make a small continue bet here. Something around 500.
Good call, Daryl. 475.
I still got it.
Kevin makes a call. Turn is a 10. It's a little more interesting now.
Yeah. Much
Kevin
less
checks.
less likely for Chad to blast off now, not expecting a a jack to fold, as he previously may have had notions of trying to bluff that hand out. I think Chad honestly expects to have the best hand here quite often. Kevin has a lot of king-queen, ace-queen combinations.
River is at 5. Chad gets a check mark, but we're going to see what happens.
Wow, this is interesting. We're really only targeting ace-king with this bet. I don't know if Kevin knows that necessarily. We haven't seen enough from him. See if Chad sniffs it out. It's a great price. I think he's going to just flick it in there at this price. You just got to hope to see enough king-queen, ace-queen bluffs. Yeah, I'd be shocked to see a fold here.
Uses a time extension. Those need to be visible. Chad, put them out in front.
Come on, act like you've been there. Yeah, it's just too good of a price. Chad's going to win a really nice one here. That just shows the importance of bet sizing and the relevance of pot odds. If Kevin wanted to try to bluff out some hands there, he needs to go bigger and give a guy with a big stack a much worse price to look him up.
Kevin may have a little frustration there, thinking that
he
should have folded that hand, but
yeah.
as you correctly said, Chad is way too experienced of a player to lay something like that down to a bet like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting 5-1. And also, Kevin bet a size that is very unlikely to be a 10, if, you know, already unlikely to have one given the 3 on the board, but he's really just representing a jack, and he's not going to have a ton of jack queen suited type of hands. That would be the combos that could raise up front, call a 3-bet, then bet the river. And if he does have all the king queens and ace queens, it's just kind of an easy call for Chad at that price. So, and you remember earlier, Chad made the really big river bet when he was bluffing, which made his opponent really have a tough time calling. And that's kind of what you want when you're bluffing. You want your opponent to have a tough time calling.
AK's made him heaps.
That hand put Chad back in the chip lead.
AK call you had, this one was easier than the other one he had. This one was easier. The other one was harder.
Maybe, I don't know.
Rob commenting on how that was kind of an easy call for Chad.
Called a 3-bet with king queen, and he had the king club. There came ace 4-6, 2 clubs. Check raised them after a c-bet, and then the turn was the 8 of clubs, ring and check, but not flush. He bet small. He just called.
Queen is
and then on the river was the jack. Shannon bet 2.
Let me get it, yeah.
Closed his eyes and called.
Kind of.
Shannon's a legend.
Yes, he is. No fear.
Just 2 Florida men going at it. You know?
Yeah. No, always go at it.
Shannon's Florida?
Yeah.
It was like Alabama.
No. Well, I think
he
originally
grew up-
Alabama, but
I
he
think
lives
he grew
in
up
Florida.
in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That's
He's just
I
a
thought
big
Chandler
kid
lives in
from-
Florida.
I wonder if his
No, he lives in Vegas.
That's what I thought.
Alumni or
Same
something.
thing as Northern.
Or his
According to
mom.
Rob Was.
Yeah. Southern boy at heart. I think he may have lived in Florida for a stint, but has lived in Vegas with his lovely wife and children for a little while now. Shannon, just a true consummate professional. Can't say enough good things about that guy. Been around forever, always doing it. Joel getting in the mix here. Not afraid to splash some of those chips around.
Go to the flop here. It is a 7, a 5, and a deuce. Hindi with top pair. Joel with a gut shot straight draw, 1 diamond.
Kevin with a lot of heart. Not the worst spot to lead, actually. Kevin is heavily favored range-wise here after peeling from the big blind. It just turns out Hindi flopped the best of it. And Joel likes his gut shot enough to stick around as well. Kevin wondering maybe he could have picked better timing.
Or better opponents. And there it is.
Whoa.
Joel has made a straight here. Another heart.
Yeah, it's going to keep everything
check
relatively slow.
And another heart on the river. Nobody with a heart in their hand. That's just going to...
Anyone's pot now, really. But I think,
You got a straight.
yeah, Joel's going to take it. Hindi has too much of a hand to bluff. Kevin gave up.
Too much of a hand to bluff?
Too much of a hand to bluff. Yeah, she's gonna win a fair amount. And the thing is, the hands that beat her are a lot of hands with a heart that are going to call a bet. She's only going to really bluff out a hand like Joel has or a low heart, which might still look her up. If either of them has a jack of hearts or better, they're almost certainly going to call. And she wins the showdown a fair amount. If they both had a pair on the flop and neither of them have a heart, she's going to win now. So I think her hand is probably too good to bluff. If she had 10-7 suited or like 9-7 suited, then she can bluff to try to fold out also the better 7x hands. But I think she's too likely to get looked up by the hands that do have a heart in them. It turned out Joel had the perfect hand to target with a bluff.
Right.
And knowing him, you know, we might have seen a call.
I'm not the amateur player here, but I would have definitely tried to bet something there. I don't know how much to bet either, but I would have taken a stab at that pot.
Yeah, it's not the worst bluff spot. If kind of wish it's one of those spots where you wish you don't have anything because it makes it more obvious to bluff. I think having top pair, top kicker gave her enough reason to not consider it. Still worth considering. I would have liked to see her take a minute to really think about it, but I don't really blame her.
Chad flopping bottom pair here. Joel with a flush draw is going to bet 450.
Joel really seeming to have found some pep in his step. Splashing.
I thought he had plenty of pep earlier.
He had some pep. You're right. He had some pep, but he was pretty short, and now he's got enough chips he can kind of get in there and, you know, try to make some things happen. He's not afraid.
Chad making the call here.
Yep. Standard stuff so far. See if Joel finds a barrel. Not a good card for him in general, but as it stands, this would work out. These types of hands great for barreling because we don't have showdown value. We have, checks. Yeah, we don't get check raised a lot. Well, we do hit our flush sometimes though, so that's also good. Not much reason to bet here as Chad. See if he responds correctly versus a bet from Joel here with his flush on the river. Oh, that's big. I think Chad will find a fold versus larger sizing, but it is a little suspicious. You'd expect Joel to barrel the turn with a lot of his flush draws, so this now looks a little bit polar. The speed at which he bet also looks a little suspicious. That tends to be kind of a polarized speed of betting. When people bet fast, it's usually out of clear confidence or desperation to end the hand quickly when they're bluffing.
And also, we don't know if there's any kind of history. They were on separate tables.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure Chad's played with Joel here at the Hard Rock at some point. How much is unknown. Tough spot for old Chad. Can't blame him either way. It's not a queen.
And you're not thinking, I just made this good call a couple of hands ago.
Baby flush.
No, I think Chad's a good enough player to not let that stuff carry over. It's really important not to get ahead or behind yourself in terms of previous hands affecting your current decisions. It should affect how you think someone else might play, and then you dictate your play based on that. But you know, one hand to the next, it's all hand by hand. So you got to take it one step at a time. But that was a tough spot for Chad. It's very polarized from Joel. So it's kind of show me the flush.
Like your head.
Tony always corrects me. There's no such thing as rushes and.
I mean,
hot cards. I think hot cards are a thing.
It feels that way. It does feel that way. But I tend to be of scientific mind and rational mind that dictates these things are not real.
Jacks are hot.
But jacks are hot. And ghosts are real. I was talking to Chad at dinner the other night about our different experiences with paranormal activity, and that's the kind of stuff we like to think about, whether or not ghosts are real. Wow, queens are definitely real.
Queens have been hot.
Queens are maybe hotter than jacks, honestly. I think that's the 4th pocket queens we've seen. Shane definitely not the type to flat with queens, yeah. Nod might have had ideas of squeezing here if Shane flatted, but no way he could have known that. And now I think you will see him get out of the way. Ace-Jack is kind of the quintessential pre-flop bluffing hand, but you still want to be careful with it. See if Anthony wants to see a flop here.
We can't see that chat on YouTube, Salty, so Salty Ninja, we see you. It's Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, and Daryl Fish, WPT Champion, right here at Seminole Hard Rock. See people in the chat rooting for Hindi, and also for Rob.
So I wasn't worried about you having a pair.
Who are you rooting for out there, and where are you watching from? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, it's always fun to know where the viewership's coming from, how wide the reach is of not only these streams, but poker in general. You know, that's why, like we were mentioning earlier, poker appeals to people from all over life's spectrum and all over the geographical spectrum as well. So one of the cool things about this game we all love.
The 9s?
Nope.
Our last stream, we had people watching in Tasmania, which was kind of cool.
Oh, those little devils. See what I did there? I'm very clever.
Anthony with King Jack here. Under the gun.
I think he's the only one with no time banks. That sucks.
Raise to 300,000. Now to Kevin will fold the 10-4. Aram 6 deuce. Rob Queen 5. Aram not very involved here at this final table so far. That doesn't mean he won't be.
Yep,
he's like a very aggressive player.
Definitely, but also very aware of the shifts in strategy that are needed to do well in tournaments. He's gone deep so many times, and that's one thing I pride myself on. There are many things I don't, but just being able to understand the shift in momentum and how you need to approach the tournament. And nine-handed is a time when it's really good to buckle it up a bit and take it slow, play pretty tight. You know, nine-handed there's a lot of cards dealt. There's a lot of potential for good cards dealt. So you really don't want to splash around too much and kind of wait to get a feel for what everyone's up to, how people are approaching it. And he's got a great stack. When you have a good stack, you kind of want to just maintain that more than anything. Oh, wow, another confrontation. Joel jacking it up here with ace-queen, and Serb going nowhere soon. I think we're just going to see an all-in from Serb, but there are different ways to approach this. A small 4-bet would be apt versus many opponents, but I'm not sure Joel is that guy. We'll see. He does look like he's going for a smaller size. Maybe just counting it out.
He's gone through another time extension. The Nod's used quite a few recently, and now it looks like he's down to 3.
Yeah.
Big decision, though. Makes sense they would take a fair amount of time.
Yeah, anytime your entire stack might be at jeopardy, that's the right time to use those things.
He has gone for a 4-bet.
Yeah, I think that's great, actually. Thinking more about it, Joel is the type who is probably likely to make a mistake against this sizing more than some other players would. If he has a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen, he'll fold to an all-in while he might call or even shove over this 4-bet size, knowing he's not a fan of the fold button. This is an interesting one to see what he chooses to do.
And even Joel here, who's hardly used any time extension, said he didn't need them, has just gone through one. So,
yeah, this is, I mean, it is the final table, Matt. Yep. This is crunch time. And you can't take them with you when you die, so might as well use those things. Joel does not look interested in exiting this altercation.
Come on, Joel. So show some discipline here.
I think the discipline we'll see is him only calling instead of going all in. But, you know, a lot of players know that, yeah, ace-queen is kind of a trap hand in some spots, and he does rightly get away from it. Good job, Joel.
Good fold.
Kings?
That's a bet. I'm a bad player.
The nod shows him. That was actually a nice thing to do.
I thought you.
I think that Joel's kind of like, you know, the friendly guy. Everybody got some respect for him and
I mean, I had this
likes
caller,
him as a person. So him showing there
I know. I said. I know
maybe a spot where he may not have shown somebody else.
Yeah, and you know, Nanad's not giving a lot away with that show. It's like, of course, he's going to have ace-king there sometimes. So if he would have had ace-jack, you know, that'd be a much more telling reveal.
Everybody bunched up now. Look at this.
Yeah.
I don't see many tables like this. Only Rob short, 14 bigs, and he still has some room.
Yeah, everyone else kind of in the same territory.
Good for final table, bad for commentary. When everybody's got the same stack.
Yeah, less action typically.
Yeah. Joel here.
The one hand that
seriously, I'm
should have taken.
Proud of himself, patting himself on the back for the last fold. Now in the pot with deuces.
Jumping in with quackers.
Classic.
Just a limp, it looks like.
Yeah, 8 million chips.
Yeah, I much prefer limping with deuces than ace-queen on the button. So he's developing his limping in strategy somewhat. Arm happy to see a flop here. Oh, Arm raising it up. Ah, choosing to target what he perceives as a weak limping range.
Let's go.
It's a favorable situation when Joel is not going to improve that often.
Check in the dark. Queen 4-3. I mean, how do you play deuces after?
Yeah, it's the thing. If you don't flop a set, you're never really too happy with your hand. And I think he will call here, but I would imagine any card 9 or higher, we're going to see another barrel from Aram. Well, that is not what he wanted.
Not a terrible card for Joel, opening up.
Yeah, picks up the open ender.
An ace would be a straight.
See if Aram finds the heart he needs to blast off here. Pretty tough to do, given the likelihood that Joel has much better than deuces on this texture. And I think that's gonna mark a victory for Joel here. Hard to bluff on that card for Aram.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I played a satellite, so I've been playing this tournament since 9 a.m. on Saturday.
Oh, it's betting. It looked like
never made a day for it.
Pretty big. Not
$1,025,000.
I don't know if he has a real intention behind this bet other than not wanting to check call. but it didn't matter anyways. Also, I just noticed Aram's shirt is an MC Escher shirt. I have the same shirt.
Is it your shirt?
I might need to check my closet when I get home. No, mine's gray, but otherwise the same. And if it was white, I would be suspicious that someone had crept in.
Shirt?
MC Escher is I don't know how to describe his style of visual art, but I'm sure you're familiar with, or likely have seen. He does these pieces where there's like infinite staircases.
Okay. Oh yeah.
If you kind of look when you see his shirt again, the one in the middle is somewhat representative of these like weird geographical, infinite looping, very sort of psychedelic art style that was popular when I was a kid, and really interesting artist, kind of the Salvador Dali realm. And yeah, very cool shirt. Only really cool people would have that shirt. That's what I was trying to say.
Or vegans.
Or vegans, yeah, who do a lot of yoga and don't eat burgers.
All right, Rob here with ace-9. He's the short stack. Likely looking to get involved at some point soon.
Yeah. All options but fold on the table for Rob here.
And he uses a time extension, leaving himself short.
One more left. I think he's torn between shoving and a small raise. I tend to think he's just going to rip it in there. Would not blame him. It's a fine play.
Goes all in.
Happy to get hands like Queen Jack to fold. See if Shane wakes up with anything exciting. Nope.
It's going to pick up the blinds and antes here. Back over 2 million in chips for Rob Wazwaz. I mean, Rob even has the mannerisms of a New Yorker.
I know. It's so crazy to me that he's not from New York. I think he was meant to be from New York, is why he was born in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. And I think he's going to feel right at home when he goes to New York this weekend. You've been to New York, right, Matt?
I have been to New York.
Great city.
Many times.
We say city. New York is a state. We know that, but, you know, we all know what we're talking about.
New York, New York.
New York. Do you know anything about the updates on the Wynn that was, or some casino, I think it was Wynn related, being built in New York? I heard talks of last summer. Cliff Joseph, he was talking about how it's very imminent.
Upstate, I think, right?
No, in Manhattan.
No, I did not hear.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's on hold, but that would be exciting. Maybe we get a WPT NY someday.
That would be a massive event.
It would be huge.
Yeah.
Huge event. Tremendous. Okay, we got some good cards.
Right. We're not with jacks.
You won't believe if I tell you. Oh, that hand? I believe you.
Anthony opening here. Shane with a 3-bet. Nanad not going anywhere with jacks, I would imagine. But this is a tough one. You don't want to just call and let Anthony come in. You don't really love 4-betting and calling off, but folding feels really bad. So I think we're left with a small 4-bet and figure it out. But Anthony, or Shane rather, is all but guaranteed to shove on this, which will put Nanad in a really, let's say, bad situation.
He does. 4-bet to 2.675.
Oh, I can relate with how he's going to feel.
Away.
This is not fun. Jacks is like the one hand you have that you play for value here, and then you just hate it when you get shoved on.
Any shot that Shane just calls here.
No. Come on, this is Shane. Shane don't mess around.
All in, as you said, Nanad
hates
it.
Painful situation, especially with such a healthy stack. Even knowing Ace-King is likely we just don't want to take a coin flip here. But that said, we have the bulk of our chips in the middle already. And
so why do you think ace-king is more likely than aces, kings, or queens?
well, Matt, this little thing called combinatorics,
okay,
you may have heard of it, dictates that the likelihood of ace-king is far higher than queens, kings, and aces because there's only a few combos of each of those, and there's 16 combos of ace-king offsuit plus the 4 combos of ace-king suited. So it's relatively more likely that it's ace-king than anything else. And yeah, also along with some timing things and the way people kind of Hollywood with aces. Yeah, I don't blame him for calling. He definitely is not in love with this. But if he wins, if Serb wins this, I mean, he is sitting pretty. It's just so annoying to flip for this much money.
And who likes jacks? I don't know.
Yeah, there's no good way to play them. You know, there's 3 ways, and they all suck.
It's clean 10-10-7 on the flop.
2 clubs gives Shane a little bit of backdoor bonus. Nothing materializing there. They're not feeling pretty good. I love that they deal it out quickly here. Oh, wow. Nice one for Serb. Huge
big
pot. Yeah, now he is fairly commanding chip lead and loving life.
Getting a count here.
Not up to 13.5 million. And
we put so much money.
Only Joel looking over his shoulder with Kevin and Chad shortly behind. Still very much anyone's game, but Nanad is one of the more threatening players with that many chips.
Oh, 1.
It's just sick because, like, so often you end up getting shown queens are better, and just like, well, that sucks.
1 on the call, 1 on the 4-bet though.
All in for like 6, 7.
I don't think Shane's ever bluffing.
1 for your call.
So just worked out.
Thought I'd get to the pole jacks there.
That's like, you do not want that.
Yeah, I think if Nanad had like 5 or 6 million behind, he could have gotten away, but he just had too much of his stack in. Shane left quite short, and now he's the one who needs a medic.
You only do that move with ace king.
He is in Poker Hospital currently. See if he can spin it back up.
I figured jacks like possibly get to the pole. Kind of how over you put a lot in.
Jack queen.
Super size. That started as one of the shorter stacks at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Be the chip lead at this stage.
Got to feel good.
Bigger than your pot? I won 10 million.
My friend,
That was
you got a
bigger
new sheriff in town.
by a little bit.
You got a new sheriff.
That's the biggest part of the tournament.
Jacks.
Shane at 9.7
long
bigs.
time
Is that
ago.
one move?
That's a sheriff.
Not necessarily, but
Came a long way, man.
I think he's going to play it as a one-move strategy, and most would. There are some configurations where you can get away with a steal at that depth.
No.
There's no room for 3-bet folding, of course, but generally speaking, with 10 big blinds or less, you're going to be all in or fold as your 2 options. You could call a raise from the big blind. That would be the other possible option that could come up. But he's looking for hands that will put it all in.
Big blind, small blind, ace king jack.
Folds king deuce. Aram's out. 6-4. Rob with ace 7. Raises to 300,000.
All in.
Shane now queens.
Wow.
Wow. Queens.
I
Right
don't
back
know.
with queens.
I don't know, Matt. It feels like the universe is talking to us right now. If we see 1 or 2 more pairs of queens, I'm going to have to reframe my vision of reality.
They're hot.
Well, it looks like
Joel
Joel's
with
going to
ace
try to cool him off here.
Thank you. I'm out of here.
Wow. Ace jack versus queens.
That's pretty close and probably an okay call against Shane.
Zero chance I can call.
But now we know Joel only has 2 aces to look for. Using that Perrier to cool himself off as he hopes to put a cooler on Shane. Oh, that's fun. Little flip-flop.
5 on the turn.
Queen or an ace on the river. Otherwise, Shane's going to double up here. He survives.
Queen. Nice hit.
Shane now out of the cellar here.
Yep. Back to where we were with everybody kind of feeling okay with their stack.
Listen. This king also would have helped.
Poker hard. That's all I'll say.
I have a table, right? My table? Our table.
All right, we've got some work to do. We're still in it.
It's a good spot to wake up with queens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The perfect spot to wake up with queens. Looks like you're tilted and just shoving all your chips in.
Yep. Yeah, that is a relevant factor. Your perceived image is a huge variable in tournaments. I was playing with Martin Zamani the other day in the main event, and he lost a huge pot, looked visibly tilted. He kind of always does, but it was like he seemed really steamed up, and then he had ace-king the next hand and kings the next hand and got no action.
Oh.
And it was just like perfect situation for him to get way more action than normal, and nobody had anything. And then he was tilted after that.
He was actually tilted.
Yeah. He was fake tilted, then he was real tilted. Here we have some very playable hands. Wait, that can't be right. Okay. Hindi opening ace-king suited. Shane coming in with a 3-bet. Let's see if he calls it off. And looks like he had no hesitation. Late position, flip. Here we go again.
Ace-king together was great.
Pair versus...
Another big flip.
Hindi with 7 million in chips.
3 in a row.
Spin the wheel.
Go back over 10 million with a win here.
Yeah.
The 9s are all in.
Yeah.
Big pot.
Yeah, big one.
Nines are all in.
We are having some action at the final table, despite no short stacks.
There you go.
Hindi a small favorite because of the suitedness.
Spin the wheel. Pick me. Pick me.
And now a big favorite.
Right there.
But we do have a lot of potential fun turns, and that ain't one of them.
Nice playing with you, brother.
Aces and kings, 2 pair for
He
Hindi.
played awesome.
And we're going to lose Shane in 8th place, or 9th place. He'll take home $59,000.
Thanks, man.
Not a bad week.
No, still
Biggest
nearly.
ever score.
Yeah, nearly, I believe, almost doubling his previous total earnings, so I'm sure he's not too upset. Great run by Shane. Tough go of it at the final table. What are you going to do? Sometimes the cards play for you, you know?
8th place is 76,000. Next pay jump,
I'm
22.
1 of 5.
Yeah, the jump's becoming pretty significant. Again, ICM, as we talked about earlier, becoming the driving force.
Man, I got older brothers much older.
The one I think was the ace. I think.
3 boys.
Everybody seems to be in a little better mood when somebody busts out.
Yeah, funny how that goes.
I saw
They don't leave.
Nobody wants to make the final table and go out
They
first.
usually don't leave till they get
No, it's bad. I've done it. Been there. It's not a good feeling, even though you should still be grateful and like happy, let's
Especially when
say.
you were in Shane's spot where he actually had, he was one of the bigger stacks.
Yeah, I would be pretty bummed if I was him right now, but I think he'll sleep it off and be like, hey, I got 9th out of 1,000, made 60 Gs, not the worst day.
Hindi now with ace-8.
Hindi again, one of our local favorites from Orlando, Florida.
Like, man, if 9's a hold here.
Regular on the scene around here in all the mid-stakes tournaments and hops in these main events every time. Recently got, I believe it was 3rd in a Moneymaker Poker Tour main event for $36K. That was very recent. So coming off of a nice little score, feeling confident, and so far so good.
Kevin puts in a raise to 300,000 with 9-5. Chad dominating position with Queen 9.
That's nice. That's not as nice.
Flop is a 5, a 3 of hearts, and a king.
Oh, you're like, we're going to get it.
Remember we said that? Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to work with. Chad lets that go, not looking to float. Chad looking very locked in.
We started there.
You're at a few table.
And then I got bounced like 6 times. I think I did 6 or 7 different tables. Yeah, but our starting table.
They were facing the wrong way.
That big hand last night left Nanad very short. Ace king versus ace king. And just like, in those spots, it just seems like a lesser player just goes out right after that. But
I thought
he's been around in these spots before. Took a tough beat, but managed to build it back up. I mean, actually was a chip leader very recently at this final table.
Yeah, he's a gladiator who never gives up and never surrenders. And we've seen it many times. Someone gets super short or crippled even in a tournament and goes on to win the thing. So you really have to stay disciplined, take every spot independently, say, okay, now this is a spot I have 3 big blinds. What is my best decision with 3 big blinds? And not say, oh, I just had 30 big blinds. Wow. No, that's not going to help you. Just play the best you can in each spot. Granted, that's easier said than done. But Nanad knows how to do business. So
chip leader Nanad Medic just raised to 325. Called by Kevin with 7-5 of diamonds.
Kevin not afraid to get in there.
I think it was the one before that.
And flop queen 8-4.
Yeah, this favors Kevin. And I like the check by Nanad. I think we need to check here with our range, generally speaking.
A 3rd spade on the turn, 9 of spades.
Not a full.
It's pretty sick back-to-back rounds.
Nod checks.
Pretty nice.
See if Nanad can sniff this out and look him up for 1 bet, but it's tough with no spade. I do think Kevin ends up having a lot of the king, jack, king 10 type of hands here, but Nanad playing it safe.
We have a drawing tomorrow night. Go online, sign up for the free WPT Live app. And we're doing a draw for a $1,100 prime seat tomorrow. One thing, make sure you do sign that last line. It also gets you registered for any WPT events. Maybe you're playing at the Win later this year. So might as well win a free seat while you're at it. We're going to do a drawing for that tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Eastern. So sign up today for the WPT Live app on both Android and iOS.
I got this.
Do it. Do it, people.
Do it.
You ever hear people say mine as well?
Might as well.
No. Mine as well.
No, never heard that.
I hear that. I have heard it. I hear it somewhat often, and it grinds my gears, I got to say.
Mine as well.
That doesn't even make sense.
No.
But people get some of those phrases wrong, and I just like, But the most common one is I could care less. Because that implies you actually care quite a bit.
I couldn't care less.
It's I couldn't care less. That means you don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And I hear people all the time say, I could care less. It's funny,
Well, you could care less.
I mean, theoretically you could. That doesn't necessarily mean you care a lot, but it means there's some level of care. But that one, at least there's some logic. Mine as well is just, unless you mean, oh yes, that is mine as well. Yeah. Anyway, those are the things that get under my skin.
Well, I work with Madison, and she's from Alabama, same as Shannon.
What are you trying to
Shore.
say? She doesn't know her English?
No, she's got some things that I think are very funny.
Oh yeah, for sure. My girlfriend's from Georgia, so probably a lot of the same stuff.
Yesterday, somebody got on, getting on to. I don't need to be getting on to. I don't know what that meant. I didn't get it. Sounds like something from Alabama.
Only, yeah, if you know, you know.
Raise to 325 here from Nanad with ace-10. Anthony always looks like he's concerned that somebody's making a move on him.
Yeah, like very suspicious of everything.
Yes, very suspicious. He's got a suspicious way.
Look, yeah, resting suspicious face. the nod resting, happy, successful,
Yeah.
dashing gentleman face.
Yeah. He's an imposing figure. Do you think that has something to do with anything in poker? Confidence?
Oh,
Your
100%.
imposing figure?
Yeah, presence.
If you look like Alex Fox, then it makes it easier to get things through. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, image is everything, you know. And I was actually just talking to Chad about Foxen the other night and how I met Alex years ago at Commerce. I don't know if you remember when he was playing at Commerce. He was like a chubby, soft Barry Hutter type figure, like made Barry Hutter look quite fit, who since then both have actually gotten quite fit. But to see him then to how he is now, the transformation, both as a player, as a fit person, as like someone who's really grown into himself. I mean, I have nothing but respect for that guy. And to me, he's the most feared, or should be the most feared opponent at the No Limit table these days. I have so much respect for his game. He's not afraid to play off the chart, let's say, and trust his instincts, and he damn well deserves to, and it has done quite well for him. But yeah, he's a scary looking dude, you know. And again, like Nenad,
former tight end,
very nice, jovial, pleasant person off the table. But when he's sitting there across from you, it's not like you're feeling great.
I feel that way about Jason Kuhn too. But
yeah, again,
I remember him at Commerce standing on the floor and jumping onto the stage.
Yeah, he was never not an athlete freak.
Insane.
Yeah, total dedicated fitness person who, you know, is a role model to me in some ways for sure. And
doing a box jump from literally.
Yeah, and backflips and shit. He's a freak.
Yeah, it was wild.
But to your point, yes, the confidence is huge, and that's why certain people who aren't technically as savvy do well just based on their confidence, and to lesser experienced players that can strike fear. And Nenad has a really good table presence, is very commanding, very poised, and not someone you want to sit across from. Chad too, which, you know, Chad isn't as like physically threatening, but he looks like a bit of a serial killer. And at the table, which he's away from the table, like super jovial, happy-go-lucky, but he locks in, and he looks very scary to play against, and it's part of why he does well.
No fear and confidence.
Yeah.
Good mix in the poker table.
Yeah, it's a deadly combination.
All right, Aaron's looking to get involved here with Ace King.
He's overdue to get involved. See if anybody has anything to play with.
Okay, yeah. 4 cents sounds low. 40 cents.
Oh,
is that crazy?
Some good cards.
$6,000.
Little under 3. Little under 6.
Oh, nice.
I'd like to see a call here from Anthony in general on the button.
Possible?
Oh, nice. How much coming out?
Thank you. Please.
Yep, that makes sense. Hindi could go either way here. I would like to see her squeeze out of the small blind more often than not. Yep.
She does raise to 1 million.
I was playing college basketball.
I would definitely go bigger. It's a little small out of position, and
you play college basketball?
The stacks are a bit deep.
They're D1,
1,075,000.
Yeah, I would like to go something like 1.2, even 1.3 or more.
I played college in Canada.
Aram. Almost certainly nothing to do here besides just go all in, but he could click it like we saw earlier.
Okay, yeah, I was in Ontario.
Yeah, he could go either way on this.
You still play it here and there?
Do I play?
Yeah, here and there. No.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Oh, you're not. I'm sure you're not bad.
I'm so bad.
He does just move it in.
It's weird. I feel
That's the conventional, optimal play. Hindi gonna let this go. I don't think she's gonna call off. Yeah, she's pained.
How old are you?
It looks so good though.
It's so nice.
They look like 25.
Such a nice hand. But,
Yesterday, it looks like my
and she didn't, you know, you heard her say there, I turned this into a bluff, and ultimately it ended up looking like that because she does have to fold, but it was not a bluff. She was looking to get value. If Aram had called, her hand looks great. And if Aram had folded and Anthony shoves all in, well, we have a totally different story. So, you know, sometimes you have to make a decision that's correct on one street or at one point in the hand, and then that doesn't mean the next part of the hand is going to equate with that or correlate. Just each decision point is its own thing. And yeah, it's not fun to fold ace queen suited. Can flop a royal flush. In cash games, you're never folding that hand. Just different situation.
Played my whole rest of my through my senior year, never hit another home run.
Chad opening up a little here. getting on with Kevin about some sports guy stuff. Chad's surprisingly a really good athlete. You might not assume that, but pretty solid.
What's his sport?
Plays some basketball mainly. We play spike ball sometimes. For anybody out there who knows spike ball, and yeah, he's pretty good. Better than me for sure at the sports.
All yours.
Joel lets it go. Kevin wins this one with the 9s.
What part of Indiana?
It's like very southern Indiana. It's called like Rams.
I really want to know more about Kevin. If anybody in the chat knows anything about him, we'd love to know more about his story.
Where's South Bend?
He strikes me as a guy who could have sold a tech company for $1 jillion or could manage Applebee's regionally.
High school basketball in Indiana.
Anything in between, but a man of mystery, no doubt.
Yeah. Some schools were no joke. We were certainly a joke.
No, what's so cool about Indiana, I don't know if a lot of people know this, like they don't have different, there's only one state champion.
I think they changed that, I think, recently.
Did they really?
I think,
that was the coolest thing about Indiana.
Yeah, that's like the Hoosiers thing.
The coolest thing about Indiana is no longer, and Indiana is back to being completely uncool. I mean, the coolest thing about Indiana now might just be Chad Eveslage, which, not saying that's a good or bad thing, but he is a fine representative as a poker player.
This is a $3,500 event with 1,224 entries. Prize pool just a shade under 4 million. So 1,224. First place is 605,100, which includes a seat to the high roller. Indy with the King 10. Pair of 5s on the turn, and that open and straight draw for Kevin gives him the lead. And he bets.
Yeah, nice texture for the 5-6 suited. That's my favorite hand in poker. Might be giving
he lets it go.
too much away, but 5-6 suited is a hell of a hand. Now, the shooting star final table is playing out later.
Yeah, it'll be
right?
at the win.
How does that work? Some
the
of the final tables play later, some play right away. What dictates?
Yeah, if it's a televised event, we do them all in Las Vegas.
Okay.
And that's why the final table, the Bay 101, is a televised event.
Gotcha.
It'll be filmed at the Win on the 19th, and then we'll do the final tables for the Prime and the Championship after that. So if players like Chance Corneth, who's at that final table, and local player
Art
Carlin.
Oh.
Carlin Swade.
Yeah,
Carlin
yeah,
Swade.
Yep.
Make the final table of either the Prime or the Championship. We will adjust the schedule.
Okay, that was going to be
for
my next question. Hold that thought, Matt.
Here we go.
What do we have
hot
here?
Cards. Queens versus Jacks, and Anthony with
wouldn't you know it?
3-bet.
Holy moly.
That's incredible.
This is Action Central. Wow. This is going to be a very fortunate turn of events for Aram. Aram, I think, is going to find an exit here and otherwise avoid disaster. Yeah,
oh, my goodness.
Holy
Kevin with
shiza.
Ace King as well.
Whoa. How is this real, Matt?
That's unbelievable.
This is like online poker. It's funny when people say that. Like, what do you mean it's like online poker? These hands happen here, too. Look. Wow. Kevin
Are we
could,
missing a hand here?
Kevin could find
the
a
nod's still on the other side here.
fold. Yeah, they had to move the graphic because there's so many good hands involved. Kevin has a really interesting spot. He has nothing in there yet besides his small blind. I could see just walking away unscathed, but Kevin likes to play. He calls?
Goodness. Aram does get away from the Jacks.
Yeah. Experienced player, knows what time it is, and it is not time for Jacks to do well.
And Anthony appears suspicious.
But he's got nothing to do besides put it in here. It's actually an incredibly fortunate spot with so many cards are moved. I can't imagine he folds. I mean, Kevin doesn't have aces or kings here. I'm pretty confident that he would not just call like that. So, yeah. Now, I think the action's open. So I think Serb has no choice but to shove here and hope Kevin folds a hand like queens or jacks. I mean, he can't fold to Anthony's shove. This is a weird one. There's so much going on in this hand. It's so rare that 8-handed you have 4 premiums dealt.
That opens up the...
Yeah, as you see. And that's such an important thing to be aware of.
I get this question asked a lot.
Oh, it's
I answer a lot of tournament
Yeah, it might be the most common.
Can the dealer say something?
Oh.
And the answer to me is yes.
Yeah. I think they should, because it'd be... Yeah, some players are going to have a real hard time figuring it out on their own. I think that's very reasonable.
It's information that's available to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Nanav's not going to love seeing that.
Anthony, on the other hand, stoked. This is as juicy as it gets with 2 queens, with all this extra money in the pot.
I believe there was another king out there as well. That was,
take it easy.
That's dead.
Yeah. But yeah, that's something to think about if anyone's listening to this, to be aware of the shorter stacks, and when you size something pre-flop, to leave it so that if the shorter stack does go all in, you know, it's so easy to overlook that. But you can size accordingly and make sure that you're able to reshove when it gets back to you.
2 hearts on the flop.
Not much help for Serb here.
Does have the ace of hearts.
Oh.
Another heart on the turn.
He's
now
good at
7 outs.
He's already dodged this twice, so. Yeah.
Wow, and it was like before, fake heart. Anthony, big come up. He has over 10x his stack from not too long ago. Tournament poker,
huge
man.
pot.
Every single time it's been a
Look at
sweat,
that. And now he's a chip leader.
Crazy.
70 bigs and over 10 million in
Faded
chips.
he's had, people have had 10 ounce on him twice on the turn.
I wanted to fold the 2. The second,
I know.
he opens, he 3-bets, he 4-bets, like...
Not had like 400K.
Even if they don't have ace or king,
What
someone
was
has an
your
ace or
lowest
king.
point yesterday night, last night?
600K.
The only thing I was hoping was we could get to the flop.
What a comeback from Anthony.
Queens are the best in this
Otherwise-
part, I'm telling you.
You said it, Joel.
I mean, already.
Queens are hot.
I didn't want to call the 2. I'm so
But
mad.
there's 4 kings, too.
Well, Matt, I think that pretty much confirms your theory.
That queens
Rushes are
officially
real.
hot.
Queens are officially hot.
He was down to 900K just a little while ago. Now he's in the chip lead.
That's all it takes.
And Rob with 8s decides to go with it all in for 1.8.
Yeah, now the only real short stack, he's got to make something happen.
How much is it?
9s here for Kevin.
Oh my goodness. It's just cooler central over here.
Kevin's coming off a hand where he has to feel pretty good about folding.
Yeah.
Could have really been decimated had he gone over the top of that 2 million bet.
Yeah, now he's going to get a refund, it looks like. Pretty much the exact amount that he called in the previous hand.
Either way, it was a nice play. It was fun.
Chad's 3s going to the muck. Just a fun sweat to see if a 3 comes up there.
Yeah. Fun for us, not fun for Chad.
One time, I need a set.
Flop, ace, jack, 4. 9s in the lead. 88%. A jack on the turn. And a 5 on the river.
Good luck to everybody.
And we're going to lose Rob here. Rob was eliminated. Great week for him. Again, he started off this tournament in rough shape because he had lost his seat. But here he gets to the final table and takes home
You'd soon take that.
a big prize, $78,000, I believe, or $76,000.
With that, Waz is gone.
Yeah, there's no shorties. What do you got there?
We're down to the final 7.
Now on the official final table bubble, but no one is really looking over the edge.
Look at that.
This is a really unique stack configuration. It's very rare. You see such closeness amongst the
46
stacks.
71 bigs.
Yeah, and we have a lot of poker to play. But we've seen coolers left and right, so you know we could lose a player in 10 seconds at this rate. It's just not likely.
Just sat down and just like.
That was funny. For me, anyway, I guess.
I called for hearts, and I almost got there.
Yeah, that you just
called for a pre-flop.
You deserved it. You deserved
called
it.
for a pre-flop. No, I don't know if I deserved it.
Into here, Jack 10.
No, I don't know if people know. We went ace king versus ace king.
Oh, that's right.
I did see and I hit the flush.
He won the last flip though, so it's only fair, right? The Jack ace king.
Exactly. Yeah, so deserve.
Joel's still hanging in there.
Flips too.
This is the $3,500 Rock and Roll Poker Open, World Poker Tour event.
There we go. Show them what you got. Finally, a little 3-bet bluff action. We really haven't seen any of that. Granted, it's been difficult when queens are dealt every hand. Kevin taking a moment, but ultimately queen jack offsuit not a great contender. Nice one by Autumn.
You're short. No, I think I am. It's crazy. I have like 7.3.
Steep. Yeah, 48.
Autumn, originally from Rhode Island, might be a distant relative of Peter Griffin. Now lives in Vegas.
Who's that? Arm lives in Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like the shirt?
Yeah, it's sweet. I mean, anybody that owns that shirt just guaranteed to be very cool, smart, charming, excellent individual. Did I mention I have that shirt?
How much does a shirt like that cost?
Originally, I think pretty cheap. It at least the one I have, I don't know if it's from the same like place. It's the same design, same artwork. Mine is from H&M originally, but I bought it at a vintage pop-up in New York for about $100 because I think I'm an idiot or something.
Was it formerly used?
Yeah.
It's used. It was used.
Yeah, I paid more because it was used. Might even have a hole in it.
Well, they paid $6 million or something for a banana on a board.
Yeah, I mean, people pay money for all kinds of stupid stuff, but I don't know if he bought his from H&M originally. It might even be like some fancy designer who made the same shirt. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna find out.
You're an art guy. Why did that guy pay $6 million for a banana taped to a board?
Short answer, probably money laundering. Most modern art is some or another form of money laundering. That's why you see squiggly lines go for $50,000. Things like bananas go for that much. A lot of art is a form of value store that is tax exempt. So it's used for a lot of money laundering sort of purposes and just holding value. I actually collect art, but I'm into like visual arts that are more like MC Escher-ish, Salvador Dali, psychedelic, sort of thought-provoking, very intricate art pieces that I would never spend that much money on. The most expensive art piece I have is around $5,000, and it's super cool. It's like LED interactive, Lion King, psychedelia. But yeah, people pay a lot for stuff that doesn't look interesting to someone like me.
Ace is here. I have no
No?
artistic value or art in my house. So
Nothing?
Yeah.
Do you have pictures on the wall?
A few.
Family
That's it.
photos?
Yeah, family photos.
Okay.
Yeah. Only valuable to me.
Marianne's not into art stuff at all either?
Not at all.
Interesting.
No.
I would have figured you got a gift given to you at some point, if nothing else. Some painting was a
She has
Christmas
some
gift.
painting of Mickey Mouse.
Oh, that's cool.
That's about it. Legos. I don't know. Legos art. All right. Nod here's 4-3. He's up against Kevin's aces. 9-9 jack on the flop. This pot should not
go far.
Go far as Kevin decides to bet.
Yeah.
200,000.
I don't think Ninad's going to go too crazy with the 4 high.
Luckily for him.
Just rockets.
And he shows them, right? You have to show aces.
Yeah, you have to. It's in the bylaws.
Yeah, it's in the bylaws. He must show aces.
I get excited. I had a 9-8.
It's really one of the more tilting things in a tournament when you don't get action with aces.
Yes. I've had it happen.
And especially when you see like 3 bets, 4 bets, all this stuff going on around you, and then just like, oh, cool, 2 big blinds. Yay.
I think they need to see his driver license, see how old.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Now, all players with over 50 big blinds. Amazing, right?
Yeah, deep stack poker, which is not what most people train for. A lot of the study that takes place these days is for 30 big blind or less stack play. So it's always interesting to see like who has cash game experience. Those people tend to do much better with this type of depth. But I think in general, Autumn, Chad, and Ninad are going to have a big advantage here. And they're the most experienced.
Can you get a massage, honey? I've been waiting here for a fucking...
Yeah.
Joel
for a massage?
summoning a massage therapist.
Hey, they texted me. They asked me if they could get a massage on stream.
Yeah, why not, right?
Why not?
Yeah. Shannon, where you at?
Yeah, Shannon, where you at?
Come get some money. Get some TV time.
Jack 10 deuce on the flop here with 7s for Hindi. Ace 9 for Aram. You know, guys like Aram, you just seem like these guys, Chad, always fighting for every chip, fighting every pot.
Yeah.
There's no chip. There's no easy chips to win off these guys.
No stone left unturned. There's no just easy give ups. You know, they're thinking on every level. They're analyzing ranges. They're going for the win. Yeah, I mean, all 3 of the experienced pros here are playing for victory. They're not desperate for pay jumps. They are ICM aware, but they all want the win.
Wouldn't you like to see Hindi take a little stab at this pot at some point?
It's tough to say. I mean, she has good showdown value. She's in position. I think if the river was under a 7, she might have gone for some little thin value bet. I wouldn't hate betting the turn as a sort of protection mechanism against some of the hands that have overcards. But thinking of it from a range perspective, if Autumn has any of the 2 overcard combinations, that means he also has a straight draw, which means he very likely would have bet on the flop, if not the turn as well. So I think we can feel safe that he probably has more of a 10 or of a nothing. And against those types of hands, we really don't stand to do anything from betting. It's just getting called by better or folding out hands with no equity. So if Hindi's thinking about it in terms of ranges, I think I like her check down. River, we could still get greedy and go for a thin value bet. I don't think 7s are ever beat on the river, but she played it fine. You played it fine, Hindi. Good job. Unlike the 5-3 offsuit.
Another hand we talk about quite often is Ace 5. Why is Ninad not playing a hand like Ace 5 offsuit?
Oh, he just folded on the button, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because he's getting a beer. To be honest with you, that's a... theoretically speaking, a very trivial open. Yeah, that's an open. Again, Ninad is more of a cash game player. In cash games, you're not always opening the same types of hands that you would open in tournaments because of the lack of an ante, and you're not trying to acquire all the chips in a cash game. You're really only trying to play hands that do well in big pots. Ace-5 offsuit does not do well in big pots, so he might still be in like cash game player mode. It might not leave his mind that way of approaching the game. So either way, that was a very clear open. Kind of missed a spot.
I'm glad that I picked that up on my
Yeah, good job, Matt. Matt, you're a world-class
A6
poker player. Ace on the button, he theoretically should open all of the offsuit aces, all aces on the button there, yeah. If he thinks the small and big blind are like coming after him hard, then maybe not because he doesn't want to get into that battle, but I think he could have opened there without getting too much pushback.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, little surprise. That's a spot where Chad and Autumn would have absolutely not passed up that EV.
Jack 9 versus Ace 10 here. Queen 7-6 flop. Anthony gun +1 with the Ace 10. He checks it. king on the turn.
Yeah, but no telephone here. Nothing. No.
Interesting spot. I think Chad will veer away from getting aggressive here, but he could. He does have a gut shot. He has a decent amount of king X, but so does Anthony. And Chad's not going to be betting here with less than king X for value, so he's not repping a ton of combos by betting.
Check.
Anthony happy to go to showdown here.
King on the river.
You can smile in television. I know.
Chad checks Anthony.
Happy to take that one down.
Yeah. What was Anthony's poker results to this point?
Not a ton,
I
if
kind of
I
like
remember
his
correctly.
presence.
Yeah, he seems like he's been there before, so to speak. Let's see. He's got about $250,000 in lifetime earnings, but biggest score, 35,000. He got fourth in a big 750 buy-in at Parks, and he actually took second in the 1100 here in April for 33,000. So he's got some deep runs under his belt. Seems like he probably plays more mid-stakes, but he's holding his own, and he really hasn't made any big mistakes. I'm liking his play so far. There's a lot of really good players in the mid-stakes realm these days, and it only takes one run in a tournament like this to take it to the next level. Joel finally got his massage.
Ah, he did get it.
Million.
Wow.
Okay, Kevin.
What
I see you.
3-bet it to $1 million.
Yeah. A little bit out there. Joel doesn't open all that wide. He also, there's something to be said for when someone's getting a massage, they might play tighter.
Yes.
I think that's a real thing. And he doesn't open a lot of hands. He calls a lot of 3-bets. King deuce offsuit, not the spiciest meatball. So Kevin just not afraid to go for it, though. I will give him that. And he doesn't seem to be the most experienced, so he's just, you know, taking it as it goes, and
That's
he's not afraid.
$400K on that turn.
Yeah.
6.
Joel sticking around.
I mean, if you're Kevin, you got to be a little afraid here now. He's made 2 calls here.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because Joel should have a lot of Queen X hands that would fold to a turn bet, but it's also tough. I mean, he might not fold. He also might have a decent amount of Ace X. Now I think Joel's actually going to bluff with the best hand is what I'm sensing here.
Yeah, you kind of make that look, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Which, you know, that just shows kind of the different ways people think about the game. A more experienced player would probably recognize that King Jack actually beats pretty much everything that's a bluff at this point. I guess, you know, Kevin might have a pair of like 9s. That's what you would hope to bluff out. But really, King Jack holds up well when it goes check, check.
Joel moving up the leaderboard here.
Yep.
The stacks are just so crazy. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these final tables in my career, I don't remember ever seeing
this deep
packed. I've definitely seen deep final tables, but not this
tightly packed.
Tightly packed. Usually, I have 1 or 2 people with 10 big blinds, or you know, maybe somebody with
a dominant chip lead
or 100 big blinds, but not like this.
Yeah, yeah. To your point, the final table last week that I was at, brag. There were 2 players with less than 5 bigs, and 1 player with like 200. So it was super like polarized, and it was a really cool dynamic to play with because you have to play super tight with the 2 short stacks, and everybody's kind of playing for a second. Here, everybody's just playing a cash game right now and seeing like who wins, and it's it's very rare.
Speaking of not like this or not like that, are you a fan? Martin Cabral's here this week.
I'm somewhat indifferent. I think he's far less of a problem than Kasuf. Let's say he with no name, who you like wanted to make a shooting star and like. I mean, that was kind of a joke, I guess, with the sponsorship thing. But no, I think Cabral is a very bright guy who says some actually pretty funny things from time to time. Gets out of line, yes. Maybe is not the most like integrity-oriented person. Maybe, I don't know. I've heard some stories. Is he like terrible for the game? I don't think so. Yeah. He's one of these villain characters. Would I rather play with him than someone with the initials NP? Yeah, probably. I don't find him that unsavory. I think he's just kind of annoying. Steps out of line a little bit, but he's a clever, bright human being.
I don't know how to say it. He's got some higher level thinking too. Is that a good way to say that?
Yeah.
He's an actual, I think, a genius.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what his background is, but I understand it to be something that requires a high degree of intelligence, and he's creative in what he says. You know, whether or not it always lands well, different story.
Correct.
But I think in that sort of demographic of like loud players, he's on the more tolerable side of that.
We were just playing a big tournament down in Brazil, and they were applauding when he busted, and some lady was following after him, yelling at him. And
really?
Yeah, it was kind of a strange scene. The whole room applauded when he busted some big final table.
Huh. So I guess we know how Brazil feels.
In the end, I think, if somebody said, I would like to play with him, I think people would enjoy it for a while, at least. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Maybe not every day.
No.
But once in a while.
Once in a while. And he's an action
kind of like
player.
Playing with Helmuth,
Sure.
There are times when Helmuth is extremely pleasurable to play with.
Are there?
Other times he isn't. I think so.
Huh. I'm still waiting for that time. Granted, I've only played with Phil a few times, but they haven't been the most pleasant.
Yeah. It comes and goes.
I'm sure if he's running great and all things are going his way, then it's probably a peach.
Yeah. He does have some, I don't know. You're a pro, so there's a difference. It's different. As an amateur player, they enjoy playing with Phil.
Yeah. I mean, I like him at the table. Honestly, I like him at the table because I think he gets everybody else off their game.
Yeah.
Or at least gets some people off their game.
Yeah.
Again, the jacks. What's going on here, dealer?
Raise to 350.
Who's got queens? No, just one queen.
6-5. She folds, and queen 9 for Nanad. Queen 9 suited. Makes the call. I think at this stage, Kevin's getting a little irritated with Nanad, only because he seems to be involved in a lot of pots with him. But again, not a guy fighting for every chip, it seems like. Except with ace-5 on the button.
Kevin with a small bet here. Could go either way. I think I like the small bet without a heart and maybe a check with a heart.
Nanad gets rid of that one.
Just so everyone knows.
I'll move on to the next hand.
Just so everyone knows.
Speaking of players you know are in the room, I didn't hear Cuz this weekend.
No, he wasn't here. He was trying to get down here. He asked me a question that he should know the answer to. Since he's played here 50 times, he asked if he could enter on day 2. And another topic for another time. Should he be allowed to enter on day 2 of tournaments? Sometimes yes, sometimes no is my answer to that.
I think that's the right answer. He must have been down in Colombia with his 10 girlfriends or something.
Yeah.
Shout out, Cuz.
You ever seen Medellin? You ever been to Medellin?
No,
Cuz?
he's got no shame. I'll give him that.
No, that's true.
Sorry, guys. I guess until someone 3-bets me, I gotta keep opening.
Kevin getting slightly hit by the deck here.
Easy game.
You got it.
Takes it down.
This is ridiculous.
It's not gone unnoticed by the other players.
Yeah, nor himself. It seems he's acknowledging the silliness of card distribution and the hot runs that
but you do have to make chips off of that, and he hasn't made many chips and lost a few big pots too.
Yeah, it's gone both ways for him. But he's back to the chip lead.
All right, Hindi now with kings.
Oh, just kings.
Yeah, there's been some big hands.
Yeah.
On the table. Kings for Hindi. She 3-bet
Finding no takers.
to 1 million. Yeah, and with that initial raise to 350 with Ace Jack.
Ace Jack offsuit being a hand that in this spot we would look to either turn it into a bluff with a 4-bet or more likely just let it go.
Why is Ace Jack a good hand to bluff with?
Because we have good blockers. 2, oh, she snap shoved. I was like, what happened? It's just not a hand that plays great for value. Like as a call, it doesn't flop that well. We don't mind if we get jammed on and have to fold. We're not giving up much, whereas like ace queen suited, we're much more annoyed if we have to let it go. So ace jack is kind of that middling hand that you have to kind of find some line for where your 4-bets are gonna, your bluffs and your value are gonna coincide. And ace jack is just kind of the perfect middle ground where you don't mind if you have to end up folding it. It doesn't really do well calling. And ace jack suited, obviously a little bit different, but yeah, ace jack's offsuit's just like kind of the
Hindi. You gotta turn your cards in, Hindi.
Yeah, you're supposed to give them back to the dealer at the end of the hand.
Kings again?
And Autumn, you're not supposed to give your cards to your neighbor.
Exactly. Yeah, I see ace jack and I just see pain. I don't like ace jack.
It's not a great hand, which is
but
why
it's interesting to hear you say that it's actually a good hand to.
Yeah, especially as a 4-bet, it just has kind of made its way to the zeitgeist, let's say, of being the hand that is good to a 4-bet bluff with. Now, Nanad's situation, much different. He's in position. He's got chips. This is actually a spot where you're playing ace-jack as kind of a value hand and calling. You keep in hands that you dominate. Autumn's situation, being out of position, much different. And so now Nanad gets to see a flop, maybe play against some hands he's crushing.
Chad's
Hindi,
in there, and he's got 2 pair.
And very lucky for Hindi that she chooses to check here. This will be weird because actually now I think Chad's going to check raise probably. Very interesting. I don't know how Chad's going to play this. You could call, but I think he's going to go for a chunky check raise. And then
Hindi,
honestly, I think Hindi's...
What are you thinking here?
I think what I would want to do is throw up in my mouth if Chad check raises. I think Hindi is going to like instantly shove.
Oh, no.
Or quickly. I think she's... Oh, my God. Good girl. Nice one.
What?
Wow. She sensed something.
Come on.
That is unreal.
How could that be that quick of a fold?
Unbelievable. She did act quickly. I was half right.
What the heck?
Wow.
Quiet down there, huh?
She is going to be so stoked to find that out. And
does that make up for the 5-3?
Yeah, no. No, because this was the right play. She made the right play. It was heroic, but not super heroic. Like
it's super quick too.
It was shocking, and honestly, I don't know if it's the right play. Chad has some hands that are not better than kings in this spot. He has some like combo draws. He has some like I don't know. His range is pretty strong actually. But either way, to snap fold there, I commend you, Hindi.
I mean, it was a nice try. What do you want?
She also gives credit to Nanad having a hand sometimes.
I agree, but I didn't say it.
But that's sick. Wow, she dodged a potentially disastrous confrontation. I'm floored. That's amazing. You rarely see kings just turbo muck like that and be right.
Wow.
Yeah. Granted, that is a flop where if you do get it in with kings, you're either way behind or against some type of combo draw type of hand where you're not killing it. So, yeah, good for Hindi. She got a big stack, too. And it's nice to be able to maintain that. That's the play of the day so far.
Maybe there's a card read error.
Nothing close here. So goes for it. Firing with some backdoor potential or face down. 5K main event, $3 million guaranteed, and just over 1,200 entries at the weight. We have Chad Eveslage, Alonso Bayan, and non-medic representing the pro team here. Kevin, me, Indy Kortetsky, Joel, and the amateur side, Indy, I guess could be considered a pro. She holds her own in the Florida tournament scene, regularly hosting final tables and results. Anthony, a little bit of a mystery card. I feel like he might be more of a grinder than the led to believe by his tournament record. Very deep stacks, lots of chips. Autumn to shortest with almost 30 big blinds.
Flop coming out. I see that ace and a jack and a 7. Arms flop top pair, king kicker. No clubs on this board. The 9s for Kevin.
Yep.
Checks.
Nowhere for Kevin to go here.
Got a 550 and a fold from Kevin. Wins the spot.
You can find out. You can find out in 30 minutes. Or whenever not. 50, yeah, 30 minutes.
Good massage. Huh? Who had ace 10? How you fold ace 10? Okay. Now it makes sense. Now I get it.
Little tension breaking chat going on here, and see that a lot of the time that the table can get really tense and quiet for a while, and then suddenly someone starts talking and it kind of opens the door and everybody lets the pressure off a little bit. You can feel the release of energy that happens in those moments.
How often do you get to play for 600,000?
It's really interesting.
It's more than your lifetime earning.
Let's have a drink, have some fun, guys.
Exactly.
Joel's chilled out now.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Nod and Joel trying to get the party started here.
I don't believe you guys. So try this. We should be thankful that you're
Will
here.
Chad join in at any point?
No, not much of a drinker at all, but he's here for business. He'll chat a little bit, but he's locked in. He's here for blood. He's
I
not
like
here
the
to make
makeup of
friends.
this table, honestly.
Yeah,
just
good
very,
configuration.
He's very tired of having a table where nobody's doing any talking or nobody's having any fun. This is a great one.
Couldn't agree more.
Hey, you said that.
You know,
When's your last?
What? Are you serious? No. My results are way better when I drink.
You showed up to
I can
day
confirm.
2 table at the end of the night with a beer in hand.
I've played in some home games with the Nod where that was proven to be true.
This tournament I decided
He is not afraid to get a little tipsy and gamble it up.
Terrible.
And
then I decided, I decided this tournament I'm gonna switch it up and drink, and here I am.
You would have folded the jacks if you didn't have a couple drinks in you?
I don't know. That was I just played it weird. And I don't know.
Yeah, but it was a lot in the pot.
Yeah. And it was just a small blind.
Chad raises to 300,000 with 10-9 suited and a nod.
Whatever.
Ace 6. Let's
Worked
let go.
out. Had a
Joel,
pair.
Jack 9 is out. I don't know if your player. Do you like
what
Joel
GTO
getting this?
says.
Is he playing less hands because he's getting this massage?
Let's ask the coach.
Probably, right?
Yeah, generally speaking, I think we haven't had any evidence to that either way so far.
Massage towel.
Yeah, the massage towel. It definitely is a factor for a lot of people. He was still in there with the King Jack. I think he's still going to splash around, but we haven't seen enough hands yet to know.
I like the table massage too, but you can't do it if you're short stacked.
Yeah. The pain of ending your massage early is just too embarrassing. I, for one, cannot deal with that shame. I will never get a massage if I'm short stacked. Despite being a very optimistic person, I'm also very realistic, and if I have 5 big blinds, I don't
back
expect
in the
to be
day,
there for an hour.
So he gets like a
Massage
piece
Shame
of.
is
I mean,
real.
it's his
Yeah.
company. It's his company, so.
Piece of.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
No, it's a
everybody-
coaching site.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but if he owns the site, like, let's say, he probably gets profit off of everybody, right? I mean, I don't know.
Off.
I don't know how it works
you mean
under. I don't know.
subscribers.
Yeah, yeah. Or like you're a coach, for example, right?
Yeah.
You get a. He doesn't get a cut of your.
He pays me. He employs me. Like,
Yeah, okay, okay.
I make content for him, so.
Okay.
Then he gets all the subscription fees, right?
Yeah.
So.
Talking about
how
coaching.
it
He
works.
probably should be paying me to wear this. I didn't ask him for anything. So Jonathan, if you're asking, if you're watching,
You just. But I threw a little plug in there. I shouldn't have asked all the details about.
yeah.
I got a Waffle House sponsorship out of this whole thing. Yeah, they DM me on the break.
No.
Yeah, it's great. I'm gonna have the sleeves tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Are you serious?
Oh my gosh, Chad, come
Yeah,
on.
no, going. I mean,
Captain Gullible over here. Although I think Chad just wanted to be next in line for the Waffle House sponsorship, if
Yeah.
anything.
So funny, Lena.
All right. Looks like a 3-bet. 850 from Anthony. Chad.
I don't know. I'm ahead of Jonathan Little on break.
And let's it go. I like the speed at which
more
they're
so-
playing.
Yeah, keep it up.
It's like
amazing.
spread out. But yeah, he plays Poker Goes and some online. Like he won an online bracelet this past summer.
They're talking about Jonathan Little. You know, he and Nanad actually come from a similar era in terms of when they were really on top of the tournament world.
Right.
A lot of the newer players might not be familiar with the lore, but these guys were some of the biggest crushers back in when I was starting out, and now it's a whole new guard. Some guys got into coaching businesses, some guys got into cash games. You know, you don't see too many people that stay consistent in the scene and also do well in the tournament world for 20 years plus. But Nanad's still out here crushing.
$450.
Kevin now with King Queen. Raises to 450. That'll get it done. Ending now with that hand we've been talking about, Ace Jack. And it plays different in different positions, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, I was saying earlier that it's a good bluff candidate, but that's in a situation where you get 3-bet. As an opening hand, it's often very strong. It can be a very strong hand to flat call a raise with. But when we're out of position and we get 3-bet, a lot of the time it ends up being a better middle ground to turn it into a bluff
Ace
or a
Jack.
squeeze.
Ace 10 and 5-3. And Hindi flops top pair. Checked around, an ace on the turn. You like that check? She raised it.
She raised and Joel called. Yeah, I do. Especially with the ace of spades, we really want to see at least the turn, if not the river. And we really don't love it if we bet and get raised here. We could get bluffed off of our hand. We can't go for 3 streets realistically with this hand. So exercising a little pot control is very worthwhile. I would like it more in a heads-up situation. With the big blind in, I'm a little more inclined to try to clear out some equity, but I think she does fine by checking here.
Joel makes the call with the open and straight.
And top
And
pair.
top pair. Yeah. King on the river. That slows her down.
Yeah, not in love with that. Got to go for some value against a player like Joel. He's not going to bluff raise you. He might even check behind, weaker 2 pair. I think we got to try to get value with that
I have
hand.
another question for the coaching. Go ahead. No, whatever.
You doing homework?
So there's a bunch of pros, right? Everybody has their own rate, or do you make
exactly?
do you make up your own rate, or do they do it for you?
Like, I make videos, and other guys make videos, so people can subscribe and watch them.
Oh, but you don't do like one-on-one?
I do.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
but you have a rate for that, no? Or
There's
is it
just
random?
Yeah, there's just a forum where like you can see all the coaches and then like see their rates and see who you like.
You can like shop around.
So who's like the top? Who charges the most?
The most? Brock Wilson.
Huh?
Brock Wilson. I think.
He's old school too, no? I mean.
No, he's young. He's my age.
Really young.
Brock always crushing the tournaments here. He's like final table of every high roller. Do you know the update on the 25K right now?
Cherish beat him yesterday. I don't know. Cherish beat him in the
what?
In the
Whatever,
10K.
the 10K. Yeah. They're always, those two are always
Yeah,
crushing.
exactly.
And like super, new power couple of poker, always at final
Are they gonna
tables together.
overtake the Fox?
Yeah, I don't know about that. They got a lot of ground to cover to overtake those two. They are truly legendary.
Yeah.
But Cherish and Brock definitely crushers in their own right. And Brandon Wilson, speaking of Wilsons, that guy just wins every 25K.
Yeah.
Insane.
Manning now here
Waffle
bets
House.
raises a 325
Yeah,
queen
man.
10
If you ever,
suited.
like,
That was good.
Need anything there? I got you.
Can't believe I was over that.
Wait,
No.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so not
I get
locked
free
in.
Waffle House for like.
I need to lock in
wear
fast.
the sleeves every tournament I'm in for the rest of my life.
You can bring us Waffle House every night.
Yo, anything you guys want.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I pay you later, or I gotta pay you now?
That was the boys' meal after a long day of basketball.
What? No, we don't have it in the Northeast.
What I mean?
Really?
It's a delicacy for me. like
You have Denny's?
Yeah, we have Denny's. Yeah, we have Denny's. It's not even close.
Yeah, Denny's doesn't hold a candle to Waffle House. Come
It's not
on.
even close. I've had it every morning before I've played.
You ever fly to
I mean, I don't eat
Spirit
that much.
Airlines?
I've had that.
I've only flown it one
Pretty
time
good.
because it was the only direct flight to Pittsburgh from Las Vegas.
Never again.
And
I love the juxtaposition of playing for $500,000 while talking the cheapest options of food and travel.
Waffle House of the Sky.
It is. I love how they don't even have a first class. It's just called the Big Seat.
I love that big seat.
The Big Seat.
It's a great deal.
You
It's
have
a
to
great
do it.
deal.
You can't. You
Sometimes
have
as
to do
commentators, you just gotta let
It's
it
not
lay
before
out
the
and let
real
them talk.
Yeah.
You gotta book early though if you want the big
All
seat.
right.
Yeah.
People get it.
Yeah, I've only did
The
it.
nod raises to 900,000. What do you think of that?
Oh, nice. I didn't catch that. He's not repping much. Anthony might be a decent player to do this against, but I guess he's just trying to fold out ace high type of hands that took a stab here. But ace high with top pair, not going anywhere.
I know. That's not a good
More
shot.
water.
Yeah, not. Yeah, not repping much. I'm not in love with it
Have you ever flown
against a
Ryanair?
keen player.
Very good card for Anthony there.
Yeah.
It's unreal. So
Really?
what they do
You
is
get the check mark.
you'll
in
go
there.
online. and you'll be
1.3 million being
and
shipped
you'll see
over.
these flights, and I'm not joking. You can fly from like London, Paris for $30.
Wow.
Okay.
He gave it a shot. And Nod gave it a shot.
Yeah,
It's always
he
at,
had
like,
equity. He had a
it's
couple
not the
overs.
main airport. It's like
I think he may
regional
have
airport.
succeeded in
And then
folding out
if you don't
some better
show up
hands, but
2 hours before and
The
check
Nod
in
was
2
chip
hours
leader.
before,
Now
they
he's
tax
short
you like
stack.
$50.
Chad was a chip leader. Now he's
In your bag.
yeah.
Oh,
But
was
again,
it
short
just
stack,
I think it's
47
like
big
10
blinds.
back
for
in the
every
chip leader.
kilogram
Yeah.
it's over, they charge you like
Kinda
I was
crazy.
London, it was 15 pounds.
Hometown
I
girl.
had
A
friends
little more
that his bag
separation.
was 20
33 versus
kilograms over.
83.
They were going to charge
Big
him
to
like
small.
$300
Little
for a
bit.
bag. Yeah, it was cheaper for him to
More
go
than we
buy
have
Plenty
it
of
for
chips
sure.
for
and
him.
then recheck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A player of his
That's
ability.
insane.
Kevin and Chad developing a strong friendship here, it sounds like.
It's crazy.
Bonding over
It's the worst.
budget airlines.
Where's Chad from?
Indiana originally,
Indiana originally.
from a farm. Now lives in Fort Lauderdale, has for quite a while. But
There's so much poker action down here at Seminole Hard Rock. You know, got great tournaments pretty much year round. 4 big stops.
Instagram is so good. Like,
The next one in January is a
They know how bad
WPT.
they are, so
It's
they just
coming
make fun of
back,
it.
so everybody get
It's
down
like,
here for
how
the
did-
Lucky
they're like,
Hearts
how did
tournament
they
Yep.
say we
in
don't offer
January.
anything? And it's like hype music and then it
amazing
shows
weather.
the and it's like
It's
complimentary.
one of the best
Exactly.
times of the year to be here.
It's
It's
like golf. You can do that. I don't know.
go to the
about
beach
surfing.
midwinter.
Surfing?
Not really. Boogie boarding, bodyboarding, that kind of stuff. You got to go a bit north for waves. There's kite surfing. We'd have plenty of water sports if that's what tickles your fancy. But it's really
The
South
Keys
Florida is
that we went to
beautiful.
the first time a couple years ago. It was interesting.
Oh, I'm surprised you hadn't been down there yet.
No, I
It is-
never had and had only been there once.
It is a time.
Key West is pretty cool.
Depending on what you get into, it is a time down there.
Yeah.
They have a lot of fun things.
The
And
southernmost part of the
United States, Florida. United States of, well, America, I guess.
continental United States.
There you go. Thank you. But yeah, South Florida in the winter is really something that I take for granted until I travel in the winter, and then I'm like, no, I want to go home. I want to go back to where the weather's perfect.
I'm not a huge fan of humidity, but I don't mind it here.
Yeah, it's still, I mean,
During the summer, no. Thanks.
yeah, Vegas and California are also pretty decent in the winter. So you spend your time in overall pretty good spots.
I can golf about 300 days a year in Vegas.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Probably 325. Chad here with a king jack
Yeah.
raised and got 3-bet with king queen, and the 3-bet gets the pot 1 for Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony could have gone either way there with King Queen suited. It's a linear 3-bet that I would like against other players besides Chad, who's not going to give up too much. I think I would prefer to just call against Chad and have a higher ranking value hand in my call range pre-flop and trap some hands like King Jack offsuit for more bets post. But I can't blame him. King Queen suited is a hell of a hand. Never hurts to put more money in.
Hindi really has not gotten out of line from what I've seen since.
Yeah, since her
the
one big
5-3.
fudge up, she, I think, learned her lesson.
Good
let's
comeback,
say.
a good,
Good discipline.
It's a lot of times you do something like that and it's just straight down.
The wheels fall off, yeah. She kept it together. She's right back up top. She's been here before. She's been through this roller coaster before. That was just a minor loss of control, but I think she's got it back.
All in to call, it says there. I think that's a wrong graph. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's wrong. I'm going to say that's wrong.
Okay, so we got 6-5 versus King Queen on the
Nice flop for Joel.
2-3-7 board. Joel with a heart in his hand and 5-6, a straight draw. Neither player with a pair at this point.
Yeah.
Joel bets 300,000.
Yeah, I think the knot has to see another card.
Peeling 1.
Not great visibility, but it's too good of a hand to let go just yet.
And now, let's see what Joel does here.
Half pot, that's going to get the job done. I can't fathom the knot has anywhere to go besides the muck.
He only has one time extension chip left, by the way.
Yep.
Cannot use it.
Look.
Joel continuing
Shows
to show.
the straight. And that's going to do it for this segment. We're going to break here. And we still got one player to lose before we're done for the day. Aram Zobi in the chips short stack with 5 million in chips. And Hindi Kumateski in the lead with 61 bigs and 12,125,000. We're going to 100,200,000 when we come back. Matt Savage and Daryl Fish here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
Beer.
Well, one more player.
get that deal?
Yeah.
Got it?
Check's on the way, guys.
100, 200. Tell me to get you a pass.
Do you have any water back there?
Hello, everybody. We are back from break here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, with the WPT main event of the Rock and Roll Poker Open series. I'm Daryl Fish, here with Matt Savage, who will be back, I'm sure, quite shortly as well. Seven-handed here, playing down to 6. Everybody's got a decent chip stack. Autumn now the shortest, but still 25-plus big blinds. Hindi Komatetsky, chip lead with over 60 bigs. And everybody else really chilling. Matt now back with us. Hello, sir.
Hello. Just back underway here. 9-8 clubs versus King, Queen of Hearts for Anthony. And look at that flop. 9, 9, 7 with one club. Kevin in firm control of this flop. Anthony bets 250. I call.
Yep,
Kevin.
cheap price. Gonna see a turn here, but
now a deuce of clubs. Check mark already in the hand of Kevin. And check, check.
yeah, Anthony knows better than to keep firing on this texture.
7 on the river now. Any thought to my king being good here?
Yeah, that is a card that gives a little hope to the king high. Now that we beat some of the middle to small pocket pairs that might have stuck around, it's a little tempting. We beat all the straight draws. We beat pocket sixes downward. And it's tempting, but the price is not great. He did bet pretty chunky. I don't think he'll be calling this, but I wouldn't blame him too much. There are a lot of straight draw combos in Kevin's range here from the big blind.
Anthony looks suspicious.
But as we've established, doesn't he always? He does look him up. And not going to be thrilled.
A well-played hand there by Kevin, I believe.
About to move.
Yes?
Yeah, I got to get out of here, Matt.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for coming. You were outstanding, and happy to do this with you anytime. Daryl Fish, he's got a nightlife. He's got a life outside of poker, as we've established. And we want to thank you again for coming in. Daryl, you've been outstanding. Where can we find you?
You can find me at home. I'm not too active on Twitter anymore.
Okay.
I used to be. I am on X/Twitter as Daryl Fish. I'm not too interesting on there. I'm on Instagram at flow_of_fish. It's very much not poker related content. But if anyone's interested, that's where I guess you can find me, let's say. Otherwise, you can find me on dance floors in Miami and at home, just living a pretty domestic life these days.
Awesome. Well,
but,
thanks.
Yeah,
thanks for coming out, and we'll hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thanks. It was a lot of fun. I might be out in Vegas. I'm moving this week/month, so I have a lot to handle this
See
week.
you out in
but
Vegas at the Win.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to make
As
it out for the
most-
main event.
Most great poker players will be.
Yeah, it's going to be great as always. And thanks again, and I'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks
bye,
again, Daryl.
everybody.
Appreciate it. All right, Joel taking out a pot there. And if any poker players are out in the room and would like to join me for the conclusion of today, we are just losing one more player. Would be happy to have somebody else join me in the booth. If not, I'll be taking you home by myself. Again, I am not a poker expert, never claimed to be, but I will give you the action and try and fill in a little color commentary as well. Hindi, folding king 10. Fold it around. Kevin now with King Jack. Making a raise and taking it down. All right, Nanad now raises to 425. The blinds have gone up. We're playing 100, 200,000. These players are playing 90-minute levels, and therefore the structure has gotten deep. All players are pretty much well established with chips here. Aram, the short stack with 4.325. Not in any danger, though, and especially a player of his ability.
Pretty cool they set this up like out of nowhere.
Table talk was going before the break, but now, after the break, maybe they had something to eat.
Let's come tomorrow with a bathing suit. What do you think? We can get some.
Appreciate you all watching here on YouTube. I'm going to go to the commentary stream, and if you have any questions or make any comments, I'll be happy to answer them. If you have any questions, this is a $3,500 Rock and Roll Poker Open World Poker Tour event here at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. If you've not yet been to this casino, it is a beautiful property, beautiful resort, amazing swimming pools on both sides of the casino, and also a guitar hotel, an iconic building in South Florida.
Exactly, yeah. It's so hot
People
outside.
from all over the world talk about it at this time. A raise to 500,000 by Kevin with the 10s. Indy and Anthony fold. And a quick win here. For Kevin.
You have one blue in the middle here.
I know what I'm doing. Okay. No. Thank you.
Playing down to 6 players here. We have 7 currently. Again, these players are quite deep. And even in chip stacks, so nobody wanting to go out next.
Price of poker has gone up.
But have all earned right around 100,000 at this stage. Not bad for a $3,500 event. $3 million guarantee.
1,250 people, so it's 64 million. Chips.
And prize pool close to $4 million.
Average is 10.1. My luck.
8.7, you're off.
No, the average of the final table. When one busts, the average will get.
I'll bet under.
I bet you one.
Indy now with 8-6.
I'm bluffing.
Listen,
folds.
I'm a CPA by name.
Nod with King 8.
CPA, but I was young for years. So I know accounting.
You were ready for the bet.
Descend to 200. Because you have 1,260 people. That's 2,000.
Players are playing quickly. Love to see that.
Divide by 6.
Come on, jump into the chat. I want to hear what you had to say. I'm looking at the chat right now.
Well, maybe
Poker Ski,
I play by feel.
Andrew DeFeo, Mr. No Lenses, great to see you.
Another beer, then I'll start
Brad,
figuring out the math.
always happy to see you. Alyssa, I see you out there as well. And John. The Club WPT stream team is strong. We'll see many of you out at the Win. We're going there next on the World Poker Tour. Also coming back here in January for the next event here. $3,500 buy-in, $3 million guarantee. The opening event is a $2 million guarantee for that series, and $1 million 25K high roller as well.
Call here.
Let's dance.
We good game.
No more straight flushes.
We're working on that, Brad.
I don't know. There's another one coming.
Lots going on, a lot happening out at the Win. 8-4 of clubs for Joel. Flops bottom pair. Ace-8 offsuit. No diamond in either player's hand on a Jack-10-4 all diamond flop. And the nod continues to put pressure on Joel. He cannot call with bottom pair. And the nod wins the pot.
I thought I had the ace of diamonds. But
Does that mean there's another ace under there?
yes.
Chad with 9-6 of diamonds, fairly uninvolved as of late. Aram now with King-5. He folds Jack-7 for Anthony. Hindi with King-6 of spades. This is what they call the final table bubble on the World Poker Tour. As we, even though we are at the final table, it is not the live stream final table, which will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, with a 30-minute delay. Will start at 2:30, so make sure you tune in for that. I'll be back in here with Faraz Jaka on the live stream. Flop is 2 spades, 3 spades, excuse me. She flopped a spade flush, Hindi has. She has the king high flush on the flop. Kevin checks his king jack. Hindi's going to bet this. She's going to bet a total of 300,000. Kevin, no spade in his hand. Will let it go. Hindi wins that one. Maybe reconsidering her bet there, but she'll take what she can get. She'll get it there. She is our chip leader. Over 12 million in chips. Back into the chip lead over Kevin with the win of that pot. Anthony Merlot in third with 50 big blinds. Joe Gola, 40 big blinds. Nanab Medic, 37. Chad, 35. And Aram Zobian, 22. Big blinds with 4,325,000. Joe Gola, as you may have heard earlier, left on day 2 for 4 hours to attend his granddaughter's birthday party. Came back and made this final 7. He's having quite a week. Anad now with ace-10. Will make a raise.
Raise 425.
He raises to 425. Kevin with 10-9 folds. Chad folds. The Nod Medic takes down this one.
Yes. You ready to drink, huh? I like it, brother. I like it. Yeah, have a beer.
Anthony with 9-8. He folds. Hindi. 8-5 suited. Lets it go. Nanad. Ace deuce. In the hijack of spades, he raises. Joe lets it go. Kevin now with the 5s will make the call. And Aram with ace-jack, the hand that Daryl was saying is a good hand to bluff with.
All in.
He goes all in for 4,125,000. Action to Nanad, who folds, and Kevin folds, gets out of the way. Aram wins the spot. Hindi now with 6-4, folds. Ninad's out with the Jack-7. Joel, 10-3. Being patient. Kevin. Folds. Chad raises to 400,000 with ace-6. Action now to Anthony.
About 6 million?
A little less, 6.5 I think I started with.
Thank you.
Chad says he has 6.5. Anthony with 9.9 decides to make the call. Ace right on the flop, followed by a jack and a 5. A check from Anthony. That bet'll get it done. Chad wins this pot. No rabbit hunting, Stu Mandelbaum.
Right.
Joel raises to 500,000.
Well, you're not happy with that?
Nah, it's
just
he saw it hit the felt before he said the raise, but
As is fly,
it's a gentleman's game, right?
He folds.
I mean, nice
Hindi
hand.
lets
It's a
it
good
go.
hand.
Joel takes
have
this
to
one
stay
down.
consistent is all.
For sure.
Throw it in.
Call if I don't say anything.
And the dealer
The voice make more.
Yeah.
I goes, that's
I think we all
and I
maybe
go,
wanted
I'm
to.
sorry, I go, my bad. It's just a call. I should have said raise.
Yeah.
Very next hand, I throw it in. As it's in the air, I go, like, I forget that I'm not going to say it again. And it goes like this, raise. And he goes, that's not a raise.
Yeah, I mean,
Calls the floor over. Like, it's
so,
like,
yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, it could go both ways.
the first, I even took it. I was like, no,
yeah.
good. Call it a call. All good. And then the next one, it was like, I mean,
Yeah.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
Aram now raises to 425. Anthony with 2 3s. Makes the call. The nod now with Queen 8 of diamonds. Also makes the call. Queen right in the window, followed by 10 and a deuce. Nanad, medic, flops top pair. Nanad leads for 575. Ram folds. And a fold. Nanad Medic takes this pot down. Nanad, 8.3 million. Thanks, Bob Mather. I enjoy doing this. It's fun for me to do these things. I enjoy having somebody that knows what they're doing sitting beside me, like Daryl Fish. Tony Dunce, Faraz Jaka will be here with me tomorrow. Matt Waxman has joined me as well over time. I actually had Lucky Chewy with me. I always learn a lot from them. But can't compete in this tournament arena like they can.
Sure.
He's sterile.
Chad's raised to 400,000 with ace queen.
Or some beers.
Or both.
Nod's requesting more beers. He does fold king 7. Joel lets it go, and Chad will take this one.
So no break today?
Had a lot of big hands earlier at this final table, but we are
He might be here tomorrow. Who knows?
running short on big confrontations as of late.
The sleeping bag.
They'll never bag at 7, right? If it goes to a certain time or not?
Want to do a flip for $1 million?
I mean,
check
they
it
would if
down?
it went to a certain time.
Okay.
But
Huh? Let's check it down.
Players are asking if they would bag at 7 if it went too
You guys
late.
want to do
I'm
like
saying
faster?
no.
We can do straddle.
We'll play till we lose one more player and they'll be done.
In half an hour.
Then Marianne and I will go out and have
Cucaracha?
Cucaracha, whatever.
What's the
Council Oak, one of the restaurants here.
Everybody
they have a
puts
lot
in,
of great ones. We
Oh,
had a
that's
player
what
party
the
the other night.
Oh, I see what you're.
Well attended that had food from Council Oak, and then in January we're looking at doing another one as well. King Jack versus Queens. A race to 400,000 with King Jack by Chad. Action now on Nod with Queens. He makes the call. And a call from Joel with King Jack of Hearts. Kevin lays down the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce.
I check on the dark.
And Joel says he checks in the dark. Flop is ace, 4, 3. There's an ace on the board, neither player with an ace in their hand. And the Nod with the queens in the lead so far, 2 spades on the flop. Chad has a king off spades. He checks it. The Nod bets 525. One heart on the board as well with Joel, the King Jack of Hearts. He folds. Chad lets it go. Nanad wins the spot with the queens. Always nice win a hand with queens when there's an ace on the board. Yeah, where's Nikki P? If you know Nikki P want to join the chat. Hindi in the lead, 60 big blinds, 11,925,000 up top in this tournament.
There he is.
First place in this tournament is 605,100, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship in Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. I want to thank again the amazing staff here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Tournament team headed up by Jason Heidenthal, Poker Room Director of Operations, Bill Mason. I've assembled a great crew of dealers, staff. And they make it look so smooth here. Hindi raises to 400,000 with ace-10 of spades. Joe makes a call with 10-9 and queen-9. There's a jack on the flop, followed by a 6 and a 5. Hindi is in the lead. There are 2 spades as well. She's not going to go anywhere. Let's see if she bets this. She checks. And a check from Joel. Turn card is a 9 of spades. And now both Chad and Joel have a pair of 9s. Ace-10 of spades in the hand of Hindi. She's got the check mark already. She's got a spade flush. Let's see if anybody's going to take a stab at this pot before it gets back to Hindi. And she makes a bet, and it's going to happen. Chad Evislage bets 600,000. Hindi makes the call with the nuts. And a fold from Joel. The river is a harmless 4 of diamonds. Chad now. First act. Is he going to continue to bet this? He does not. He checks. All in. Hindi moves all in. All in for $6,175,000. Pot is $8 million, and that's going to get it done.
Now we're talking.
You're not going to show her the ace high?
Hindi wins the pot.
Oh man, you're still
Up to $13 million now.
I'm still pissed about it. I'll wake up tomorrow and still be mad about it.
Ace Jack for Anthony.
Raise 400.
He raises to 400,000. Joel with ace 9. Makes the fold. Kevin now with Jack 8 of hearts. Decides to call.
Give him a wash,
and Chad folds the king deuce. Aram out with 6-3.
You got over there, brother. Like 9 million? Give or take?
Why are you always lowballing me, man?
It's just,
why are you always lowballing?
Highest chips.
Why don't you say, like, hey, you got like 15,
I
right?
keep missing this brown stack in the back.
Say, hey, you got 15, right? And I go, nah, man, I got like 11.
What do you have, though?
I have 11-ish. Yeah.
Keep hiding that brown stack back there, that's why. That's what I'm missing. You have 4 browns, right?
4 browns.
That's where it is.
I have 4.
That's where we're missing that 2 million.
Yeah.
Check.
Flop 9-8-6. 1 heart. A pair of 8s for Kevin. Anthony with ace 5. Makes the fold. Hindi, 68 bigs, 13,625,000. She's the big stack. Aram Zobian.
Right, now you tell me
the short
exactly what you
stack,
have.
still 22 bigs.
See? Doesn't that feel a lot better?
For a while.
Rather than me being like,
you're hiding this brown stack.
Are you like, what are you like 5'7"?
Tell him. Tell him.
No? Come on. Don't lowball me.
Respect your elders.
You know?
He's hiding his chips back there.
I don't know how. I mean, if you want me to put them in a line, we'll do that.
I was just missing that 2 million in the browns.
Here we go.
There we go.
We'll change it up.
Let's go. Now we'll never miss the count again.
There we go.
Hindi lets that one go. Not ace 7 of hearts. Raises. 2-4. 25. Kevin folds the king 6. Chad lets that go. And Hiram folds. Now Anthony with queen 10 in the big blind makes the call. Flop, ace, jack, 7, all diamonds. Anthony with the 10 of diamonds in his hand. The quick check. Also got a straight draw. Ace is a pair for Nanad Medic. He bets 450,000. Anthony must at least call here, and maybe we'll do more. And he does make the call. Turn card is a jack, jack of hearts. The nod continues to bet 875.
Just keep blasting away, huh?
Anthony
Nice shot.
tells the nod, you're just going to keep blasting away, and he is. He wins that pot.
Good, how you doing?
I'm having fun. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Sure.
Having a blast.
So far.
I'm having a blast.
Yeah, nice.
This has been awesome.
You guys ready for a beer?
The nod keeps offering
Let's have a beer, guys.
the beers.
The only time, like, I really feel like drinking is if I'm trying to hook up with a girl.
You guys would have
And it feels like you have to socially, like, you know.
Yeah.
I was told to get you some red wine. I'm not going to say from who, but I was told to get you to drink red wine. And the game would be fun.
Alcohol consumption.
Tequila as well? Okay.
Like the generation like, coming up. It's like it's
A friend of mine said,
of all the things
try to
that
get her to
seem
drink red
relevant
wine.
generation, that's a great thing.
Well, we've normalized it, right? Like we've normalized that, like, oh,
Yeah.
drinking's normal, right? Like, and it's not. Like, it's like smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. I have a few of those photos of myself.
Yeah, it's one of the worst things.
But sometimes I have good results. Sometimes you lose, but sometimes you
I did not have good.
wake up and you're like, how the hell did I just win?
Poker while I was drinking. Oh yeah. But yeah, you probably don't have.
You got 7?
I couldn't even tell that you were for evening.
I'm hanging out here looking.
Well,
Table talk flow.
5.
They don't come
4-3.
Nods.
4-3.
It's like water.
Got another beer.
4-2.
Because I didn't
6
need to.
point.
Kevin
0,
with
7.
a Perrier.
Wow.
I wish I had that 18 mil.
Thank you.
7.
Better.
7.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll settle for 7. I wasn't trying to needle you.
Joel
I
7-3. He
thought I
folds.
counted your
Kevin
stack.
8-5. Diamonds. Folds.
In theory, if you would have
Aram
just
now
left
will be the first
at
player into the
18, how
pot
much do you
with
think
his
you'd have right now?
ace queen.
Less than this, I think.
I think so.
It's like this.
He raises to 425. Hindi makes the call with 7-4 of clubs.
It's close.
Yeah.
So you're playing great.
Yeah.
Excuse me. She 3 bets
Doing better
to
than
1.2. The graphic was not up in time, so it was 1.2 from Hindi with
Confirm.
7-4 of clubs.
We have a numbers guy here. What's the question? He'll plug it in.
Big hand happened earlier in this table. Hindi went from the big chip leader down. All in for Aram. Hindi folds. She said she tried.
That was a nice try, yes.
I tried.
It was a nice try.
I just had it.
You just had it, yeah. On the button, of course. My timing's impeccable.
Might have worked out well for Hindi. The re-raise gets her out of the pot.
More.
You got more now?
Got more.
You're like right there with us.
5-7-5. Yeah, you want to swap 80?
80? That's a good one.
You turned me down the first time. I thought I'd try again.
90, I would be on guy.
Gotta go all the way.
Joel with king 6 of hearts. Aaron folds the 3s. Chad with the raise. Queen Jack. Hindi with ace 3. Makes the call. Nod. Nod folds. Chad with Queen Jack. Hindi with the ace 3. And the flop is a king, 10, and 4. Chad with the open and straight draw, ace high for Hindi. Not enough for her to call here. Down to the final 7 players. This tournament started with 1,224 entries, and we're down to the final 7 players.
First time looking at these cards, so like for sure misread that.
I'm thinking the same thing. But,
I was like, what the heck is this?
even like the queens look like other, like the queens look like 8s.
I think with a 10-9.
All look the same.
I looked at a king and thought it was like a 4.
Raises to
like,
600,000. Nod folds. Joel with ace-9.
The ones at WSP.
400,000 more to
Really?
call.
I think they're fine. Like,
He's going
like,
to do
the
it.
difference is did you go from like the
He's
small
going to do it. He has her dominated.
So, like, the massive,
we'll see how it plays out on the flop. Ace-9 versus 10-9. Ace right in the window, followed by a 9, 2 pair. Joel checks. Aces and 9s, 2 pair. Hindi with 9-10. Turn card is an 8. Now an open and straight draw for Hindi.
Like a cracker. It like
And Joel's going to bet.
Well, those are expensive decks.
Yeah.
700,000. Likely to get a call from Hindi, but could be more. River card is another 8. Aces and 9s, 2 pair for Joel, and check, check, and he'll say top 2, which is actually top and middle 2. But that's good enough to get the pot. Joel,
Somebody got to be in the bottom.
Wins the pot.
Oh, somebody got to be in the top.
Hindi down to 10, 5, 2, 5. Kevin now back in the chip lead. Think of these players, Joel's had the chip lead, Hindi's had the chip lead, Anad's had the chip lead, and Kevin has had the chip lead. Also, Chad's had the chip lead. I'm not even sure. Anthony, I think, had it as well. I believe that all of these players have had the chip lead at one point on the final table, except for Aram.
Thinking of it like hard dead, but maybe I just like folded. People are watching, they're like, what?
It's a nightmare. I think I raised folded king jack earlier, and I'm like waiting for someone to say it was kings.
Yeah.
Take it down, baby. All yours.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Much appreciated.
Don't spend it in one spot.
I'll try not to.
Joel's getting the chat going again.
Appreciate that.
No confusion.
See?
This is pretty impressive, guys. No? You gotta,
Yeah, it really is. I'm going to need to borrow some of those.
Huh?
Not a single use.
That's pretty amazing.
It really is.
It's a nice stack.
Huh?
Did you get more? Like what?
No, we all had 15. We all had 15.
Wow.
That's impressive. Especially with, like, it was 15 seconds pre-flop. Like, sometimes you got a 3-bet. Like,
Instant decision.
She's a machine. She just knows.
Quick, very quick.
Folding around. No big confrontations lately. I had a bunch of them earlier.
Ready for a wine?
That's a walk.
Whoever told you that is a good friend. They gave you pro tip. Get Hindi drunk. Yeah.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? We'll both do it. I don't drink wine.
I did.
But I'll drink wine.
No, I don't drink
5
alcohol.
off.
All right, all right.
Thank you.
Maybe you misread your hand.
No.
Pocket fives.
Definitely 2-5 off.
You don't drink much?
I do, but I'm so sleepy. If I drink now, I'm gonna just.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like tequila. I drink tequila.
I'll do it. Tomorrow we'll drink.
Tomorrow, yeah, I'll come rest a little bit.
Hindi with ace queen here. She's going to raise 400,000 and nod.
Well, I hope so.
Quickly folds ace 4 of clubs. Joel with 8-6 of spades. He likes it, but he folds it. Joel is out. Kevin with 9-4. Looking like he wants to get involved, but he doesn't. That was just a look. Aram now with 8-9. Does make the call. The flop is 7, 10-10. Aram with the open-ended straight draw. Hindi with the flush draw. And the ace queen. She's going to bet it. 400,000. Betting a call. Turn card is a jack. And Aram has made the straight. Checks it again. Hindi with the flush draw. And a king would be the bigger straight. And now she bets 800,000. She does have 10 outs, as you can see by the top graphic. Using a time extension, checking to make sure that he still has that straight. Could go big here.
2.3.
Does, makes it 2.3. Leaving Hindi with a difficult decision because she has that flush draw. And she has the bigger straight draw. She lets it go. We need the rabbit cam. We need the rabbit cam. I want to see what that last card was.
Oh.
Time card.
Oh, I used one.
I think she wants to see it as well.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I didn't really need to.
She used one.
I was going to say this is a situation where you might have
Or I might have
to.
used
Yeah,
it. They
this.
didn't even. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean this. You had some decisions there.
I mean.
Well, maybe I don't know your
should've
hand,
just-
but
no,
yeah.
I didn't.
Well, you could have made a move.
Gave me that one.
So now Kevin back in the
much, you
chip lead
could've
to
just
nod,
ripped it.
51 bigs. Hindi right in the middle there, 45. Joel 43.
Maybe.
Chad F.
Maybe.
Slash.
I think
Once our chip leader.
Good bet.
The short stack. Still plenty of chips,
What's your rate?
34 bigs.
Per hour.
Depends on who.
For real? Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm serious.
Well, I mean, so what?
He's asking for you.
How much you charge? Me. No.
Yeah, 300-400 an hour. Pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that's a good price.
Depends on how many hours you book, but
Okay.
if someone's like asking me to
coach them. We play in like small fields together. Like, you gotta kind of just raise the price so they don't come to you.
And what's the guy that you said that's most expensive? What is he?
Kevin.
I think it's
with
$1,000
ace-queen.
for 90 minutes, but I could be mistaken. Yeah. But he's much more theoretical than me. I teach more like intermediate, and he's a bit more advanced.
Have you ever gotten coaching?
What's that?
Have you ever gotten coaching back in the day? Yeah.
From him?
Ace 10 for Anthony.
Oh, I've had like 10 coaches.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I heard it.
300 more call, and he does it.
Whether it's, you know.
Ace queen versus ace 10.
For profits.
How long ago was your last coach? Like
Flop
you know,
9.
How long ago? Or
trade.
how long did we go?
No, how long ago?
Deuce.
Like how many years ago?
2 hearts. Kevin.
I have one.
Queen
I have
of
one now.
hearts.
Oh yeah, you have a coach. And you're coaching. That's
Anthony,
wow.
3
I mean,
outs.
well, my friend, I don't really pay him. I give him some action, and he's been really gracious about guiding me and whatnot.
Kevin bets 400,000.
Yeah, it's good to teach too, because as you teach, you learn. You know, if you.
Well, I mean, if you're teaching like the beginners or something, I mean, that's got to be like a pain in.
It can be more difficult, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you have to learn how to.
It's like telling my wife. She asked me some questions last night. I was like, oh, I hate this. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's hard.
He folds.
Easy game, easy game.
Kevin
But I mean,
wins
yeah,
this
that's
one.
not the ones that are going to be seeking.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's fun though. Like I had earlier this year I had a student who like, he won back-to-back Bovada tournaments for like 5K off like $55, like back-to-back nights, right? And that was cool. But recently I had a friend of mine, now he's my friend, but he came to me as a student, and he plays online American sites. He won a 215 with 500 players. He got second in a 150 out of 800 players, and then he won a $100 tournament out of 1,400 players all on the same day. And I was like, that feels
after you don't.
Yeah, like right after we did a session, and so, you know, that's kind of spark in this.
You're not. Are you allowed to like? Is he allowed to play and like while he's playing, you give him advice? Is that
I don't ghost. No.
Oh, is that what it's called? I don't know. But that would be illegal, or what? I mean, I don't know. Is there rules against that?
Yeah.
Queen 5.
I don't.
Somebody just
Kevin, he
Brenlin
folds.
just got in trouble for that.
Fold from Joel.
Coaching somebody while they were playing.
Or I don't know what the story was, but there was a big story. Yeah.
Huh. I mean,
Aram
I
with
thought about that.
a ace king will get
Kid
involved.
Frog's out there somewhere coaching or ghosting 5K.
He raises to
probably right
450.
I'm sure it's happening. Yeah.
now. Watching.
Indy and Anthony fold. Aram.
AK.
That's probably the best way to learn.
Says
but I guess
AK.
that's not allowed.
It's a friendly
Or
table.
I guess you could record it and then replay it. That's the way you do it. Or what?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that. Like, or you just go through the HUD hands, and then you like you can even filter for like, okay, how are you playing on flops? How are you playing blind on blind? Like you can do it. Goes a long way.
Joel with Jack 7. He folds. Kevin down to King 3. Chad Evans Lodge with pocket 6s.
Yep.
You never coached in all your years?
Me no.
He wins
No
that
one-
pot.
no one asked?
5-6.
No.
I guess back then everyone just freestyled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, looky here. We have Faraz Jaka in here.
I saw you,
Hey,
you won a big
Faraz.
tournament. Foxwoods pretty
We're
early?
talking a
Or
lot
you-
about
or you-
poker
you went
coaching
deep?
today.
Yeah, no.
What do you got?
Fox was 2006.
I
just,
remember,
somebody
I
asked
remember
me.
you on those old
So-
WPTs, and I was.
What's up? What's up?
2006, 20
I
years
just
ago.
busted
You
out
look
of the
the exact same. I
5K,
don't know how you
so
don't guys-
have no idea what's going on here in the main.
Well,
Try
we're
to catch up here.
7-handed. We started with 1,224 entries.
Oh,
I think
7-handed
you were
already.
a couple of those.
Yeah.
If you were
Yeah,
not.
I had 6 bullets in this thing.
Oh my goodness. And we're down to the final 7. We're playing to lose one more. Aram Zobian, as you know, well studied and a coach, poker coach himself, just raised to 400,000. Joel is 6'3", and Namek. These players are playing super fast. Joel, a local player here that you may or may not have played with before, actually left the tournament on day 2 for 4 hours to go to his daughter's, his granddaughter's birthday party. Came back, made the final 7. So
that's pretty epic.
Yes, pretty epic.
He's got the karma points here. That's why he's here.
Exactly. You know Chad Eppleswaj as well. And Medic, I'm sure you played with for quite a while, Serb.
It's cool to see him here because I haven't seen him in the tournament scene in ages.
Yeah.
You know, does he still play quite a bit?
Apparently he's been playing a lot of cash games.
Okay.
And he's drinking some beers today. He's enjoying himself. He's opened up quite a bit. There's a lot of table talk at this table, which there wasn't early on. However, Joel, kind of the local legend, and Hindi in seat number 4, or seat number 5, she's also a local player. And every player at this table has had the chip lead except for Aram.
Wow. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. At one point, the big stack had 72 bigs and the short stack had 52, which you don't see very often. So it's awfully deep.
Matt, I just want to say that was a really incredible job catching me up to speed. Like if someone just turned on the stream, like you got everything you need to know.
Exactly.
That was impressive.
Pretty active table.
So they're getting one more knocked out, and then they're done for the day?
Yeah, one more, and they're done for the day.
All right. And I'll be joining you guys in the stream tomorrow.
That is correct. We're excited about that. I really have enjoyed this table. We started the day with 16, and we're playing down to 6. Generally, by this time, we have made it, going from 16 to 6. But like I said, everybody was about even in chips. So first place in this event is $605,100, which includes that seat for the WPT World Championship win Las Vegas.
What is?
And so a lot to play for here, including putting your name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Now you have not got your name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. You played a few WPTs. Yes. You are Player of the Year, so you enjoy some of the benefits. I always say it's harder to be Player of the Year than it is to win a championship.
And I did the reverse.
And you did the reverse. You
got a bunch of seconds and thirds.
There's a couple other players that have done that. I think Joe Searock, and I forgot the third one now. I should know the answer to that.
Just in general. I don't know. I read an
Indy
article,
here,
yeah,
winning the pot with Queen Jack. I love the table, the speed at this table, but these players all have been using the protection poker action clock, and some players, Anthony's completely out of time extensions. They get 5 more when they get down to 6. Tell us a little bit about you, what you think about using clocks and how you can use that to your advantage or your disadvantage.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. We were having a discussion at the table the other day where some people like play slower because of the time clocks. But I think generally that's not the case. I like them. I don't like them all the time. I don't like them at the beginning of the tournaments. I actually don't like them at final tables. And my reason was I made the final table of the Hard Rock, finished, second, maybe a few years ago. And everybody was talking a bunch, and as soon as the time clocks went in, like everybody was silent. So I just felt like it was hard to talk in the middle of hands and stuff when you got the time clock, if you have characters that are going to talk.
Yeah, it hasn't been that way today. These players have been talking quite a bit.
I think this is rare.
Yeah.
But they're for sure necessary. I think it's just a matter of picking the right times to do them. You know, in fields where you have a lot of inexperienced players, it's kind of uncomfortable for them. But in the high rollers where everybody kind of has been there, done that, I think it makes a lot of sense.
All right, we got a pot here developing. We have 10-5-4 on the flop. Aram with 4-3 has hit bottom pair.
I assume this was limp called?
Yeah.
Yep.
And Chad with Jack-9 now has an open-end straight draw.
And yeah, it's a great hand for Chad to stab with. You know, you love when you're wrapped around that 10. You know, he's betting, trying to target, getting hands like queen high, king high, ace high out of there. Not necessarily on the flop, but on future streets. And here he just picked up equity. So, you know, he can barrel here. And then, you know, it's hard for Aram to call with a lot of his king high, ace highs at this point. Depending on if they, you know, have a straight draw or not.
600,000 bet. Now Aram does have to let it go, as you said correctly. And Chad Epplesvaj takes down a little nice pot here. I mean, look at the chip stacks here. You have 66.4 million as a short stack, and you have 12.3 as the big stack.
And that's a spot where RM, may have called if there wasn't, ICM at play. But, at these final tables, those chips you lose are just so expensive where all of a sudden you go from, 5th place to 7th place and so on in the chip distribution.
All right, I know you just stepped in here, but I'm going to put you on the spot now, like I did Daryl. What does ICM mean at a final table like this?
Do you mean, what does it mean in general? Or
yeah, what does it mean in general? As if I'd have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so basically, ICM is taking into account the pay jumps.
Okay.
So, it's what is the likelihood I can stick around and make these pay jumps, and how many of them can I make? And that's going to impact how you should play. Right? So there's playing for chips, and then there's playing for the prize pool. Playing for chips is like a cash game where you just, hey, it's a plus EV call, I call. But that's not taking into account the probability of making pay jumps if you just stick around. So that changes your strategy quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think I can compete.
Chad
I'd
here
like to
with
watch
Queen
it.
4 of Hearts, raised to 400,000. Aram bets or calls with Ace Jack. Now, Ace Jack is a hand that I hate as an amateur player. I seem to lose with it all the time. Daryl was saying it's a good hand to bluff.
I'm fascinated.
Well, it's all relative to it's relative to the positions. If someone raises under the gun and I'm under the gun too, yeah, I might 3-bet bluff it to get Ace Queen to fold. But on the small blind, when the button opens, it's a super strong hand. So that's why he's just calling, because he's kind of trapping with it. He wants to keep, Ace 9, Ace 8, Ace 6 in the pot, and that's why he's just calling here. So it's all relative to how wide the ranges are.
9-6-5 on the flop with 1 heart. Chad with the Queen 4. He was the aggressor pre-flop. Anthony with the gut shot straight draw, and Aram with the best hand, Ace Jack. Now really the best hand with top pair. However, Chad does have that flush draw.
This is a spot where you have Ace Jack. Some people might be tempted to bet here because there's a lot of draws.
It's a good run if you
and they're nervous that if I don't bet, someone's going to suck out on me. But there's a good chance the button's going to try to represent this ace. So it's important to be patient here and check and let the button stab. Yes, sometimes they don't bet and you end up losing the pot, but you got to take that risk to max value.
So you like the check there?
Yeah, okay. I definitely like the check.
And if you're Chad here in position with the flush draw, you were the pre-flop aggressor.
I have a bunch of buddies that play professional basketball.
Yeah, I could go both ways here. If you are worried about getting check raised and getting blown off the hand, then I would rather check Queen 4 of hearts and bet like Queen 4 of spades, for example, or like a gut shot where you don't care if you get blown off.
Okay.
So it's kind of like when you have too much equity and you might get blown off it, you'd rather check, whereas when you don't have as much equity, you're okay betting.
And as you see here, Aaron with the check mark, an Ace Jack 2 pair. What's the play here? How much value can you get when you're first out? You're trying to bet big, small. What do you?
I mean, yeah, it depends what you're targeting. You essentially want to use this as a small bet and a big bet sometimes.
He's not going to get any callers here, but I'm just wondering what you thought would be the correct amount to bet.
So like one thing you could think there is, okay, I have the ace and the jack, so that means it's unlikely someone else has the jack. No one bet the 9, so it's unlikely they have the 9. So at that point, he could just bet small, trying to target like a 3rd pair to call, a 4th pair to call. And then it's nice to do that because if someone tries to bluff you and raise and say, oh, I've got 2 pair, you have something to call with. It's not so obvious that you have, because you're going to want to bet small there when you have a jack, for example, like a king jack. So you get to balance it with ace jack.
Okay.
So it's like if he had 2 pair with the ace with another kicker, not the jack, I would actually bet bigger, and maybe with the ace jack you could go smaller.
Okay. Joel with king 4, he lets it go. Chad's out. Anthony now. Will be first into the pot with ace queen.
$600.
I believe he said 600, and that's will get the job done as Hindi folds her queen 3.
Yeah, and something, you talked about ICM earlier. Something that's super important for ICM at these final tables is just understanding how close or far you are from other people. For example, you might have a river spot where it's borderline, it's a little plus EV, but if you lose this pot, you're going to go from the 4th place player to the 7th place player. You might want to fold just because of that.
Okay.
Or maybe if you lose the pot, you kind of only go down one spot, but if you win it, you're like chip leader now. That might make you want to take on a little bit more risk. So you constantly should be thinking about who you cover, who you don't cover, and how entering this pot or making this call is going to impact that.
Interesting dynamic here. One that I don't often see for us is that everybody's so close in chips.
Yeah.
Nobody is super short stack.
And that goes into exactly what I was just talking about. When the stacks are very close together, you're more incentivized to play tighter. You want other people to collide, other people to bust, while you kind of sit around and make pay jumps.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you don't play any poker. That you have to understand, when and where to put your chips in. For example, if there's a chip leader who gets to open a lot and is playing very wide range, then you should be willing to jam back and 3-bet them lighter, just because they're not going to be able to defend as wide since they're opening such a wide range.
Chad here with king, queen, Nanad playing the small pair of 6s. Flop is jack 8-8. That's a good flop for Nanad, I believe. He does decide to check it. Chad makes the bet 300,000.
And I'm going to put you on the spot here. So you said that this was a good flop for Manad. Did you mean for his hand or for his range in the big blind?
For his hand.
Okay, got it.
Agree?
Yeah. It's not. I mean, this is not thrilled about it because he could get counterfeited. There's a lot of stuff that can bluff him out. But yeah, it's good enough for him to continue for sure.
That seems like a bad card, in my opinion. 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, and that's the problem in the big blind with second and third pair, that a lot of times you have the best hand, but you're just going to get bluffed off of it. And that's why check raising is so important from the big blind, just to realize your equity sometimes with a pair, just to get them off the 2 overs and whatnot.
Okay. So you see Chad has 15 outs here, all the straight outs and the over cards, and he is now going to bet that. And as you see, Nanad can't do any more with his 6s.
What did he have? Jack 8.
He got the last one, which was insane.
Ace 10.
Ace 10 is what Aaron put him on.
I don't want to give him too much confidence.
Chad not giving up the information this time. We've had
couldn't beat ace 10. I should just fold, right?
Joel in seat number 7. He's been showing his hands a lot, and we were talking about that earlier. Do you ever like to show your cards? Do you ever like to show your hands?
Oh, I show my hands a lot, but it's always very thoughtful, Yes. Like I'm very I'm thinking about what information I'm relaying and why.
Okay.
If you don't know that, you definitely should. And most people should not be showing their cards.
Okay.
Most people are giving away information that they think is harmless, but it actually provides a lot of information.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll see people, fold a hand from the big blind and just show and thinking it's harmless. But you're just revealed that you're folding the big blind too wide.
Right.
And if I see that, I'm going to open your blinds wider because I know it's free money.
Yeah, I haven't watched that in a while.
All right, Aaron here and Joel in this pot. 8-7 versus
3 eliminated.
Ace
Can you
9.
please say that if somebody busts?
And the flop does come a 7. Top pair for Joel. Aaron
Lord, give him permission.
with the Ace 9.
And this is a really good example of a spot where, let's say this is not a final table. Most people just call there with the 7-8, but I really like check raising there.
Okay.
Small check raise, because what happens is the turn's going to be an over. Whenever it's a face card, the pre-flop raiser is going to be tempted to barrel, whether they have it or not. the river might be another over, and you just get bluffed off the best hand a lot, or they suck out on you.
Where you could definitely get bluffed off of this hand, correct?
Yeah.
I did check now.
So sure, Aram decided not to go for it here, but let's say Aram had, King Jack or King 9 or just something with let's showdown. He's going to be barreling that 10, he's going to be barreling that queen, and you just get bluffed off the best hand a lot, or again, they suck out. So it's really nice to check raise the 7-8 there. Get him off a hand like, Queen 9 or whatever, just 2 overs that aren't going to be able to continue.
Is that a spot where he might put Joel on a queen or a 10 there? Maybe that's why he's just giving up at that point?
I think he has showdown. He feels like he beats some hands, potentially, some worse ace highs.
Okay.
Maybe some king
He's
highs.
pretty competitive, Marco. Huh?
Very competitive.
With everything.
I'm competitive.
Joel's definitely played
every random
very
everything. We go
wide
at
range
it.
of hands today. If the players
yeah,
had been paying attention, they would see that.
So we were like,
Hindi went crazy earlier. She lost
cornhole,
10 million chip pot with 5-3 offsuit. On a Jack 8-10 flop, ace turn. She went for it on the river all in and was snap called by.
How was she in the pot from the big blind?
Yeah, she was out of position.
Oh, so okay.
But she managed to get right back up into the chip lead again, so she was able to come back from that, where a lot of people would have just spiraled out of control.
Yeah.
All right, Jack 9 versus King Queen here with a King 7-8 on the flop, 2 diamonds. Chad holding the Jack 9 of diamonds.
Very interesting flop.
Straight draw, flush draw for Chad. Decides to check it. Top pair here from the non-medic. I mean, you had to have played with the nod many, many years ago.
Yeah, way back in the day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see if Chad kind of plays this aggressively or takes a passive line.
You won a WPT Championship at Foxwood, so you know how long ago that was.
Yeah.
All right, see Chad make the call here, 450. And a queen on the turn. 2 pair for the non-medic. The look back. What does that mean to you when somebody looks back at their hand?
I usually just check into suits.
Okay.
Understanding, if they're blocking or unblocking certain things. Good players are going to balance that and do it even though they know what they have.
Okay.
Just for the times they actually do want to look.
Now with a bigger bet, 875. If you're Chad, are you just giving up here?
No, I think it's going to be unlikely he gives up with a straight and a flush draw. There's just, he has a lot of equity, but also, a good player like him is going to be prepared to bluff on some good river cards. So, for example, if an 8 comes, he may try to rep it because, he's the only guy who could really have many 8s in this situation, not the other guy.
Right. And there it is.
Yep. So,
wow.
Yeah, that is a potential card he could try to rep. It would be a little bit easier if he was later positioned. That's the one thing that kind of sucks, that he's so early, so he doesn't have a lot of 8s. But let's say, for example, it was middle position versus button, then he could more credibly rep the 8. So I think this is going to be a close one for him as to if he wants to rep this or not. He decides not to. He could actually check raise here. He could pretend he has a hand like 8-9 of diamonds or something. I think he's going to want to bet the king queen still because of what I just said. He doesn't have that many 8s.
Does make the bet.
And and he just
looks like he just
gave it up quickly.
Yeah. I think that bet was about 1.3. The non-medic winning that pot and jumping close to Kevin, back for the chip lead. Very strange for all these players to have the chip lead at one point. You just very rarely see that, if ever. Merlot. Again, if the short stack can beat chip leader in one with one double up, that's a pretty tightly contested table here, as we see today.
Yeah, people definitely panic at final tables. Like even when you get down to 12 big blinds, it's so easy to double up and get back into the chip lead or into the mix.
Hindi now with king queen raises. Anand has been folding these hands today. Calls here.
Yeah, so she's about 40 bigs deep. He covers his later position. If he was earlier position where a lot of people can squeeze behind or even just call, then you want to be a little less likely to flat these small pairs.
Chad makes the call here. Flops the straight draw for Ninad on top of his pair being best after that flop of 6-5 deuce.
Yeah, most likely gets checked to him, and he kind of has a decision here to check or bet. Either one seems reasonable. Here you're kind of thinking about how likely is the pre-flop raiser to check raise. Okay. Most people don't check raise enough, so you're kind of safe to bet. Against tougher players, they're going to take a bunch of stuff and check raise there, maybe even stuff like a jack-9 and ace-7, stuff that just has some sort of connectivity. They're going to have some overpairs. So that's something you're thinking about when you want to decide if you want to stab or not there with your pair.
And the Nod has climbed back into the chip lead here.
Have a beer and a smile. You're drinking pregnant woman drink. Zero alcohol.
Anthony folds. Hindi with the king 8. Lets it go. Nod folds. Possible walk here.
500.
No, not going to happen. Kevin is raising to 500,000 with 10-3 offsuit. He's not going to like that, as Aram has 10s.
Can't complain.
Who is Kevin? Do we know information about him?
Not too much. No, not a professional, but don't know too much about him. It's interesting because it's a featured table, so we don't really get the bio sheets and are unable to.
See, here's a really interesting spot here, right, where Aram just calls with 10s, and that's totally due to just how much ICM there is, right? Like you would never just flat this normally, but with the chip stack so close together, right? He doesn't want to take a huge all-in pre-flop.
A flop's the set versus Kevin's 10s, potentially disastrous for Ken here.
And Kevin's probably just betting his whole range on this board, which is totally reasonable. I mean, his button open is definitely way too wide. Maybe he's thinking he hasn't played a hand in a while and he's going to look tight, but against two, you get two of the best players at the table right here in the blinds. They're not the guys you're going to be able to exploit.
Yeah, raised to 1 million. You like that?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's great when you're unblocking the queen.
Okay.
Too much light.
Oh, wow, and he's 3-betting here with the 10-3.
Goodness.
Wow.
Like I said, potentially disastrous for Kevin
it's interesting,
here.
right? Because he's...
In here, it looks like almost normal.
Like, because of the ICM, like, Aram's not going to be check raising for value. A queen, as liberally, is going to have 2 pairs, sets. And with the 10, you block, the 10-5 suited the queen 10.
So what do you like here?
It's really what your read on this guy is, right? Like, do you think he has 5s here? Do you think he has kings? Then you want to put it in. If you think he's bluffing, you could consider calling. If there's a flush draw out there, maybe a little bit more likely to get it in. There's more chance of getting called from a worse hand. But yeah, he knows he's good. It's just a matter of, how do we max value here?
He does just make the call. Now we'll go to the turn. That's a queen. check. God, is Kevin supposed to go for it here?
I mean, you'd be trying to bluff him off a queen, basically.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's a little too shallow to, try to bluff him off.
Betting 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to set it up where Aram calls with a queen, and then he jams river, and now he has to fold the queen. That's kind of what it seems like he's trying to do. Or maybe he thinks Aram has some jack-9 still.
He does just make the call.
Yeah, I think Aram feels like he's way ahead. So there's just no point in,
right.
Way ahead, way behind type situation. But there's not really anything you're behind anymore except for quads. Quads are queen 10.
I don't understand the bets, but you
Yeah,
guys do.
It looks like Aram just led river here.
700K. No, I'm just saying I don't understand betting 700,000.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
There's got to be some reason.
I wouldn't have
don't
led
understand.
here necessarily. I'm trying to think what his logic might have been here. I mean, if he thinks that he had some sort of value hand that was trying to get a cheap showdown on that river,
Nice hand.
like some sort of queens in a check
Listen,
back
I'm
now,
looking for
or
a
he's got like
coach.
kings or aces in a check back now, then it would make sense to lead if that was his read.
Not bad.
Rate went up.
What's come with it? Massage? 300?
You like the fold there.
The 10-3.
By the way, I think Aram was the only one that didn't have the chip
No,
lead
now he does.
until now.
Yeah.
That was a move.
Yeah,
of the
I mean,
moves.
to call there, I mean, you're only beating, king, jack, jack 9. Yeah, that was definitely a weird hand,
I was confused, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm always confused.
That was an interesting
There's
spot.
the 5-3. She got to let it go this time.
Yeah, and in spots like that, people are kind of in the streets. We call it street poker. So there's no like perfect way to play the hand, right? It really depends on what your read is on the other player, or what you think they're making that play with. Yeah, my instinct would have been to check there, but it's a lot easier when you can see the cards, of course.
Yes.
You guys have coaching for
I
6
think
card
there's a
Omaha?
chance that Kevin piles
Cross your
there.
fingers
Everything.
and
There might be someone who does 5.
I don't know.
yeah, 5. Yeah, but 6 is.
Is that a thing?
It is actually. I've seen it. Yeah.
I know a 6-card double board Squid Game specialist. If you,
Kevin down to
What do you-
7.3 million.
How do you coach this?
Indy at 8
Not
million
enough
and
gambling, is there, in like other formats?
5.8.
oh, bomb pot too.
Joel hanging in there.
I'm not joking.
I know. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff.
Joel's
I thought I
74
was a
years
genius
old, by
first
the
time I
way.
played 6 card first like
Businessman.
month, and then I realized I wasn't.
He folds. Chad lets the queen 9 go. Anthony with ace 7 in the small blind.
600.
Makes it 600,000. And he folds. And these players have all locked up 98,605 for first. Jack 10 of clubs for
right.
Chad. Folds. I love that hand. I'll never fold that.
Yeah, and that just shows kind of how tight you need to play at final tables.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most common mistakes people make at final tables is flatting too much.
Okay.
You actually want to do a lot of folding or 3-betting. And the reason is just you don't want to get into confrontations.
Okay.
Right? Because you call, the big blind calls, now it's a bloated pot, and there's just a high chance of getting all in, and you want to avoid that.
Yeah, you were. You were.
Jack
Yeah,
6
not
deuce on the
anymore.
flop. 5s for Anthony are in the
I'm the
lead.
6 now.
He does check it.
So yeah,
Kevin,
if you did
in
want to
basement.
enter with that Jack 10 suited, he probably would have 3-bet.
Okay.
Which would totally been fine.
He would have liked the flop had he done it.
13-5.
350.
You can't worry about the results.
Yeah. And
Something that amateur players like myself do.
Yeah, in normal non-ICM poker, you basically play every hand that's plus EV to play, and everything else that you fold is just neutral EV. It's 0. But at final tables, there's actually a positive EV associated with folding, because you can fold and make money, right?
Okay.
You fold, someone busts his hand, you make money. So there's just opportunity costs that exist at final tables that doesn't normally exist. You can't make money by folding normally, and that's part of the reason you're so incentivized to play tighter.
Okay. There it again. We got Ace Jack from Kevin. He will open it up to 500,000. Seeing less min raises now, more raises to 500,000. Any reason for that for us?
Let's see who's in the big blind and who's raising. Yeah, I mean, in general, you want to size up when you feel like it's gonna put opponents in a tough situation where they're gonna have to stack off against you, so they're just gonna have to overfold more.
Joel makes the call, 7-4 hearts here from the big blind. Flop 1 heart, 10-8 and 3. A check from Joel and a check behind. Turn card's another 10. 3 clubs now. Joel checking. And a bet. And let it go. Kevin will take this one. Always happy to get a win after a big loss.
So yeah, it's kind of nice when you have a bigger stack and then the big blind has, kind of a medium stack and is in that situation where they have a lot of people to outweight. And you kind of size up a little bit because now they're disincentivized to continue just because they don't want to bust. They don't want to fall behind the other stacks. Because even for the chip leader, they want to take down as many pots as they can without confrontation so that they don't lose their chip lead situation where they get to run over the table.
Handy's folding. Action to the nod with ace 10. It's raised to 425.
Raise.
I think Joel folded, yeah, and that's
And that's a very light 3-bet with Jack 9 off. Generally, you're going to want, a little stronger blockers than that. Oh, sorry. It looks like the graphic was maybe... Okay, it's ace deuce the 3-bet. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was the Jack 9 3-betting.
Nod lets it go. So you're okay with the ace deuce 3-betting now?
I probably would be more likely to 3-bet ace deuce offsuit.
Okay.
Because basically, sometimes he's going to have a real hand and jam back, and you just wasted a good hand. Whereas ace deuce off, you kind of don't care if you waste it and get jammed off of it. Now, if you're deeper stack, like 100 bigs, 70 bigs, 60 bigs, then it could make sense to 3-bet ace deuce suited because you need a hand that plays well post-flop when you're that deep stacked, and you need some board coverage. So I would like that better deep stack. Shallow, I'd rather 3-bet the ace deuce off. And that's definitely a super tight fold for the ace 10 on the button. But generally, most people don't bluff enough in those spots, so I get it.
This one could be a big hand here. Ace jack suited versus kings.
$1 million.
There he goes. Raises to 1 million. Hindi folds the queen jack.
And this is the exact example I was saying about how you don't want to be doing a lot of flatting.
Okay.
So that's why normally, you know, maybe he flats his hand, but because of the final table, he's more likely playing just 3-bet or fold.
So now if Aram re-raises, you think Anthony folds?
If he re-raises, it's going to be a tough spot. You know, the standard would be to fold, but, you know, if he thinks he's making a move, maybe he goes for it. But I would rather 5-bet jam, like an ace-5 suited type hand, than an ace-jack suited.
And he does 4-bet to 2.1 million. And Anthony looks suspicious.
Mm-hmm. And Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot like I do a lot of my students. Why would you rather 5-bet jam ace-5 suited here than ace-jack suited?
I don't know.
The reason is
Same hand tonight.
when you 5-bet jam
Second
here,
time with
RM
that
is
same
mostly
hand.
calling with what type of
Same
hands?
Against me?
What is RM's call-off range going to be there if he gets
Nothing
5-bet
much.
jam?
I have a very good hand.
Aces, kings, and queens.
Yep, aces, kings, queen, maybe ace-king suited or something.
Okay.
So if a guy flips over queens, would you rather have ace-jack suited or ace-5 suited?
Yeah, you'd rather have ace-5 suited.
Because your straight outs are clean, right?
Right.
When you have ace-jack, there's 2 kings missing from your straight.
Just before you came in, Nanad was folded to the button. He was on the button with ace-5 and folded.
I went 2.2
Ace-5
against
off
her
or ace-5 suited?
Ace-5 off.
Yeah, okay. And then I got a nice try.
Open to him? Sorry, someone opened?
No.
Oh, just fold him and you open folded ace-5 off. I mean, that's pretty tight. There are times you fold the ace on the button, especially with ICM. It's usually like the ace deuce, ace 3. I would be folding if there was like, I don't know, like a 3 big blind stack or something like that, and you need to, and the big blind was a chip leader. But yeah, if it wasn't that, then ace 5 is pretty tight folds on the button.
Okay. Daryl agreed with you.
Very good hand. Very good hand.
Maybe you wanted a break. You wanted to sip on his beer a little bit.
You were just like, come on, I'm in.
All right. Here we have 10-9 versus 7-6. Clubs and spades with 2 clubs on the flop and a spade. And a backdoor flush draw, gut shot straight draw for Nanad. 7-6 with the 4 clubs for Kevin. And as you see here, basically 50-50. Nanad betting 450. Kevin makes the call. Turn card is an 8 of diamonds.
Honestly, thought we'd be done earlier.
It looks like Kevin has a few outs, just 19 of them.
It's nice that you block 9-8 of spades here if you think that's in his
Maybe.
range. So
Well, when it started, it's been.
like he's gonna give up here.
It's been a while.
Nod checks.
I like betting here because normally you don't want to get blown off a flush draw and get check raised, but it's unlikely you get check raised here too often. So it's nice to just get him off some of the ace highs and stuff now.
Yeah, and so he does bet 500. And not
They're very small. Might be tempted to check raise. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he's folding there. It's a good bet there by Kevin.
And back to the Nanad folding ace-5, you know, you mentioned he plays a bunch of cash. Like, ICM is so weird and different, right? It's like if you haven't played it a ton and studied it, it can be really confusing, even for a very talented player.
Okay, looks like we're going to take a short break here. Aram Zobian, short stack for the longest time, now in the chip lead with 55 bigs. We're going to come back to 125, 250. That is going to get us to the final 6, I predict. We've been playing a long time today. I expected it to be done sometime around 7. It's now 8:30. Faraz, thank you. You've been awesome.
Yep.
And we are back. Aram Zobian has taken the chip lead. 55 big blinds, 13 million in chips. Chad F. Slaj, 23 big blinds, 5.75. Now, all of these players, all 7 of these players have had the chip lead at one point at this final table. It is amazing. You don't see this very often. I don't think that I've ever seen it, and definitely no table that I've ever been the commentator for have I ever seen that. It's probably happened on a final table of 6, but I've not seen it on a final table of 7 to this point for Oz. I'm just
I got it. Yeah.
commenting on the fact that I've never seen a spot like this where all of the 7 players have had the chip lead at one point, and
everyone's talking to.
It's actually playing like a cash game in some respects. The nod now here with Jack 5.
Waiting for you, but
Now that's 125, 250 at this point. So the average big blinds have dropped significantly, and I believe that we should be at the final 6 at this point. It is very deep and has been very deep for all day. And it's finally now getting to the spot where we're going to get some people doing things like this. Shoving 5.8 million for Aram.
Natural.
And he'll win the pot. Now, stages like this, when the big blinds get lower and you are the chip lead, it's key to put pressure on the rest of the shorter stacks. Correct or incorrect for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
By shoving?
Especially the middle stacks. I mean, by raising, by shoving, by all of the above. It's good to understand who has the biggest ICM pressure on them. You know, there's a couple of ways it's been phrased. It's, you know, bubble factor, it's risk premium. But at the end of the day, it means who has the most incentive to be tight. And often it's the middle stacks. It's the people you can look at and say, that guy can easily outweight 5 people, whereas this other player could only easily outweight 1 person. Well, who do you think the risk premium is higher on? It's on the guy that has more incentive to wait around. So you understand who that is, and then you put pressure on them, assuming you cover them. So like if someone has 8 big blinds and the next stack has 30 big blinds, they actually don't have a lot of ICM pressure on them.
What if you know players at the table are not...
they don't care about it.
They don't care.
Yeah. Well, yeah, then you need to adjust because you're not going to have as much fold equity as you want. And then you're actually incentivized to play tighter and let other people tangle with them because they're going to bust out faster than they should.
Okay. We have a pot here with a 5-3-3 flop. Aram has top pair of 5s. Hindi has 10-9 of hearts.
And this is a good example where Aram is opening wider than what a GTO ICM chart would say, but that's totally fine because, you know, he's doing it because he thinks he's not going to get 3-bet wide enough, or they might not call enough, or they're going to play poorly post-flop. So he's widening his opening range because of that. And yeah, back to your comment about what if someone doesn't care about ICM. So let's say at a table, like I was at a final table, you know, not too long ago here in Florida. It's like some sort of circuit event, like, and people were basically flatting, like it was going 3 or 4 or 5 ways, like they were just playing way too loose. So I just played like a net because, you know, it's gonna go from like 9-handed to 4-handed, like way faster than it should, and I'm gonna make all these pay jumps. So yeah, you just tighten up if people are playing too loose at a final table and busting too fast. All right. Another raise from Aram here with Queen 10 off in the cutoff. And then Nod has Ace 3 off in the big blind. And he calls, we're going to see a flop.
Flop 5-4 deuce, a wheel for Nanad Medic. He checks it.
It's a good chance it goes bet, raise, and it's the end of the hand.
Now, if you're Nanad, why are you raising in this spot?
Basically because you unblock, sets that Nanad could have, so it's usually want to fast play your straights. And of course you could get value from hands like, queens, jacks, tens. Yeah, Aram just doesn't have anything to continue with here. Yeah, and the problem with not raising, like a lot of people feel bad there, like, oh, like I should have slow played, I would have got more money, right? But the time Aram has queens there, you get max value if you raise now. So who cares about all the times he didn't have anything? And yeah, maybe you would have won an extra 4 or 5 big blinds if you slow played, but you want to care about, that 20% of the time you get a way bigger payday by fast playing it.
Yeah.
We'll take a drink if somebody.
And also, Aram is going to pot control a lot of turns and scary turns and whatnot. So, by check raising, you get to control how much money goes into the pot on the turn and the river out of position. Rather than if you just check call, then he gets to pot control, and you don't get to get as much money in the pot as you need to.
Oh yeah. Settle, please.
Coca-Cola.
Anthony folds. Aram with ace 3 now.
How much is it worth?
I'm okay.
Nanad folds.
Broke. He's still it.
Joel, let's go.
I've been drinking $6 Perrier.
Yeah, and he's clearly opening very wide now. And, he probably just feels like, well, first of all, he's chip leader, right? So he can do that. But he also just probably feels like people are not going to fight back wide enough.
Is that a missing card?
I haven't seen how Nanad's been playing exactly versus him, but I would think he's a little bit more selective when Nanad's going to be in position to not open too wide if he feels like he's going to fight back or put pressure on him. I would say the same thing about when Chad has position on him, but Chad only has 23 big blinds now, so there's just not as much he can do. But this is a good example where Chad is going to recognize he's opening wide, and he's going to reshove a lot wider versus Aram because he's chip leader, because he's opening wide.
Nice.
He'll take
First
small
in the
pairs
pot
and
for
ace-x
500.
suiteds and suited broadways, and he's going to be willing to reshove those.
As they get shorter, is this a time where the first raiser is just going to win more pots? You don't want to be calling. You want to be raising if you're coming into the pot.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be doing much calling at final tables. You want to be raising or 3-betting. I mean, there's some exceptions. There's definitely some hands that want to flat, but it's way less than normal. The forge is it's a pretty loose open under the gun. Again, to do that, he would have to feel like people are not calling wide enough. I probably would have just thrown this away. I'd much rather open light with a king-8 suited. Blockers just matter a lot more. And, Chad's a phenomenal player. He absolutely knows what he's doing. So, he maybe has some sort of reason why he's doing it. But at the same time, great players sometimes get undisciplined and open a hand they shouldn't. I do it too sometimes. So I don't know.
When is it ever okay to limp?
At final tables, basically, you never want to limp. The whole idea behind limping is to be able to see more hands and see more flops. But as I said earlier, at ICM final tables, you kind of want to avoid seeing more flops and avoid multi-way and avoid collision.
A lot more limping 2- and 3-handed.
There would be limping heads up, at shallower stacks. But really at a final table, you know, if you want to play theoretically, you know, optimal poker, you really wouldn't want to be limping. I've done it exploitatively sometimes when I feel like there's some really weak players in the blinds, or they're not going to raise wide enough, or have a massive edge post flop. But that's rare.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would just stick to no limping. I mean, in general, there should be no limping, period. But in non-final tables at like 25 to 15 big blinds, there is it is actually good to limp if you understand that strategy, but it's a little bit more advanced. Yeah, we're seeing Kevin consistently make pretty wide opens, and you know he's playing poker, like he's here to battle. It's going to be interesting to see how people adjust tomorrow, because once they see how wide each other are opening, they're going to want to play back at those people wider, and that's where, you know, it's a matter of, are they going to be ahead of that and tighten up tomorrow, because they know what got revealed today. So a little bit of a meta game that's going to be going on tomorrow.
That and a call here, bottom pair for Aram.
Yeah, and this is a spot where Aram can call with bottom pair on this ugly board because it's against the button. But if Kevin was, you know, under the gun here, you'd probably just check fold your 4 because of how much stronger their range is from early position. So that's why it's really important to be positionally aware.
Kevin now turns an open and straight draw.
Yeah, this is going to work. It's just going to be really hard to call down with the 4 here unless you have some mega tell or something.
That is going to get it done.
Yeah, you're going to want, you know, a 9 or an ace or 10 or a spade, you know, with your 4 to consider calling there.
Can be frustrating for an amateur player or a non-professional to be playing this long and not have anybody bust out. I know I get frustrated when, like, come on, somebody's got to bust out, and hopefully it's not me.
Yeah.
Especially when you've had the chip lead,
yeah,
and you see your stack dwindling down. And the players earlier today were over 100 bigs, and now they're, you know, the chip leaders at 55 big.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you got to learn to be patient.
I feel like I got more serious in here. Probably because I didn't have a beer in a while.
Another reason why it's important to not get too excited when you're chip leader, because then when you downswing, you get more frustrated, and you feel that emotional roller coaster. So that's why a lot of top players will tell you, you know, you guys just stay even keel. Yeah, now this is a spot where RM could basically raise a lot of his hands. Almost all of his hands he wants to play, he can just raise there. When you have a big stack and the small blind has a shorter stack, significantly, they're just going to have to play so tight.
Do you know how much you have?
Oh, I have like 4.
About 6?
6, yeah.
Thank you.
And with the clocks in play, these players have, you've seen a nod, they're down to 1 time extension. Joel still has only 3. It really changes the dynamic here.
It does. I mean,
only because they've played so long. They get 5 more when you reach 6 players, and I actually anticipate a fairly short final table tomorrow because they've played so long today.
Yeah, and that's another thing to remember, right? The longer you play tomorrow, the less you play tomorrow. So
Right, which is good for commentators. Not so great for the players, unless, of course, you're winning. I always like to compare structures to like a rubber band. It's got to snap at some point, and that's when you see long finals or bubbles, to reach the money. Next thing you know, you're losing, 15, 20% of the field.
Yeah, I mean, the average stock just keeps getting smaller and smaller as no one busts here.
Right. And through no fault of the structure, they're playing 90-minute levels today until they get down to the final 6. So
how long are the levels at the final 6?
They're 60 minutes and then 30-minute heads up.
You guys are all thinking it. You guys are all thinking it. I just said
I don't see
it.
how it could hurt. How did the chip leaders become the short stack?
And she's asking the question, how did the chip leader become the short stack? It's happened to everybody.
I thought you were just needling my friend over here.
No, we have the same when we start. No.
Let's ask the coach.
The last will be first, and the first will be last.
Amen. Hallelujah. The omega and the
Alpha and the omega.
So I'm just going to open this King 9 suited here.
like something from
500.
Yeah, as far as the loose opens you want to make at final tables, you want to make them with these King X suited, these Ace X suited type hands, these Broadway hands. Blockers matter a lot more.
And 6s you just wouldn't even bother playing.
Probably not.
Definitely.
In general, you don't do much flatting out of the small blind at final tables, unless you're a big stack. Because again, you don't want to play multi-way pots. You don't want to play out of position. Right? You call the small blind, big blind calls. Now you're in a bloated pot, out of position versus 2 people. And when the pots get bloated, there's a higher chance of having to get it all in. So you're really just going to be playing 3-bet or fold from the small blind in most situations.
But I might flop a 6.
Even if you flop a 6, people are going to be pot controlling a lot more. It's not going to be as easy to stack, the overpair.
Yeah. Aram here now, Queen 8, as you said, opening wider. Anthony, Jack 7 of spades. Mucks it. Hindi now laying down Ace 10.
And that's a very good example of why Aram's able to open wider, right? Because she can be 3-betting that hand, stealing the pot, and she's not doing that.
Right.
So it allows him to open wider.
It's always the fear of going broke, right? You're going to play against a chip leader, a player that you know is very skilled at playing.
Yeah. I mean, it's late, and you're so close to making it, to the final 6, and people just want to wait and let someone else bust. But you got to play some poker.
That's his solution.
If you want to have the best chance at winning first, you got to put the 3-bet in there, or at least call.
Works. All right, guys. This was fun, but will somebody lose now? I'm getting hungry.
We're over it.
I was having fun, but now I'm getting hungry. Somebody just...
All right, we're going to see some fireworks here. Now, I'd like to see him 3-bet and not jam here. This is a common mistake a lot of people make. They think you can't 3-bet off, a 15 to 20 big blind stack. You absolutely can. So I really would have loved to see a 3-bet here. Aram probably would have jammed back, thinking that he's just getting played back at, and you'd get the double here. But now, that's a pretty big jam. You're going to give Aram a chance to get away here. It's early position. Especially with the suited combo. I might have jammed ace-king off, but the suited I would have just 3-bet.
There goes another time extension into the pot.
Yeah, the late position, this is an easy call. Early position, it's an easy fold. And he's kind of in this middle position situation.
Good fold there, I
like
believe.
Fold, yeah.
Yeah.
I think ace queen suited, he's probably going to call.
I thought we're getting a snap, and then when you didn't snap, I was like.
And obviously it depends how wide you think this guy's jamming too.
It's close. It's close to snap. Yeah? Ace jack?
There's the VPIP numbers.
Better?
What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, those
To
are
be
two-
expected?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, Aram and Kevin have open, hands that are way wider than, again, would be normal. But I like it because people are not playing back enough. And Chad, is a guy that probably would have opened wider, but he can't. He's handcuffed with his stack.
You guys, I'm hungry.
And he's got, aggro guys behind him with a big stack.
Put it in.
Raise.
Raise 500.
Now, even though I did say I like opening wider when people aren't playing back enough, I probably would not open this 5-4 suited. Again, you want the blockers. Like the reason you open 5-4 suited is when stacks are deep and a lot of people are flatting and you want board coverage. But that really is not going to come into play much here. So I think this 5-4 suited open is just going to lose you money in the long term. Again, I would much rather open, the queen 8 suited, king 6 suited than a 5-4 suited at a final table.
Now you're getting 8s, 9s, 10s. Where's your level here?
You're saying if I'm at the 8s right
If
now?
you're Hindi, yeah.
So let's see, it's a raise, she flats, now we're getting squeezed behind. The question is, do you even have fold equity here? If you don't, then it's a no-brainer fold.
And she does the right thing.
He's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would fold either way. This is another spot where I probably honestly wouldn't even have flatted that from that. It seems tight, but again, you can't really flat. Like maybe, 9s, 10s, jacks, could be in the flat range if you want to have a flat range. I would just fold there. It's not intuitive. It's, and again, if you haven't looked at ICM ranges and, studied it, it's really hard to know that stuff. And it's funny, I always have a really hard time convincing my students to study ICM when they're new. And I swear every single one of them makes their first big final table and comes back to me and they'll be like, damn, the ranges were so different. I had no idea what I was doing. I should have studied this sooner. It literally happens to everyone. Even we've done marketing campaigns like during the month of ICM, and like those are like the worst campaigns. Like no one signs up for a poker coaching site to study ICM
until they need it.
Yeah, and then they come back and do it. So our students that have been there with us for a year and have some more experience, they highly prioritize it.
Okay.
But hey, if you trust me, don't wait to make that mistake and have someone say I told you so. Just get on it now. If you're an average tournament player, but you're really good at ICM, you can be a very profitable player.
We appreciate you being in here. Tell us a little bit about your site.
Yeah, so my site is jockacoaching.com. We focus on, we hyper focus on tournaments. We have just about every single topic you can imagine. And we have, a pretty sick roster of, 7, 8 coaches now. People that I get coaching from myself.
Okay. Always learning, right?
Yeah, I'm always learning. I'm teaching and I'm learning just as we all are.
All right, Aram now king, queen of spades. Makes the call. Anthony folds. Oh, look at this. Straight draw, top pair versus set.
Wow.
Big pot here. Potentially, she's going to get it all in at some point. You have to agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, unless, maybe a club comes or, a straight card, then that's going to want, she's going to want to slow down then. Let's see. Sometimes people get too paranoid and also miss value. So let's see. Start with a bad call.
Did come a club.
And that's the type of card where you can kind of go either way here. I mean, I would probably mostly just be betting still. And if they have the flush, they have the flush. It's nice that you unblock, you know, the king. Like, you're a little bit more incentivized to bet 10s here than kings, right? Because he can have a hand like king, queen. I mean, it's a pretty small bet. It's going to be hard for him to fold king, queen here.
Makes a call. Seven of diamonds on the river.
Now, from the way she's been playing, I don't see her shoving all in here for thin value. Just from the way she's been playing. And she does.
She goes.
I don't know what I'm talking
You
about.
like the bet?
Yeah, no, it's great.
Okay.
Just earlier she made some really tight plays, so I thought maybe she wouldn't do it. But I like it. She proved me wrong. Great job.
What could he be thinking that she might have?
Yeah. And that's probably the predicament he's in right now.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't have a lot of offsuit aces, really. That's the problem, right? Like, you might think, oh, like maybe she's going with it with the ace of clubs. But what ace of clubs does she have? Like, she's probably not opening ace 9 off, right? And ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king all hit, right? So it's hard to put her on a bluff here, to be honest.
Now down to 1 time extension. And he lets it go.
Yeah.
Good fold there.
It's very hard to put her on the bluff here. This is where you need to be taking hands like 8s and 9s and 10-9 suited and turning them into bluffs, because you just don't have a lot of bluffs there.
Ace queen.
I'd like somebody to do some kind of analysis. What a time extension is worth when you're a player that has 1 versus like her, she has 12. What's the
What's
the value?
I mean, it's going to be different to each person, because some people act fast, some people are slow.
12.
So it might be more or less valuable to different people.
12-7.
Our last final table, when we got heads up, they had just used the last one, and they had Byron Caverman at the table. And I don't know if you know Byron, but he's...
I feel like he was on the slower side when I remember playing with him. Yeah, I haven't played with him in a long time, but I do remember him being on the slower
I mean,
side.
the fact that we had the action clocks worked well. He actually had more left when he busted out than the 2 players that finished heads up. They were down to 0. Chad now with queens.
What time is it? What time is it? Does anyone have any idea what time it is?
No, it was 8 o'clock at the break. Another.
I think I started with 5.3.
What the? If you asked what time it is, did you ask what time it is? Yeah, it's like 8:30, I think.
Okay.
Chad raced to 500,000. Hindi has king 10 of hearts. Okay, she's going to raise here. She's 3-bet to 1.45. He does. He moves all in.
And this is a good example of you'd rather 3-bet like king 10 off, not king 10 suited.
Okay.
Just because you have such a good hand, you'd rather not waste the king 10 suited.
Okay.
So generally, you're on the big blind, you're 3-betting offsuit hands, unless you're super deep stacked. So just like earlier when I said, hey, 3-bet ace deuce off there would be great, but just no need to do it with the ace deuce suited. But it is good to have the right idea that they should be 3-bet bluffing out of the big blind.
550.
2 sevens for Joel. He's raising to 550. Actions now to Kevin. He's burned a time extension.
Call.
Ooh.
So pretty loose flat with ace-6 suited versus the under-the-gun raise. Another example, I'd like to just see the 3-bet there. Would be a super reasonable hand to 3-bet with.
Jack, Jack, Queen. Check from Joel. Check, check. King of spades on the turn.
600.
Whoa. No, he's betting 600.
Yeah,
Kevin with the straight and flush draw.
Yeah, I'm just going to put him in a tough spot now. Because he's probably going to... I mean, I assume he's going to be checking the rivers. And then it's going to give Kevin an opportunity to bluff. But let's see.
He does check it.
And I mean, you can't think you have much showdown with the ace-6 here. There's really not much you beat from an earlier position raiser.
He's got to go bigger, right? If he's going to... You like that bet?
Wow.
No.
Just snap calls.
Yeah.
Wow.
Would you think a bigger bet?
What size did he bet there?
800.
800 into...
Just turned his cards face
That's
down.
a very small bet, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so theoretically...
I'm the coach.
You're the coach.
That's play, not the coach.
That was not a slow roll.
That's a boss.
That's how it's done.
So theoretically, you should never bet less than half pot when you're in position on the river.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I never do it, right? There's exploitative reasons to do that.
Donation.
And, you know, he's up against a player here who, you know, is not someone who's playing super theoretical and is maybe playing a little bit more by feel. So I could get behind a smaller bet there, but that was probably a little too small. I'd like to see a little bit bigger.
You finally make a pair.
It's also just so hard to put him on what he had there, you know, because he played the hand very strange to bet the sevens there, so you just don't expect to see that hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of hard for the other guy to have nothing there, so it makes sense you'd want to bluff a little bit bigger if, you know, you need to get him off a pair.
Did you have a flush draw on the flop, or it was rainbow on the flop, right? Yeah.
Eight aces.
That's such an insane. Your bluff is sweet. I can't believe you got that.
I don't understand.
That was crazier than the ace king call.
I don't know how. He called there.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch RM, you know, potentially run over this table. I kind of love his style. You know, we're friends. We've jumped on some calls before and done some, you know, hand reviews together, and he's a great player.
Tony Dunce just texted me. He said, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he handles a chip lead, and he knows him very well.
Yeah. And then Chad is just a monster. I mean, if he gets some chips back here, he's going to be, you know, really dangerous player. So those are definitely the two guys I would, you know, if I was putting my money on someone, it would be those two guys. But it's anyone's game. That's how these poker tournaments work. The edges you have, even if you're a better player than someone, they're very small.
Cool.
There's a lot of swings.
Who's got a mic? Mic him up. 275.
So we have a bet and a call here on the flop. Check, check, turn. Flush on the board. Who's going to take a stab here? Kevin has no fear. I like it. He's a fun guy to watch.
Stella, please.
You mentioned earlier that you didn't know too much about him, and it's probably not a professional, and that just kind of goes to show that even if you're not a professional, playing aggressive and fighting for pots is better than being passive and being tight.
Wait, what? You have the last one?
And just overly protecting your tournament life.
Didn't we both have flush?
We're going to lunch, we're going to dinner or something. God, I'm fucking sitting here.
We're going to dinner soon. Somebody's
See you in like 30 minutes.
Somebody's going to get crazy. I don't know who.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody's going to get lucky.
All right, I just pulled up the chat in the live stream here. So a question I'm going to ask you guys is, I'm going to be back on the stream tomorrow. Are there any questions you guys have? Any topics that you guys want me to talk about, want me to discuss in tomorrow's stream when we get to the final six? Feel free to share that in the chat, and I'll make sure we try to cover as much of that as we can. All right, so we got a raise here with pocket sixes under the gun from Anthony. He's raising off just under 20 big blinds.
Call.
Kevin's flatting with threes here on the button. And earlier you did hear me talk about how we don't want to be flagging too many small pocket pairs at final tables, but he is on the button here, and the button is the one spot where you do get to flat extremely wider since you have guaranteed position. He also has a much bigger stack, so I like the flat with the threes here. Big blind calls it queen 10 off. 8-8 4 flop. 6s is going to c-bet. 3s is going to continue. I don't see any reason to bet here if you've got 6s. I think this is where you don't accomplish, you're not really getting value out of worse if you bet.
You put mostly PLO or
So I would just check and decide if I want to, continue and play my hand as a bluff catcher.
Hold him, no PLO? No. I thought I seen you in
There's a new game that I play. It's called Pineapple.
3 cards, yeah.
This is, yeah, fun game. I just learned.
So Kevin's doing a super tiny bet here, just for protection, essentially.
It's amazing.
We do like
I think versus that price, just you have to call your 6s here, and the 3s is just going to check back the river here, I imagine.
Yeah.
He still
But
beats
we do
ace
it
high.
Like everybody puts in like $200, and then you get 3 cards, and you can only bet the pot. Like, let's say it's 4 players, you can only bet 800. That's the only time I played it. Yeah, I need
one more.
For one more drink.
One more battle?
Later, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're folding.
I'm done. Thank you.
Maybe all in, I don't know.
15 maybe.
A mil, you're out.
Got me down to my last $12 out of 200. What's the math there? How many beers?
That was stupid. I didn't like the queen was bad for me. If it was low, I could.
I've never played it like an actual game, but I played it like this, where you put in $200 and like it's called pot or fold. I think that's cucarucha. Yeah, cucarucha. But it is cucarucha, cucarucha, whatever.
Folds to the button here.
I think we do it with 2 boards, and then we started doing 3 boards.
Crazy.
Like, yeah, just to get crazy. We usually end of the night when people.
And here's
when the game
Aram
ends, we do this gambling.
raising again, and this is that same dynamic where you have a big stack versus small stack, and you just get raised very liberally here, close to any 2 cards. Notice he's using a little bit bigger size than he did before. That's because the big blind has a bigger stack now. When you're raising blind versus blind, you should absolutely be changing your raise size based on how deep the big blind is, or the affected stack. When stacks are very shallow, you could raise as small as 2.2x. When they're deeper, you could raise as big as 4x.
You guys want to continue this tomorrow, maybe?
I don't think we can.
Why not?
It's just the way they do the WPT.
If we decide, we can. It's us, the player, to decide.
I'm going to be sober
It's not
tomorrow,
up to the
so let's keep it
players.
going.
We could have done that a long time.
I got to get drunk all over again to play good. So like, I'm in trouble tomorrow early.
Wake up and make a, blow mirror.
That's
The
not,
longer we stay,
that's
the
not-
drunker he's going to get. So maybe we're in luck.
You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. You guys are
Get
in
a couple
trouble.
of mimosa. Listen, when he's drunk, he's playing good.
True.
I'm telling you.
No, you guys don't even
No
know.
fear. The guy bluff left and right.
You
When
guys
he
don't.
drink, he's very tight.
Yeah, exactly. When
I'm right.
it,
It's the way it is. Not only you, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's like that.
I'm liking the ace-5 jam here,
You got
especially
cojones.
with how wide RM is opening. You definitely want to be jamming wider.
Es muy grande.
Muy grande.
No,
You see?
Just keep moving.
You sound like real
Yeah,
native
everyone's been
Spanish.
chip leader at one point.
It's like literally.
I know, but you sound like.
I mean, I took some
circulating.
Spanish.
I know, you say.
Spanish is pretty bad.
tomorrow we're in trouble. Your rail is going to be here. You're going to have
yeah.
every hand you win. It's
we can have people here?
I think so. Tomorrow, yeah.
I hope so. My friends are
So one of the questions I just see in the chat is, when
They're
is
still
it
here.
ideal, or is it even ideal to show cards and try to develop a table
I play
image?
cash game here. Everybody
They can
knows.
share.
I'm a local. I play
Tell them
cash
to come
game.
in.
Should you ever utilize table talk and try and sway your opponent towards either a call or fold?
I think tomorrow, if we're all going to stay.
Well, one of us is not.
I'll answer that
Production,
question in a
let's do it.
second. The players are talking. Let you guys listen in if they're saying anything interesting. All right, so the question in the chat about showing cards and building a table image. So first off, I would only be showing cards
You guys ready for beer?
if you feel like you have a significant edge on the
Yes, I'm
table
invited to my,
and you already have a pretty good, solid fundamental foundation in your game. That way you make sure you're not revealing things to better players about your game that's going to give them a big edge on you.
I'm really curious.
So first you want to make sure you have a very
Actually,
strong
I'm not mad,
fundamental game
it's true.
if you're willing to do that. And the image thing is just, it's whether it's part of your game or not. There's a lot of people that are just sunglasses, hoodie, kind of playing more kind of defensive strategy in terms of table image. But, for me personally, I love putting myself out there and, trying to manipulate my table image. So it's just a matter of, your own personality and if it feels right and natural to you. I don't think you need to force it.
Oh, we got company.
All right, we got three-way action over here. We got an under the gun raise with ace jack. We have small blind calling here with pocket sevens. Nine deuce deuce flop. We have a c bet from ace jack. Sevens is going to continue here. We have a quick check on the turn. 10 of diamonds, river's a queen. And check again.
She learned from,
Nice.
she got coaching from you.
Of course, it's the best. If I have to lose to someone, I'd rather lose to her.
Thank you.
Yeah, and really again about the question about the showing the cards. The times I would do it is if you feel like there's a player who has some mental weaknesses in their game. They might get tilted, they might get annoyed, they might call you down way too light if you show a bluff. I think it's totally fair game to have some fun with your opponents.
Very close. King jack would be Broadway.
$500.
All right, pocket kings here under the gun. Kevin raises. The nod with jack 10 suited in the small blind. Similar stack sizes here, both right around 40 big blinds. Looks like he's gonna peel in the small.
Give me now the fucking ace jack.
Queen, queen, 7, rainbow, 1 club. It's going to be tempting to continue in the pot if you're in a nod, given you have the backdoor flush draw, the backdoor straight draw. Let's see if he decides to either check call or check raise here. Gives it up. That's another example of, right, because final table ICM, it's just harder to take those spots. Whereas if this was not a final table, I would imagine he's never folding there. And that's another reason why your real incentive is to play tight pre-flop. And, you don't want to do a lot of floating out of the small blind there. Because even when he hits some sort of back doors there with decent connectivity to the board, he wasn't able to continue. Just because he decided, hey, it's not worth risking the chips versus this guy who has the same stack as me. So I would have liked to just see a pre-flop fold there. And post-flop, I probably would have continued. I probably would have check raise or check call there.
How much?
All right, blind versus blind here. 8-8-5 flop. Joel's gonna bet with the queen 9 and ace 7. Oh, sorry, I had the cards mixed around. Okay, the queen 9 folds, ace 7 wins the pot. These guys are tired. Everyone wants to go home.
You were point guard or shooting guard?
Combo 1-2.
Yep. You played all 4 years, or?
No, I played my freshman year, and I quickly found out I wasn't going to go to the NBA. And I decided I'd spend my time doing other things.
Then you learned how to play poker.
Yeah, along the way.
Makes sense.
I feel like you were like a undersized
Anthony with
Foreman.
the ace 8 off there was thinking
Undersized
about
four.
it, laid it down.
Canada,
If it did want to make a loose open, I think that would be a reasonable candidate. Again, those blocker hands is what we want to make those loose opens with here. Queens in the cutoff. For Ninad, Joel with the ace juice on the button. We know he likes to get after it. He's got a decent hand to maybe do something with.
525, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Not to mess around this time.
You look like a good rebounder.
Chad in the big blind. 10-9 suited. Oh, it looks like Joel does call. So Joel calls a button, ace 2 suited. Chad in the big blind with 9-10 of diamonds. We got three-way action here. And a huge flop. Joel has the straight and the flush draw with the ace 2 of hearts. Ninad with the overpair.
Of course, NBA player.
A lot of chips could potentially go into this pot. Let's see if Joel's going to play this as just a call or if he's going to consider raising.
You played with better?
In high school, I played against LeBron.
LeBron?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was a freshman, he was a senior. Then...
Owen?
Call.
Aye.
Raise, all in, call. Have what's essentially a coin flip here. A massive pot.
Good luck. We're supposed to drink tequila tomorrow. How are we going to do this if you
Joel is the online player here, is the all-in player here.
I can't pass this opportunity. With the nut flush draw and the straight draw. I like
Ace deuce is a favorite. A small favorite.
One heart. Or 5. 5! Done deal, baby.
Straight on the turn.
Oh, I got it.
Oh,
I got the whole
overkill,
Amazon.
overkill.
It's my destiny. Listen.
Joel with a massive double up. Huge pot.
Well, you can afford it. If I'm losing, I'm out. I took a shot.
That's going to make Ninad the short stack here. With just under 10 big blinds.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
And everybody's going to be waiting for a Ninad to bust here. There's no one else who's even under 25 big blinds. So again, if you're any of these 26 to 33 big blind stacks, you're very incentivized to wait around here and let Nanad bust, let him blind down. And if you're the other players, you're going to want to pick on those 3 stacks here that you see on the screen right now. Even the 44 big blind stack, you know, there's a big ICM factor on Aram. But then again, if people are not putting on enough pressure, then he can keep doing what he's doing and be aggressive. And I think a player like him, he's going to test the waters. And he's going to keep trying to be aggressive unless he feels like people are playing back at him.
Also, I was in camp at ABCD camp in 2007.
So very interesting dynamic here with the chip distribution.
Got everything.
ABC, what's that one?
That's it.
No, I was in
Fold, you
camp.
might as well go to
I don't know if you know it. It's called ABCD. Sunny
Ace is good.
But Greg Oden was in it.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a
It was
pair
I got the 5.
him in high school was something else.
Yeah, I played in. You remember 5-star? I don't know.
Of course, yeah, in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I went to high school in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay, yeah. I played the 5-star, and I had a lot of good players there. There was a guy that was the number. I think he might have been the #1 player. There's a documentary that how he's a big bust. Lenny Cook. I don't know if you remember.
Oh yeah, man. He was the best player in the country.
Yeah.
Until he played against LeBron and his when he went to LeBron kind of.
Yeah, but I was at a camp with that guy, and I mean he was good, but I mean whatever, can keep up.
So Nanad's here with King 6 off in the hijack. Folds.
You played LeBron when he was in high school? Or?
He was on St. Vincent St. Mary's, yeah.
I mean, it was complete beast. Though.
Yeah.
Chad limps the small blind, or I'm with 10s in the big.
I also, when I was at that camp, I had a guy, Paul Harris and Johnny Flynn were on my team. They went to Syracuse. And Paul Harris was like something else. He was just running those guys over, like O.J. Mayo, who was at the camp.
Mayo was a beast in high school.
Yeah. One of the craziest guys I had to
Raise
guard
fold
for a large
onto the
portion
next
was
hand.
Terrell Pryor. He was the #1 rated football recruit and like the #3 wing in basketball. And he was,
I remember the name.
He was the quarterback at Ohio State.
Did he mess something up? Is there a documentary about him? No.
I don't know. I mean, he had a crazy ride. He ended up in the NFL, bouncing around for a long time.
Five right on the turn. Didn't have to sweat. Didn't have to sweat, huh?
And the heart in the river.
I saw that.
And,
I saw
yeah.
that.
Forget that.
I was more worried about that 5.
I have not played hands since in the pocket 7 for almost 2 hours. Nothing going on. First 5, just fuck.
Owen?
Nanad with the ace deuce of hearts here, jams it in.
450.
I'm out.
2-3.
Looks like this one's going to get through here.
2.50.
And one thing that does come into play in big blind ante format is when you are under the gun with 9, 8, 7 big blinds, the shorter you are, the wider you need to jam than what you would normally do if it was an online tournament. Because the next hand you're going to lose an entire big blind that goes to the ante and doesn't even play for you. So it gets to the point where if you're under the gun with 3 big blinds, you're shoving almost any 2 cards very close to it.
You ever watch that documentary, The Other Dream?
When you're under the gun with 4 big blinds, you're shoving, just about any 2 suited cards, any face card. Again, just in big blind ante format.
It was the first year like Lithuania was represented as their own nation in the Olympics. In '88, it was '92 Olympics because in '88 they were forced to play under the USSR.
The buy-in here is a $3,500. I believe it was a $3 mil guarantee here at the Hard Rock.
But they had no money, and the Grateful Dead heard about their story because literally was war going on in their country, and they had to fight to gain independence and just compete as a
Anthony's been pretty aggressive in the
So the
small
Grateful Dead
blind,
sponsored all their
raising
uniforms.
most of his
Why would they
continues.
They just because it
First
was like
Hindi,
you know, it was like
and
a
looks like he
humanitarian thing.
continues that
Are they,
strategy here with the queen 10 off.
American band? What are they?
2500.
You said
The Grateful Dead.
Are they banned or no?
Yeah, banned.
Yeah. But are they American, British? What are they?
They're American.
Okay, yeah.
We need a.
I've heard of them,
And
but I
she
don't know.
said
They're like rock, right?
2,500,
And all their like
but it
they have
goes
all
to
these, all their stuff was
2.5
like tie-dye
million.
with skulls on it. It's like it's pretty cool.
Okay,
Say
yeah.
that.
So like hard rock kind of, right?
So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they're going to do here. So it looks like she wanted to make it 2.5 million, but she said 2,500, and they're going to make a ruling here. So small blind opens 500,000.
As she did it, she put that out. for
She
whatever
wants
it's
the 3-bet 2.5 million, but she just said
2,500.
2,500.
Yeah, figure it out.
So I don't know if they're going to make it a call or a min raise or what they're going to decide
So what's
here.
the bet?
Is that the ruling? I mean,
I'm trying to, yeah, I don't know.
I think that makes sense, right?
I think that's the only thing you can do.
what came first, the chips or the announcement? Was verbal first or the chips?
But the verbal's not an actual bet.
Yeah, but the
It's not a
verbal's
number.
not a-
It's not a valid
Yeah, so
number.
it's pointless. So it's just
I thought
like
it was.
That's
it's
the
as if
go.
she said nothing. So it's
Yeah.
like that.
So then what's the ruling? Oh.
Now I like that she was finally taking a stand here,
It was a big part, right? It was, I think,
because he has been raising every single big blind of hers, and that's probably why she was 3-betting. This isn't the hand you normally would 3-bet, but he might overfold like crazy, and he might have been raising his small blind way wider than normal. So I think it's going to work often enough that I like the play.
What I'm betting.
Always bluffing.
So it looks like he folded anyways.
Just check if you're in a
So
Not always.
the hands you typically want to 3-bet bluff with there in the big blind versus small blind raise
I can't
would
get
be
anything
stuff
to do.
like
You guys are like,
King
you guys are
X,
too good.
Queen X, Jack X. So stuff like King 4, Queen 4, Jack 6. Just something with a blocker. Your ace is a little too strong to waste. That's why you use kind of the low King X, Queen X, Jack X type stuff. The 9-7 is not typically the hand, but again, just due to her image being tighter and him maybe raising wider than normal, as a one-time thing, I still like it.
For another spin up, guys.
So we have a
Stay here till the blinds are
call with ace queen from Joel under the gun, it looks like. Hindy's got 9s in the small blind.
We won't even have enough to post the blinds.
It's kind of a decision for her of should she raise or does she think he's maybe trapping and wants to be
Blinds are
careful.
10 million, 5 million.
So she does just call. And a nod in the big blind with 6 deuce of spades. It's gonna knock. We're gonna see a 3-way flop here. Queen 4-3 with 2 spades.
In a long time.
Same.
This flop gives Nanad
I mean,
a
it's kinda
license.
nice. I have anxiety.
Fire it up.
A little bit anxiety.
He can lead, he can check raise, he can do all sorts of things. It looks like he just lead jams here.
Yeah.
2475.
For 2.4 mil.
Wait, or no.
I think one of the sickest things that I know is like
Straight flush draw.
several of my friends.
Another option he could have done is bet a smaller amount and then jam the turn to potentially get an ace high or a pair to call and then fold the turn.
It's such a funny thing.
He could also check raise, but these players have not been very aggressive post flop, so I get one in the lead.
Fair fight.
Same,
got
same.
top. How can you not call?
He's got basically your hand from before.
Wow, he's
Minus
a little 3 left
minus
out.
3.
And we're in a coin flip situation here.
5 for a sweat.
Second coin
Doesn't have to
flip
be a spade,
these
just a
two
5.
have been in.
No. 5 for a sweat. Good luck, everybody. We can all go to dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Good plan, team.
And that's going to be it for Nanad. And that gets us down to our final 6.
Nobody even wants to be on. Or some people do, but a lot of people don't even want to be on. Like, so
And the tournament is going to pause here, and it's going to continue tomorrow.
I don't.
If I was
at 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be jumping back in the booth here at 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on for about 3-4 hours here, sharing some strategy, talking some final table strat. All right, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this stream, and look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
I can outplay these guys with a nice shot. Got this. If I get prepared for this day, one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told?